But you never make it back. I've never really been the same. Since back in the day, they've been twisting up nuggets. Now they lock your ass up just for pissing in public. Polluted river streams, ain't no in between. Every day a different dream, salivate and calibrate the triple beam. Get the shit straight, pumping split slate. Politicking dictates, I got split plates of cheddar, how that shit's great. Satisfy my soul, ribbon covered lungs inflate. Looking to get sideways to go and pimp rate. Ain't the same as before. Slave the circumstance, got me chained to the floor. Trying to tame me a horse with a shield and a sword. Can't afford the wheels, that's why we steal from the store. Robbing and looting, burn the system down. Manifesting power, watch that shit get switched around. Don't hate, just inflate. Same state, different town, spit rhymes like gun burst, so you don't forget the sound. Like a car accident and hardbacks clapping. Fingernails down the chalkboard, glass cracking. Four knuckle jacket like steak on a pavement. Sounds of the cavalry facing arraignment. Sirens in the distance, blood curdling screams. The way the shit sizzles when the herb is supreme. When the weed seed pops, Bismarcky, beatbox, Woody Woodpecker, drilling in the treetops. Robbing and looting, burn the system down. Manifesting power, watch that shit get switched around. Don't hate, just inflate. Same state, different town, spit rhymes like gun burst, so you don't forget the sound. Black smoke fumes, leave the scene in ash. ashes, dust clouds massive, rhymes are hazards. Words get drafted and enlisted in the madness. Solid like skylines, aim for heavenly stature. No faith in the system, we witness what happens. General Sherman and norm reform through action. Disintegration and participation in rejuvenation of peace amongst nations. Move out, execute the plot we think of. Return and reflect in the room while we drink up. Lava mixed with liquor, burns through the night. The galaxy is flammable, pass me the light. Robin and routine, burn the system down. Manifest the power, watch that shit get switched around. Don't hate, just equate. Same state, different town. Spit rhymes like gun burst, so you don't forget the sound. I rhyme with the swagger of a man with a dagger, dripping blood just after he had sliced some bastard. Bermuda Triangle rap, you can fuck around, but you never make it back to your home on solid ground. On time like wristwatches, spit rhymes and shit talkers, ball like some knickerbockers. What's a wrist rocker? Oratorio tees, knock out the fraudulence. Can't rap on money and not mention politics.
Muted me. Hungry for.
Yeah, because he started yelling and shit like nonsense. I'll unmute him though.
Sweating is really good.
I didn't start yelling at all. Actually, you're an idiot. You're a fucking idiot. And you can't deal with criticism from someone who's your fucking elder telling you.
Calling someone an idiot is not criticism.
No, you're going to listen to me talk now. You're going to listen to me talk now.
This is why you get muted.
Because you're going to boot me out of your shit.
This is why you get
No.
muted.
I don't want to hear anything you've got to say. You're going to
How do you expect to be unmuted if you're gonna sit there and like abuse the shit out of him?
listen to me talk now. You're going to listen to me talk now.
Answer me that. How are you gonna expect to be unmuted if
I don't want to listen to anyone talk. Fucking annoying.
I'm gonna get some eggnog and some cashews.
Mm.
You gonna feed it to Gamble?
Yeah.
What you say? Don't get involved.
Fucking asshole, dude.
It's a huge.
You're a fucking dumb asshole, dude.
It's
I'm coming out
seriously.
of it.
If you want to fucking play this dumb game, if you want to play this dumb game with muting people and start shit, you're actually starting shit.
Sean, I've been nothing but calm talking to you. But
No,
raising
you
your
haven't.
Voice, you're yelling like
I didn't raise shit. I
throwing,
raised
like,
shit.
words
I
out there
raised
like
shit.
idiot and-
I raised shit. That's not me raising my voice. That's me voicing my concern over you doing dumb shit. You can't keep fucking doing dumb shit like this. That's not how you fucking enforce rules. You don't enforce rules the way that you think that you can do it. You enforce the rules so that the fucking rules get upheld. Apparently, you can't uphold the rules.
Come on, guys. This isn't the boomer hour. Let's just start.
Has nothing to do with age. Has to do with the fucking rules.
Please, let's
Why
get
does no one else have
along.
issues like but you?
Everyone has issues because you've created a bad vibe.
Name them.
It
Name them.
wasn't me creating.
Yeah, who else? Who else?
I don't
is
need to name
problematic,
shit. I
has
don't need to
issues?
name shit.
John, moving forward.
I think
I
it's a
don't
fair
need to name
request. I
anything.
think it's a fair
Yeah, I get it,
request.
John.
Moving forward.
It's not a matter of a request because I'm sitting over here on this other end when you fucked everything all up and you booted me out of some shit for absolutely no reason. You can see that. What
Well,
was your
actually-
reason of booting me out of it?
Actually, there was.
Why'd
a
you
reason,
boot me?
And I told.
What was the
Gamble, I
reason?
told Tude, you were just being
What was
like
the reason?
toxic.
You didn't tell me.
You were just being toxic.
Toxic.
Talking shit. all
There's no
day.
toxicity. I didn't say anything. I was sitting there fucking
Sean,
mixing
you
music.
you
It's
willfully,
chemical.
Sean, you willfully said that you
Water.
wanted to be removed, and you were gonna act in a way that was going to get you.
Some banks, it seems like they're going at the speed of yesteryear, but not here. This is Capital One, where you can open a new savings account in about 5 minutes and earn 5 times the national average. This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Quantum computers use the natural world to produce machines with staggeringly powerful processing potential.
I think it's going to be
Until it happened.
What the fuck are you talking about, Ganville?
Come on.
What the fuck are you even talking?
Like, what are you talking about, bro? What?
Imagine if we're like sim characters and like we just like put
Reaper's
different
me with a
drugs in
different
us.
shirt on.
Huh?
No,
As a
dude,
sim
I'm not
character.
like you. Stop trying to troll me with some fuck shit.
Why does that upset you?
Because, bro, it's fucking bullshit, dude.
Because
I've
it's
seen
real.
the shit that went down, dude.
Seen what
And you
shit that
know
went
I
down?
fucking hated that shit
What shit?
more than anything.
Well, I know you did it.
I know I fucking hated it too.
You did it.
Where
though.
you, on the other hand, got enjoyment and power and fulfillment and laughter out of it. When I fucking dude, I've seen.
Hi. What words would I...
Hi, I'm Jana Levin. I'm an astrophysicist, and I've been asked to explain gravity in 5 levels of increasing complexity.
Dude, I've seen the shit that went down, dude.
Seen what
And you
shit that
know
went
I
down?
fucking hated that shit
What shit?
more than anything.
Well, I know you did it.
I know I fucking hated it too.
You did it.
Where
though.
you, on the other hand, got enjoyment and power and fulfillment and laughter out of it. When I fucking hated it. And I expressed that I hated it time and time and time again. So no, I am not like you, nigga.
Here's some dope. I don't know what his name is here. What's his name? It's not even showing up. It just says.
I pissed on a liberal and liked it. That's his name.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I pissed on a liberal. Anything about their testimony. Nobody will talk to me about that on here. And I got to sit here and talk about dicks and ass and pussy and fucking and getting head and fucking getting a blowjob. And
No, not at all. In fact, I personally probably would be the easiest person to eliminate.
because I can't find anybody on here. The resistance chicks will not get on for 5 minutes with the news unit and talk to me about the Bible or anything about their testimony. Nobody will talk to me about that on here. And I
remember, I'm a musician here, so I'm going to probably talk a little bit like one. But, I find sound beautiful. I find
Bible in John 3:16 and John 1.
need, and every time. Happiest people I've
What? You know,
I'll call her Susan, could come over. Person to eliminate.
just see what happens.
Yeah, need and I know you've threatened to be done with YouTube several times.
Any YouTube to go postal, my money is up. Coin, green coin, blue coin.
Need and
too much. Well, like you asked me right. A couple places, you know, some kind of.
All right, tough question here. I know you've threatened to be done with YouTube several times.
Well, I'm not done with anything. I'm going to keep going until the day I die. On anything I got, anywhere.
Why not go to church on Sunday for 6 months?
Just see what happens?
Yes! You do it here. I don't know, one day you're watching this. I mean, don't get me wrong. Great laughter, great conversations.
I am gonna, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna televise it. Because I want to show people what goes on. I'm gonna televise it. Live. The unit will go to church from now on every Sunday, somewhere. Whether it's the Baptist Independent Fundamental, Bible Church, it'll be some alleged Christian church, you know. Alleged Bible-based churches. And I'm gonna go live. I'm gonna get set up where I got enough battery power and shit. And I don't want to make a big scene because I could walk in there with a big damn camera like a news reporter. I don't want to do that. But I'm gonna use my cell phone and try to be as discreet about it as I can, because everybody's so sensitive today about everything, but they got their head down in it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But I want to show you what the hell's going on and how people talk to them. So I'll meet people I know, no doubt. Oh, hi, nice to see you. How's everything going? Are you still an air traffic controller? Are you retired? It'll be just, how's your mom? You know, and all this kind of stuff. And it's really great to have you with us. And that's all fine and good. I don't have any problem with it to a degree. But that's all it turns out to be. It's like, you know, listen to the preacher, give your money, and go home. And then what?
Here's what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
So, what if you run into an older couple? Now, we didn't just run into these people. These people we've known since we have been in Florida. They've watched our children grow from very young to now teenagers. And part of their ministry has been, I don't know how or why it was us, but, you know, I mean, there have been times we've been in need, and every time we thought of these people. I mean, these people were older, by the way. They weren't just like 50, 55, 60. We're talking about people who have been, since the kids have known them, 72 and older. And they'll come over and they'll watch the kids. And this is not like weekly or daily by any means, but nope, no problem. Or I called him up and I said to my friend, I'll call him Tom. Tom, I've got to take my wife and I have just got to get away. Got some misunderstanding. I just, is there any chance you and I'll call her Susan could come over? No, without question. Watch the kids on 2 nights while we got away for 2 days to get the head straight.
Dolores.
You know, who's to know?
Miss Cullen?
You might have that kind of opportunity.
Robert.
Yeah,
and we talk about quiet, peaceful life. To me,
The
that's
professor. William.
That's some of the wonderfully beautiful parts. Remember,
Can't you see it?
You know, I'm a musician here, so I'm going to probably talk a little bit
An old friend once told me
I
something
find
that
sound beautiful.
gave me
I
great
find
comfort.
opportunities
Look at this asshole.
Taking a walk.
If you act like a...
Taking
now,
a
here's
walk.
what people consider me here. Here's a good example.
I read the theory
Here's a
once.
jackass here. Don't block this guy, guys. Let him...
Do you know where you are?
in the room.
Do you have access to your
Here's some
previous
dope. I don't know what
configuration?
his name is here. What's his name? It's not even showing up. It just says...
Have you been hearing
I'm
voices?
just on a liberal and liked it. That's his name.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, I pushed on a liberal and liked it. All right. It's people kind... Master, people kind... What the hell? All right.
The guests don't return for the obvious things we do. The gardens cure any disease, keep even the weakest of us alive, and one fine day, perhaps, shall even resurrect the dead.
If there was any YouTube to go postal, my money is on the news unit. News unit is stalking these ladies. Why would they
You're in my
want to be
team.
close to him? Wake up, news unit. If you act like a
You're in my
stalker, ladies
team.
will avoid you because you creep
Do you know what
them
happens
out.
to the Neanderthals?
Ask the news unit if you
We hate
realize that he's on a government watch list. Go fuck yourself.
Have you been
Fuck.
hearing voices?
I'll tell you what.
I read a theory once.
You know,
Do you know where you are?
it's just a constant bunch of shit.
They're the stories we tell ourselves
Here's
of
a
what
good
could
example.
be, who we could become.
You got an idiot like this that probably
Taking a
knows
walk
that's going to sit here and fuck with me, that used to work with me because of what the shell shit.
doesn't get yourself worked up.
That I had to fight and spend $150,000 in attorney fees on so I could retire
When was your last contact with Arnold?
and ruin my entire fucking retirement account.
I've seen many of you come and go
All
over
the
the
rest
years,
of that.
and
Get
I can
totally
tell the ones
fucked
who
because the
enjoy
Constitution
the
doesn't
time
apply
here and
to
ones
me.
who don't.
And my religion
You
is
imagine
weird,
I've
they'll
gone
lean over
mad.
and bow down to ISIS and Muslims here in this country.
Am I?
As the cleric gets
Am
on
I?
and reads in our Congress. Greetings
Am I?
to you in the name of
Am I?
Allah.
Am I? Am I?
And
You
I'm
imagine
on a
I've
watch
gone
list.
mad.
Really?
Am
I
I?
don't care if I am on a watch list.
I don't
Maybe
think
I am
so.
on a watch list. But I won't
I
die,
haven't.
so it doesn't matter.
I wouldn't say that at all. Indeed.
I can't, there's no way I could be on a watch list anyway, really, because there's no
That
way
is a very
I can
complex
get an FFL
question.
and own all and do all these things. There's really no
You
way I
never
can be on a
will.
watch list. But these people love to do this.
No, no,
They
no,
love
no.
to do this because I'm very outspoken about
No,
current
no, no.
events and the way things really are, and they don't like to hear that.
I simply wanted to tell my stories.
That is very true, and I have to tell you,
Indeed.
you know, you've been an air traffic controller, and you've already cited,
Indeed.
you know, some generalities of what went on. And
No.
I don't think it takes a
Indeed.
genius to know that being a
So
conservative
complicated.
Christian, white, married male,
I
middle-aged,
take it I'm not being
by the way,
promoted.
in schools is a very profitable place to be.
I take
No.
it I'm not being promoted.
No, not at all. In fact, I personally probably would be
No.
the easiest person to
Understand?
eliminate
Yes.
on the
Apologies.
the teacher role, salary role. I'd be the easiest one. Oh, he's a Christian. You know, we're changing.
Apologies.
We're accepting of all people.
Understand?
Or if I took a stance on, let's see, if I took a stance on a kid,
Apologies.
I'm trying to think of instances
Are you
that
lying
would
to
be
me,
kind
boy?
of general here because I've had to take.
Are you
point,
lying
oh,
to me, boy?
Okay, I think I told you this story the other day.
That is a very
I said,
complex
Good morning. He never
question.
looked up at me. Never looked in my eyes.
Got a
never
couple
said
of
a
cheap
word.
thrills.
You ready
Hardly
for this,
all.
Dave? Yeah. This is gonna.
No.
You're gonna love this. Looked him in the eye. Looked
Yes.
in the eyes.
Got a
no,
couple
I
of
stood
cheap
there.
thrills.
He finally
Yes.
noticed I was there. I
Understand?
said, "What?" And he kind of looked at me like get out of my space. And I was not like right in front of him. Right?
What are your
And I said,
drives?
Tom. I keep using the name Tom. Tom. Okay. Here's how life works. When someone says good morning to you, you look them in the eyes and you say good morning. It's called a salutation. And he says to me, real cocky, he says, your generation shouldn't assume that, if we don't
We
look you in
practice
the
witchcraft.
eye and respond to you, that we're being rude to you. That was the kid's response. This is a 15-year-old child talking to a 45-year-old man.
We practice witchcraft.
Okay, so I kept moving on, whatever. And he didn't apologize, nothing. I was expecting an apology, like a kid would kind of think about this during the nothing. Week later, walk in, 3 kids on their cell phones. Only 3 kids in my classroom. They were early. They're sitting next to each other.
Tell me what
They're
happened
on
to your
their cell
program.
phones. Or their mini computers, as I call them.
I read a theory
And I
once.
said, hey guys, put your phones away.
Do you have access
Why
to
don't you talk to each
your
other?
previous configuration?
Huh? And then as soon as I get, sort of response like that, I got a few more kids coming in.
Well, you didn't realize they were talking to each other.
Well, I sort of did, but
Do you know where you are?
okay. So I'll tell.
I mean, even Tom on here tells us that his
No.
wife and his daughter, they text each other across the house in different
They can cure any disease,
did say that, right?
I mean,
keep
that's how
even the
nuts
weakest
we
of us
become.
alive,
Right. We are nuts.
and
Absolutely.
one fine day perhaps fail,
Anyway, so
And this
and
guy
even
in the
resurrect the
chat room is
dead.
going to tell me that I'm going postal. And
Right.
there's another. By the way, I will go postal. I've been to going postal.
Have you been
Anytime-
hearing voices?
As I go storm chasing, there's a going postal in Kansas City.
Yes.
I stopped there to see this guy that I talked to that owns the place a couple times. And he gave me a couple free hats that said
Do you know where you are?
And after I was accused of being a guy that was
No.
going postal, I used to wear those hats once in a while in front of people because I got those going postal hats. And I wear them on purpose.
Have you been
because
hearing
these
voices?
Idiots that like in the chat room right now
Yes.
that tell me I'm going to go postal, which they mean
Do you know where you
I'm going to
are?
go shoot people, right?
Right.
They're nuts.
Right.
No.
Nuts.
Right.
They will falsely accuse you constantly. They will give
No.
accusations about you constantly.
Have you been hearing
And
voices?
then the kid that did go postal at the school or whatever the fuck you want to call it, we all got to turn in our guns now because of that
Yes.
asshole, right? Fuck
Right,
you.
right.
Fuck you, you enemy of America. You are
Do you
an
know
enemy
where
of
you are?
America that is in here. And
Do you
there's
know
so
where
many
you are?
enemies of America that are actually Americans.
Do you know where you are?
That are enemies of themselves and our own country.
Do you know where you
They're just
are?
going to destroy the whole damn thing.
No.
Really?
And it's not ignorance. They're doing this on purpose.
Quite a bit.
And
I
I'd
think
like-
you're right. Yeah.
I'd like to know why. Okay, let me finish this.
Do you know what
story.
happens
So
with
anyway,
Neanderthals?
so the rest of the kids come in, right? Well, I'm in the middle of a
No.
little bit of a lecture with these kids,
Taking a
right?
walk.
Okay. The same kid who wouldn't look at
Everything in this
me
world
eyes
is magic.
walks in. He's the last to walk in, and he
Do you
starts
know where you
laughing,
are?
completely laughing. And bell rings. They
No.
leave. It's like they call this advisory. I have
We
like 5
speak the
minutes.
right words.
And I told this kid, Tom,
We practice
what's the
witchcraft.
problem?
We
You
speak
just-
the
you don't
right
understand.
words.
And laughing. And I said, just head down to the.
Have you been hearing voices?
Head down to the principal's office.
Yes.
I
We
walk
practice
in,
witchcraft.
I
No.
pull him in the
We
principal's
practice
office, the principal's
witchcraft.
not there. I pull him
You
in
can't
his
play
office,
God without
borrow
being
this
acquainted
guy's
with the
office,
devil.
right? Not purpose.
We
right?
speak the right
You know,
words.
hoping that maybe this will like
Yes.
scare the kid.
Yes.
I've got the
Yes.
secretaries like, oh
Yes,
my gosh,
yes, yes,
you know,
yes.
You can tell in their eyes, right? I get in there with them. I said,
Just don't
Tom,
forget.
you got one more chance,
Just don't forget.
one opportunity before the principal walks in.
You can't play God without
Be a
being
man.
acquainted with the devil.
He couldn't do it. He could
We
not
practice
do it. Being a
witchcraft.
man for him
We
was
speak
to
the
hold on to
right
his
words.
pride and his ego.
We practice witchcraft.
Now here's the question.
We speak the right
How?
words.
Is raising our kids, our
No.
nation, like using them as pawns with these mini
No.
computers, with this
Just
instant
strayed a bit too far.
gratification.
Do you know where
How
you
is
are?
this going to bode well for us
Well, tell me, what happened to your progress?
in 100 years? Because here's what's happening. You've got people who work
Well, tell me,
in
what happened to
large
your progress?
companies, Google, this, that.
Have you been hearing
programming these
voices?
kids to think
Yes.
a certain way.
Do you know where you are?
I'm telling
No.
you right now, there's going to be a
Have you been hearing voices? Yes.
I already see the young generation who hate the millennials, the generation above them. They despise them. And the young generation actually,
Just don't forget.
to be actually somewhat encouraging here, actually
Have you been hearing
supports
voices?
a renegade
Yes.
like Trump.
Do you know where you are?
They are sick and tired of the bullcrap.
No.
Now, it's just the beginning, but I honestly believe we are going to see a
Tell me all
revolt,
about your
and
day.
it will be coming from the current kids that are about ages 5 to 15.
I simply wanted to tell my
0 to
story.
15. I believe it's going to be that generation, and I've read enough about trend and analysis that suggests that this generation is actually going to fight tyranny.
Want to know the
Millennials
saddest thing I
won't.
ever saw?
They're slaves. But the generation under the
Indeed.
slaves, they're not. They're actually questioning what's going on.
What is your name?
Now, some people say this is cycles, generational cycles. I don't know if we've seen the generational. I've not seen a generational cycle in my life. But if this is true, and I do talk to kids, there are kids who are pissed. They are sick and tired.
So complicated.
How nasty it is. And I don't teach, by the way.
You see what a bored
necessarily
mind
the Christian
can conjure.
There are kids who are looking at
You
the
died
way we're living,
at
the
least
way that they're
1,000
living, the way they're being.
And yet it hasn't dulled your
They know
courage.
their bonds.
Hardly
They
all.
know that commercialism is trying to take hold of them.
You never
They
will.
know it, news unit.
I simply wanted to tell my story.
There is some hope. Now, this is not a
What size are
biblical
those?
conversation per se.
What size are those?
Probably a little more philosophical.
What are your drives? You don't like this place very much, do you? No, it has no idea what to do.
Except that I'm just giving you some information.
Same as you, I imagine.
Inside the belly of the beast. And when
So
I say the belly of the beast, I believe schools truly are the belly of the beast. They are incubators for the nastiest form of liberalism. It's complete socialism.
So cannot conceive of it in other words.
Actually, even fascism, really.
I used to think it's only boring people who don't feel bored.
An invitation to come on the news unit live. They never come.
Consoling itself with its
Good. I'd like to hear this person. It's probably someone we know, though.
An old friend once told me something that gave me great comfort.
Don't get too upset. It's probably someone we know.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt it.
Probably trying to mess around. I mean, it's happened to
But I'd
me.
like to
Bring
see
yourself
it.
back
I'll
online.
do it.
Bring yourself back
Because it's
online.
someone you know. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
No.
Good call.
Have you been hearing voices?
So anyway,
Yes.
the invitation's there.
Do you know where you are?
You know, and I'll
No.
listen. I know it's not Buck.
Just don't forget.
I'll listen.
Your mind is a walled garden. Even death cannot
They can
touch
talk
the
for an hour
flowers
if they want to.
blooming
I don't
there.
care.
Do you know where you are?
Read the
No.
Bible, read the riot act to me. Tell me what I need
You
to
practice
do.
witchcraft.
Show me in the Bible.
This person says Generation Z started with the kids born year 2000.
Do you know where you are?
They were born
No.
into the computer generation.
We
That is
speak
true.
the right words.
However, I'm actually responding to this person.
Do you know what happened to
By
the
the way, I don't
Neanderthals?
appreciate you
Yes.
treating a friend of mine like
We
that.
practice
I
witchcraft.
know you don't.
Do you know where you are?
Anyways, I'm just going to answer
No.
this guy's thought here. It is Generation Z that I'm reading.
Do you know what happened to the Neanderthals?
They are
Yes.
seeing
Do you know where you are?
bullshit.
No.
And I think it's
We
reverse
practice witchcraft.
psychology in a way. They're growing up, they're seeing these stupid computers.
Do you know what happened to
Seeing
the
their friends
Neanderthals?
on the computers,
Yes.
they won't talk to them.
We speak the right
And
words.
some
No.
kids are
We
brave
practice
enough, and strong
witchcraft.
enough, and independent enough, and educated
An old friend once
enough
told me
to
something
see
that
the bullshit. They
gave
can
me
see
great
through
comfort.
it. That's not something my generation
We
was able
speak
to
the
do.
right
That's
words.
not something the
Do you know where
millennials
you
were
are?
able to do. But this younger generation is
Do you know what
starting
happened to
to
the
actually
Neanderthals?
see it.
Have you been hearing
And
voices?
it actually, I'm encouraged.
Yes. 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 Do you know where you are? No.
I'm encouraged.
Question: I'm going to put this up on the news unit. The question is:
Have you been hearing
Am I
voices?
going postal?
Yes. Yes.
My answer is:
We speak the right words. Do you know where you are? No. Do you know what happened to the Neanderthals?
See, that's the other thing too. Why is it that conservatives or Christians can't have
I read
a
a
sense
theory
of humor?
once.
As soon as a Christian has a sense of humor,
Everything in this
has,
world is magic.
questions social mores, then we become the terrorists, right?
I read a theory
I
once.
lose my job one time, 3 times actually.
Everything in this world is magic.
Over this song by the Marlettes. Oh yeah, I can't play it because
I read a theory once.
Wait a minute, Mr. Postman. I was singing that at work and they thought I was going to go postal, and then I got
Everything in
moved
this
and
world
everything
is
fucking
magic.
happened. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you.
Do you remember the man I used
Isn't that,
to be?
isn't that weird?
No.
That's how fucking.
Do you
weird
know
it
where
got
you
in the
are?
Obama
No.
administration.
So I
Do you know what
guess
happened to
I'm
the
a liberal,
Neanderthals?
liked it.
No.
Oh yeah.
Have you
wait
been
a
hearing
minute,
voices?
Mr.
Yes.
Postman.
We practice witchcraft. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. We speak the right words.
Says my daughter is Generation Z. She disagrees with the millennials. She's a conservative
Do you know where you
18-year-old.
are?
So are her friends.
Yes.
Yep.
We practice witchcraft. We speak the
This is
right
all anecdotal,
words.
by the
You
way.
can't play God without being acquainted with the
Look
devil.
up the last
I read
name
a theory
Marx,
once.
M-A-R-X.
Everything
He
in
wrote,
this world is magic.
a small
We practice witchcraft.
Probably, I want to say about 15 years
Everything
ago,
in this world is
called
magic.
Trend and Analysis in
No,
Education.
you can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. We practice witchcraft.
When he wrote this,
I read the theory once.
were hardly
Everything
born.
in this world is magic.
I'm going to say that again. He
My
wrote this
father
about
used to
15
say
years ago.
that only
He
boring
wrote
people get
and
bored.
established and predicted.
Tell me all about your
Trend
day.
Analysis predicted that there would be
The
a
guests
generation,
don't return for
Generation
the
Z is correct,
obvious things
that
we
would
do.
oppose
The garbage things.
liberalism,
Just
this
strayed a bit too
fascism,
far.
this
Do you know where you are?
government,
No.
obfuscation.
We practice witchcraft. We speak the right words. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil.
Twitter,
Have you been hearing voices? Yes.
what do you call it, banning us,
We speak the right words. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil. We practice witchcraft.
and I think it's
Have
actually
you been hearing voices?
I think it's actually
Everything in this world is magic.
and this person, I just found a liberal and liked it, seems to potentially agree.
Access that, please. Do you have access
Yes,
to your
Generation Z
previous
thing.
configuration?
I think the millennials are called Generation Y, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sure you
What's interesting
remember
is we go
Arnold.
from X, Y, Z.
Cullen?
Dave, think about this. I'm X.
I'm sure you
Are
remember
you Generation
Arnold.
X? I think you're Generation
Robert.
X.
I'm sure you remember
I think you're
Arnold.
X.
Teddy.
Then you have Y, the millennials. and
My
now
father
you
used
have
to
Z.
say
Here's the question.
that only
What's
boring
after
people get
Z in the
bored.
alphabet, Dave?
Nothing.
This interests me.
Just strayed a bit too far.
Well, that's what Richard.
Do you know what happens to the Neanderthals? No. Do you know where you are?
This is the last
No.
Generation Z.
Have you been hearing voices? Yes. We practice witchcraft. We speak the right words. You can't play God without being acquainted with the devil.
Hello guys,
Tell me all
gals,
about your
and
day.
welcome to the bottom of the barrel.
Moss Eisley Spaceport. You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. We must be cautious.
In this video, we're going to be talking about a community that is by far the worst I have covered to date. After this, I should be able to make a video on anyone or anything and feel less disgusted, so consider this one a weird kind of palate cleanser. At this point, a lot of people are aware of who kiwi farms are, but I will briefly cover what they do and how they act so we can all get up to date. I also want to finish off by talking about the big topic that always comes up around these kind of overtly aggressive and toxic parts of the internet, specifically, what the hell do we do about them? Let's dive right on in to the shit show.
So that's it? What, we some kind of suicide squad?
So first things first, what is Kiwi Farms and what do they do? Well, Kiwi Farms originally started out by chronicling and bullying / mocking the internet personality now known as Christine Chandler, and then sort of exploded from there. The name does not in fact have anything to do with the poor innocent kiwi bird, the kind of average tasting kiwi fruit, or with the country of New Zealand itself. In fact, they are banned from this country because of their consistent pushing and distribution of the Christchurch shooting footage, which is illegal over here. They sort of evolved from that point into being a site that dedicates itself to mocking a variety of individuals that they call lol cows, in reference to the fact that they can milk these people for humour. Generally, this involves a variety of bigotry and doxing aimed at all kinds of minorities, which is funny to some special kind of asshole out there, I guess. I wasn't lying about the doxing either. The sign-up disclaimer for the site warns people that those with disabilities will be attacked, that trans people will be misgendered, and that your personal details and information will be spread about to everybody in a horrifying violation of your privacy and rights as a human being. Just the best kinds of people use this site. They also have a real hard-on for left-leaning or bread-tube-involved people, with whole threads dedicated to either the Reddit itself, to famous people like ContraPoints, Vosh or Pigpuncher, and an almost non-stop stream of little posts sniping away at anybody remotely involved with the left online. I even assume that I am probably myself on there somewhere, and I'm sure that whatever is mentioned about me is both shittily dehumanizing and designed to go at me over what is a perceived weakness like being trans or something, probably. I'm not going to check for this, and I'm not going to post what is said, because fuck that noise, but all of this is consistent and focused anger and rage against the members of the left, in a way that is not felt for or expressed for the right, comes from a pretty obvious place when you think about it. Ultimately, most left-wing movements or organisations try to encourage each other to engage in ways that don't exclude those that face bigotry or be hostile in a way that deliberately upsets those kinds of people. Generally, we try to be more open and accepting, with the understanding that those in our social groups and the workers of the world will come from a whole host of backgrounds, and that for a real, unified society to occur, we need to be able to get with the program about that diversity. This general desire to sort of lock down and remove all those crappy words and sentiments is almost the antithesis of what communities like Kiwi Farms represent, where anything goes, regardless of its impact or the human cost from it. Oh yeah, there is also a human cost. They have pushed at least one person to committing suicide through their intentional harassment campaigns, and I have no doubt that many, many more have really suffered from that whole fucking mess. But if they get enjoyment from it, then it doesn't fucking matter as far as they are concerned. Kiwi Farms, to me at least, represents a crystallised form of one facet of online engagement that the left is trying to deal with. The trolls, the edgelords, the asshole memers, the hardcore PewDiePie fans, perhaps. We like to think of LeftTube as being designed to combat the right wing, the fascists, the alt-right, and the anti-SJWs online. But there is another group that has been around long before any of this popped up that is also a very toxic element of the internet that I see the left as being a good bulwark against. The non-aligned individuals that I previously mentioned, who see the anonymity of the internet and the ease of access to large parts of people's lives and hobbies as a great way to enjoy themselves, in the same way that a sadistic child might really enjoy inflicting pain on animals or other kids, just to see them struggle and suffer. To have power over someone in a way that makes them seem helpless, except it's even worse online because these people have whole groups that egg them on and help them in achieving their goals of seriously hurting others. This group is one that pollutes the entire internet, doing whatever it takes to encourage the worst kinds of socializing and ruining any area they take over or bring the full brunt of their atrocity onto. And we, as BreadTube and BreadTubers and LeftTubers or whatever you want to call us, we can do something to combat that by bringing who they are to light and making what they do very clearly known to the majority of people who are out there. I know a few lefties and a few people who have never heard of Kiwi Farms, and I can guarantee that there are a few kids out there who might get dragged down a pipeline of mocking and laughing at people until they get to that terrifying level of actually causing someone to kill themselves. It's all portrayed as just fun and games, but like 8chan, there is a horrifying monstrosity of anti-humanity beneath that very thin veneer of fake comedy that leads to the pushing of some incredibly hateful ideas and actions as okay or encouraged. To further that idea, how do we combat something as sinister and conniving as this? Honestly, it's hard to try and think of what we can do here for groups like this. The anonymity that is afforded to them and the position that they have obtained make it almost impossible to either bring the people involved or the actual site itself to account, or to get them removed from the viper's nests they have made. So I would advocate for the same activity and action that people from the left and from the left wing have engaged in, with some successes, for the right and for the alt-right. Bring that shining beacon of truth and exposure into that darkness, and make it very clear to other people of just how bad these groups are, like I mentioned before, and what they are engaging in. It's exactly what was done for the Gamergators and with the people like Sargon or No Bullshit, and it was pretty darn successful at exposing who they were to the rest of the world, to the point that no one takes them seriously or as anything but hateful little movements anymore. I unfortunately don't have much to suggest beyond that. The issue boils down to try to both secure the anonymity of the internet and the freedom that goes with that, without allowing people to use that as a way to let those kinds of horrendous ideas fester. Which is a difficult thing to properly regulate, but surely we could make these sites follow some sort of agreed upon code of conduct that we would apply to our real life societies. If a group engages in activity that leads to people's suicide, to the spread of someone's private details, or to a long-term harassment campaign, all of that is generally frowned upon and considered grounds for suspension of that group, right, outside of the internet. If that happened in real life, we'd normally be trying to stop those groups, like the Westboro Baptist Church or something. Honestly, the freedom of the internet falls into the same category as a lot of other freedoms, where it needs to be a balancing act to ensure that the freedom of one group or individual does not infringe upon or remove the freedom of another. Kiwi Farms and the communities that they represent through their edgelord, lolcow demeanour actively hurt the abilities of other people to exist online. They should be removed if we are to have an online community that people can use without fear. Plain and simple, they threaten the overall freedoms of people to exist and to act as they wish to online, via their own acting as they wish to. And that's opposed to general freedoms of the population. Now, I know that it is entirely likely that Kiwi Farms is going to be drawn to this like moths to a flame, and in which case, hey there, how's it going? How about you lot fuck off and stop doing what you're doing online? Just a thought. You could just not dox people and push people to hurting themselves. You could do it. You really could. You could just go and play games or just hang out with people or go and maybe do some fundraising for charities, go and work in a soup kitchen, you know, go and really help people rather than just hurting others. Why can't you do that? Is it that hard, really? Really? Otherwise, I guess try and not dox me if it is at all possible. For everyone else though, thanks for watching my video. I really appreciate this engagement from you, and if you like what I do and want to keep me doing it, then please feel free to like, share, subscribe and comment. You can also support me on Patreon if that's what you want to do, although please do not feel obliged to do so. I will keep making videos regardless of that fact or not. Apart from that, I hope you have a great harassment-free day.
So there's this episode of the Disney Channel series Recess that is a hilarious, if simple, critique of capitalism's tendency to create monopolies.
My father used to say that only boring people get bored.
I don't know all these things. I'm not smart enough to know. But who comes up with Generation X,
don't
Y,
forget.
and Z, and all of a sudden we see everything going on right now? You know, are we in the Matrix? Well, if you believe in the Lord Jesus Christ, you're in the Matrix.
Taking a walk.
You're in the Matrix. You're in His kingdom. And that's
Just
where this
strayed
all
a bit
started.
too far.
I'm dealing with property rights.
Do you know where you
To a
are?
meeting tonight
No.
where, I don't know, my friends
We
and neighbors
practice
might be
witchcraft.
there.
We
I
can't
might
play
not
God
recognize them.
without
They
being
might be like
acquainted with
angry
the devil.
dogs. They may
We
be
speak the
frothing
right
from the mouth
words.
with pitchforks. If I go there, I don't know who I'm actually going to be dealing with.
No, that head of yours
I'm gonna watch,
works.
I'm going to see. But should I be
No, that head of yours works. I simply wanted to tell my story. No, that head of yours works. I simply wanted to tell my story.
6,000 homes.
Forgive me.
We have a water problem in
The guilt you feel, the anguish, the horror, the pain.
We're the third most populous
Understand?
state in the union. Should
Understand?
Florida be the third most populous state in the union? Really? I mean, I'm all
Get yourself worked out.
don't get me wrong. We don't have a state income tax. I'm all for it.
Understand?
I'm all for it. Hey, we want to have parks. Great.
More than
They
you know.
keep saying we got to have more parks, because it's great for tax revenue.
Understand?
How am I benefiting from parks?
Just get yourself
I'm
worked
paying
out.
$4,800 of property tax a year.
I wouldn't
Are
say
you
that
telling
at
me
all.
that if we didn't have the parks, I'd pay twice that? To me,
Do you know what that means?
and I'd like to know
But
where
you
that
didn't,
tax
did you?
money's going. We don't have a income problem in Florida. We got a spending problem in Florida.
Do you know what that means? Same as you, I imagine. Am I?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm not afraid to be
Understand? You see what a bored mind can conjure.
Because you know where you're going. You have faith in where you know you're gonna go.
There's probably a lot of that too that goes along with it. Yeah.
Hebrews, what is it? Hebrews 3:6, right?
Yeah, I'm just not afraid to be
No.
who I am anymore. You know, I used to be worried about
You
it.
know how
Now
that head of yours works.
I realize that I look back and I think, you know, I used to just
What size
squelch
are the
myself
balloons?
because
You
I
don't
was
like this place very much, do
timid
you?
for a while.
Right.
You imagine I've gone mad.
And you know, I was afraid to say so, you know, about what I knew I was talking about. But for a while, you know, I didn't think I knew enough, and I was probably good to stay silent because I didn't want to be presumptuous about things, you know, and all that. But now, when you know the Lord and at least know the truth of the scriptures, when I know where it is, I don't know everything. I can stand on that stuff, you know. I can stand on that foundation without even worrying about it. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what anybody else says. It doesn't matter what I say about it. Nothing. What I say or think doesn't matter. It only depends on what thus saith the Lord says about it.
Hebrews 11:1, Dave. You probably have it memorized, right? Now
Without faith, it is impossible to please God.
Now faith is the substance of things.
Substance, yeah. Now faith is the substance of things hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. For by it the elders obtained a good report.
There's something else bothering you.
I don't know if I'm quite there, and I'm ashamed to say that I'm not quite there, but here's my question. Was there a certain age or a certain accumulation, certain metric, like was there something that happened that allowed you to come to the point where you're not worried about
Where
it?
I'm supposed to be.
Probably around 30 years old.
I used to think it's only boring people
really
who
culminated,
don't feel boredom.
Through this job
The hosts are not real.
conflict that I had from
They're not
age
conscious.
41 up.
You mustn't make Arnold's
And
mistake.
I saw. See, you have to remember, I'm not
Where
a
I'm supposed to be.
historical-
They already know
I don't have a
who
good
they
history
are.
background. Okay? I'm very poor.
Something they
Very
fall
poor.
in love with.
And that's
They're
why I
here
would
because
like
they
to
want
talk
a
to other
glimpse
people, you know. I'd like to talk
of
to
who they
your
could be.
chicks. I'd like
They
to talk-
already
I'd like to
know
talk to you
who
about
they
stuff,
are.
you know. I'd like to
You're
talk
welcome to
Steve
join
Bennett,
me if you
I'd
like.
to talk to my other pastor, but
And we create life itself.
we're all too busy.
Taking a walk. We can cure any disease. We practice witchcraft. The weakest of us alive. And when we speak valued words, shall even resurrect the dead. We practice
No, I
witchcraft.
know we do here. I'm not saying we don't, but I'm just
And we
saying,
create life
you know,
itself.
I'm just using this. I'm extending this
practice
out a little bit to
witchcraft.
other people, with the hope that
And we
they'll
create
just at
life
least look at
itself.
their life a little bit and say, hey, you know,
We practice
I don't like
witchcraft.
the news unit. I'll never talk to them because
That this is as good as we're gonna get.
you know, cross that fence
Out of
over
chaos.
these guys. But I just hope they I don't know. I just hope that they see some. I hope they get something out of it. You know. I mean, I'm going to lean into people, even if they don't like me. I mean, a drill instructor in the service, when he's yelling at those guys and he's calling them names and cussing at them and fuck this and fuck that, you son of a bitch, you asshole, you little faggot, that's all okay. But when I do it on here, that's no good. You're not a Christian. Well, you want to see a guy in the fucking Marines stand up to his drill instructor and say, "You're not a Christian, bitch! Shut up!" Oh, yeah? That's right. So what of it if I cuss a little bit on here now? I'd rather not. But I'll tell you something. The way things are right now, I'm going to do what I got to do. I won't always do it. I mean, I'm not an idiot. I mean, if the resistance just come out here, I'm not going to sit there and disrespect people or whatever. Not that I'm disrespecting people, but I'll tell you what, I'm just going to tell it like it is most of the time. Maybe that's, you know, it's just the way it is. You know, even Paul said something about that. What did he say? I can't think of it. He said, should I, oh man, if I could only, should I? I'm not going to find it with that script.
Dave, I gotta run.
Let me see your
I'm so
backpack.
sorry.
I know you do. You got to run right away?
I don't want to do
this! Okay, we'll go pick it up later. Do what you got to do. Don't worry about it. See ya. Ladies and gentlemen,
Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. We have to finish the game. We have to finish the game.
We do one broadcast after another around here. If you don't like that,
Brave
get the
South.
fuck out of here.
Fridge.
I'm going to terminate this one.
I
We
am
will be back
Spencer.
later. I got
Martha?
shit to do. I got to go cut some.
Spencer.
do some stuff.
Martha?
This is the News Unit on the YouTube
I am
video network.
Spencer. Bethany. We need each other. We need to find
Good evening,
the
ladies and
missing
gentlemen. We're right about on the hour of
Oh my
6
God.
o'clock p.m. Central Standard. No, Central Daylight.
Oh my
Time.
God. Wait, you mean other people have been
Daylight
stuck here
time.
too?
Get that straight.
Oh my God.
Listen to that audio.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, you mean other people have been stuck here too?
Let me back the audio
Oh my
down
God.
here just a little bit here and
Oh
see
my
if we're
God.
overmodulating.
Oh my God. Wait, you mean other people have
Testing
been
1,
stuck here
2,
too?
3. Testing 3, 2, 1. This is only a
I'd like to
test.
see you try. It's hot. I'm afraid so. All I'm saying is that I don't have my Claritin, okay? And I'm allergic to
Okay, this is the newsunit.com broadcasting live on the YouTube video network.
I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up. I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up. I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up. I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up.
You have to let people know that you're just the one big dummy. You don't know
It's
anything.
hot.
And everyone else is the
No,
go-to
sound like
authority in the matter, including the mainstream media,
Who are you?
the public opinion,
Who are you?
the student
What just
activists that skip school.
I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up. I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health
down
up.
America with all the other oath of office
I think the game is
violators
trying to
and
tell us to
oath of
keep our health up.
violators and all these
Very
false
important.
truthers and patriots that have left sound money, ending the Fed, getting back to a constitutional country, and now have embraced the New World Order, Bitcoin, the blockchain, and all the rest of the technology that's leading us into the promised land of the New World Order and the paradigm shift, which is going to pave the way directly
happens
into the
naturally.
hands of the man of sin, the son of perdition. But guess what?
just happens
That is
naturally.
the Bible prophecy, and it shall be
Very
fulfilled
important.
anyway. So let's take a look at that carefully.
Yes, yes, that's
You
it.
have to understand.
Wait, you
that
mean
these
other
things
people
are all
have been stuck
happening
here
that the
too?
scripture might be fulfilled.
We just got to stick
It will
together.
be fulfilled.
If we do that, we can win. I know we can. I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health
For
up.
that I say, even so, come Lord Jesus. That's what you have.
We just got to
If
stick
you are in
together.
Christ,
If we do that, we can win. I know we
in
can.
the kingdom of God.
I think the
not
game is trying to
kingdom
tell
of
us to
this
keep our
world.
health up.
In the kingdom of God. Now, you might be an American like I am.
Like it or not,
As much of the truest
need each
sense as you can possibly be, as far as I am too.
we need to find the missing piece. Let me see your backpack.
Little things that may mean something. To be an American, like
I think he's an
trying to live
NPC.
a quiet and peaceable life in all godliness and honesty, which is very
No.
difficult to do.
I think he's an NPC.
But
Maybe.
let's take a
Like
look
to
at
see you
the
try.
things that are going on here
Don't cry,
all
don't cry,
around
don't
us
cry, don't cry,
right
don't
now.
cry. You're Ruby Roundhouse.
And the conditions
Don't
are
push
threatening.
me.
They are very threatening. It's like
Or I'll push
it's like
you
a
back.
severe weather bulletin right here that I've come up with. But this,
We need
of course,
each
is
other.
one of the news unit information bulletins, and I broadcast live now all the time
We're in the game.
because I just happen.
my hair.
My equipment's down. My
We're
other
in the
computer's
game.
down. There's all sorts of problems.
I think the game is trying to tell us
Once I
to
lose
keep our
this
health
computer,
up.
that'll be the end of the news unit
We just got to stick together.
because I watch all
we
the
do
rest
that,
of
we
these
can win.
channels
I know we can. We're in the game.
funded and supported to continue. And
Get on my
that's what
back!
I'm trying to take a look at here just a little bit. Let's go to the newsunit.com.
I don't want to do this.
Quasi teleprompter as I go.
All I'm saying is
I
I
have a
don't have
post
my
up here about
Claritin,
something
okay?
else.
And I'm allergic to almost everything.
We were
Like it or
talking
not.
earlier about the Hawaii volcano,
Get on my back.
and this thing really.
We need to find the missing piece. We need each other.
There was a few
I
other.
think he's an
interesting
NPC,
posts
a non-player character. I
don't
want to do this. So anything we ask him, he only has. I think we got like
Stay on
sucked
top
into the
before
game.
I deviate too far.
I think the game is
down
trying to
the,
tell us to
rabbit
keep our
hole
health up.
And the abyss
We're in the game.
of chaos.
We're in the game. 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 We have to finish the game. We need to find the missing piece.
We're not friends because I'm not cool enough to hang out with you, so you pretended not
I
to
think
be
the game is trying to tell us
until
to
you did
tell us
your homework
That's a thing.
because you couldn't do it yourself.
It's hot. It's hot.
But we have these.
Spencer.
we have these peeping, muttering wizards, peeping and muttering wizards, but I'm going to include stuttering wizards now too into that list. So we have peeping, we have muttering, and we have stuttering.
We need to
wizards.
find the missing
My phone,
piece.
and somebody wants to just do that. They love doing that. Hello.
It doesn't seem like the most pressing concern at this moment.
Of course. Some of these
It just
wizards, they don't even
happens
peep. They don't even make a
It's
peep out of them. They just like to call the news unit while he's on the air and say, hey, look, that's the news unit. Peeping, muttering, and stuttering wizards.
It's
Some of the examples include, but are not limited to, Jason at 4, Bitcoin Ben, Cliff High, Bix Weir, and more.
It's very
And
important.
I can include a lot of them. The Resistance Chicks. We have SGT
Kinda.
Report. That's another peeping and muttering bunch of wizards.
Like
And
to see
we
you try.
have Patriot Gallery that doesn't peep and mutter
It's
much.
hot.
and Show herself on camera, but you hear her every once in a while peeping in the background.
It's very important.
You have Chris Holman. He's a peeping and muttering wizard.
No, it sound like this.
Kansas is a peeping and muttering wizard.
Yes,
He doesn't
guys,
peep
I'm
and
telling
mutter
you.
too much. They don't allow him to do so.
Yes,
They can't
yes,
keep him
yes,
quiet.
that's it.
Other peeping and muttering wizards
It's
include, but are not
hot.
limited to,
It's very important.
Gerald Salenti,
Kinda.
Alex Jones, and his
Like to see you
cast
try.
of peeping and muttering wizards,
Yes, guys, I'm telling you.
and a lot of the other alternative news outlets and channels across YouTube that are peeping and muttering wizards.
It worked.
Peeping and muttering and peeping and muttering.
It worked.
And stuttering. Bitcoin Ben. That's the
It's
stuttering.
hot.
wizard.
It's very important.
One of them.
Kinda.
He's not
Yes,
only peeping
guys,
and
I'm
muttering, but
telling
he's
you.
also
Yes,
stuttering.
yes, yes, that's it.
Bitcoin. Bitcoin Ben.
It's hot. It's very important. Kinda.
Stuttering wizard.
Yes, guys, I'm telling you. No, it sound like this. Yes, yes, yes,
So you have
that's it.
peeping, muttering, and stuttering.
Oh my God.
wizards. So people are
Oh my
peeping
God.
to themselves.
Yes,
These
yes,
types of
yes,
people
that's it.
Having itching ears.
Oh my God.
And they turn
It's
their ears
hot.
from the truth and they turn on
Kinda.
these fables. They love the fables.
Oh my God. Yes, yes,
They tell
yes,
you
that's
that,
it.
oh, there's no God. This is all Mother Goose.
Oh my
this is
God.
all a phony.
Yes, guys, I'm telling you.
Doesn't do anything. But
Sometimes.
all of these spiritualists that
Where's my hair?
emanate from places like
We're in the game.
Michelle White Dove and Sava and Reverend Beatrice Ann Gaiman.
We're not friends because
All
I'm
the
not
rest-
cool enough to hang out with you, so you pretended not to
Psychic
even know me
Mom,
anymore until you needed me to do your
Mo
homework
Jews like Dick
because you couldn't do it
Alexander and
yourself.
all the rest of these peeping and muttering wizards, Bix Weir, Cliff High, and the Webbot.
It's
People
hot.
flock to them. What are they going to say?
In
What
order
are they
to
gonna
finish the
tell
game,
us?
you got to
Should I
complete
buy
all the
Digicoin?
levels. The levels are going to get
Should I buy
harder as we go
Datacoin?
along.
Should I buy Dentacoin? Redcoin with 2 Ds.
In order to finish the game, you got to
Should I
complete
buy
all the levels. The levels are going to get
Populous
harder as
with
we go
PayPal?
along. Don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry, don't cry. Get
Should
on
I
my
buy
back!
Salt? Should I buy some salt?
We're in the game.
Some salt in the wound.
I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up.
What should I do? I
Kinda.
need advice from my peeping and muttering wizards. And
I think the game is trying to tell us to keep our health up.
And,
We're in the
and
game.
they're there for them. They're there for them.
In order
They
to
are-
finish the game, you got to
they're always
complete all the
there.
levels. The levels are going to get
And they're
harder
one
as we
big,
go
happy
along.
family, they think, right now. They really
We
demonstrate
need to
this.
find the
Actually,
missing
they-
piece. We
in the
need each
present-
other.
In this present evil world, these
I
types
think
of
the game is
people
trying to
actually
tell us
do
to keep our health.
demonstrate
We just got to
themselves
stick together.
together,
We do that, we can win.
confederate
I know we
with one
can.
another, and they are very much in fellowship.
Yes, 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 that's it.
And compared to, let me just compare them to what are called Christians today, because Christians are a sad bunch. They really are.
Yeah, it's Halloween, bro. Come on.
All right.
It's Halloween, bro. Show them.
Mass unbanning.
Mess on back. Show them.
Wait.
Do you have any blacklisted words?
Yeah, I do.
I probably won't link it then.
Yeah, don't leak my blacklist words.
I mean, as long as it don't have any address.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, you're good then. As long as it doesn't have any address, you're good.
Let's see. Channel, not community.
I like this street though. So empty.
Oh. Yeah, this street is nice. It's just.
It's empty as hell.
Yeah, this is lost. People live here. Alright, I gotta go to.
Why is everybody saying egg incoming? Fuck it, dude. Hey, remember last time the guy threw egg at us?
Yeah,
It hit my fucking forehead.
He hit you. I'm like, bro. Alright, look at all these people that are banned.
Alright, let's see how can I do it?
Wait.
Can I do it?
Wait, I don't want to show my words that are banned.
Oh, Mr. G.
Hey, let me see. Let me unban him.
Let's unban Mr. G. Mr. G, you're unbanned.
Grape juice? Oh, God.
Wait, grape juice is banned?
Is that Dave?
Wait, is that Dave? Dave might be banned.
Wait, what is that picture? What is that picture of Fat Dave?
I don't know. You can't even see it.
Oh, no, it's not there no more.
His face is all photoshopped. There's a lot of people. Ski
Wait,
mask.
I'm there. What the fuck?
No, that's a fake you.
I know. I hate people do that shit.
Fake Blade.
I can't see shit. But hold on. Let me see. I want to see the names. Solo Doe, Johnny Deco. You have Casey? You got Dave's?
I don't think that's real Casey.
Oh, bad B.
Oh, Lara. Someone banned Lara.
No, don't wait. Cassandra?
I don't think any of those are real. All right, Paul Shepard, you're unbanned. Happy Halloween. Paul Shepard is wild.
I love Garbage, Sean Wrigley, GTA Alley, Bad Bone, The Anti-Jew, Death Matter, Bob Burgers.
Oh, they're wild. Egg. Wait, where? There's no egg coming. Why are they spamming egg?
This part was reinforced with continuous carpet.
Welcome back. We have breaking news. The December jobs report due out in about 2 minutes' time. We are expecting 164,000 jobs added to the economy in the month of December. We're expecting the unemployment rate to hold steady at 3.5%. Markets are rallying this morning headed into this report. We have another round of record highs ahead of the report. Dow Industrials up 39 points off of the highs this morning, but nonetheless real close to that 29,000 level. That will be the first time ever. All of the averages finished yesterday at all-time highs. And Charles Payne, we have to look at the ADP report, which was out earlier this week, to get some sense of what we might expect. That was much better than expected.
Much better than expected. A nice rebound with small businesses, particularly 1 to 19 employees. They've been suffering because these high wages. Also tough for them to find qualified workers because they can't compete with the big boys. Nice rebound across the board.
By the way, Charles, we want private sector jobs in this economy,
Absolutely.
right? Not government jobs.
Absolutely.
So that's why I always like the ADP report, because those are the small and medium-sized employers that are they're the spinal cord of the American economy.
And strong construction.
And small business did well in ADP, right? Exactly. Small business did well.
Small business rebounded nicely, and construction was really nice. I think that's going to be huge. Construction today.
How about wages, Jagan? What are you expecting there? 3.1% is what we've been getting over and over again for the last year.
And we'll break down what's going on with the rank and file workers versus the higher paid workers, because in the month of November, the pay for the bottom 25% rose 4.5%. For the top 25%, it was 2.9%. So again, over and over again, this is narrowing the inequality gap.
And by the way,
income inequality is narrowing.
Really
I was just going to say that.
Here.
We actually are seeing a reduction in income inequality and the wage gap in America, which is exactly the opposite of what some of these presidential
You wrote an op-ed on this in the Journal.
Yeah,
what?
exactly. $5,000
4 months ago or something. That was a great piece that you wrote.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. A $5,000 increase per family in 3 years. That's a lot.
That's huge.
So don't be fooled by that average increase of 3.1%. I think in that article you said high school dropouts, their wages are up 9%. The bottom decile of the income up 7%.
The unemployment rate for high school dropouts is at a record low.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah, I read that in the Journal this morning. Actually, yeah, good point there. So we're looking at revisions, we're looking at earnings, and of course we're looking at wages. I'm sorry?
Job participation. We always look at that one. Labor force participation.
We want to look at the job participation rate, because that tells you who's actually participating in this economy right here. 164,000 is the estimate. Let's get right to the Labor Department right now. Edward Lawrence right there now with the number. Edward.
And 145,000 jobs have been created by this economy last month. 139,000 in the private sector, 6,000 in the public sector. Unemployment rate remains unchanged at 3.5%. In October, the revisions are down 4,000. November down 10,000 for a total net revision for the last 2 months of 14,000. Long-term, the U6 first was a record low of 6.7%. The long-term unemployment unchanged at 20.5% of the population here. Average hourly wages rose 3 cents, but that is down to a 2.9% gain over the past 12 months. The last time it was under 3% was July of 2018. Labor force participation rate unchanged at 63.2%. Average hourly work week unchanged at 34.3 hours. Non-supervisory wages up 2 cents. That's up 3% year over year for the last 12 months. White unemployment rate 3.2% unchanged. 5.9% for black unemployment rate. That rose from 5.6%. Hispanic unemployment rate to a 4.2%. Asian unemployment rate at 2.5%. Healthcare added 28,000 jobs. Manufacturing losing 12,000 jobs. Mining losing 8,000 jobs. And retail adding 41,000 jobs. Construction on the positive side at 20,000 jobs. And leisure and hospitality at 40,000 jobs. So the bottom line here, creating 145,000 jobs last month. Unemployment rate remains at 3.5%, but that average hourly wages is now under 3% for the last 12 months at 2.9%. Back to you guys.
All right, Edward, thank you. Markets pretty steady here, even though this number was weaker than expected. We were expecting a slower pace in the final month of the year, right, John?
Yeah, yes, we were. And let's not forget the growth of the labor force because of demographics is slowing down. So it becomes very difficult to sustain payrolls growth close to 200,000. And in fact, I think the way it stands today, as long as we grow payrolls between 75,000 and 100,000 new jobs, the unemployment rate will not rise. And that's of critical importance.
All right, let's get to John Hilsenrath. What do you think, John? How do you see it?
Two things. You know, there are a couple of pieces in this that look on the surface a little softer than expected, but I would say don't worry about them. First of all, the headline jobs number, 145,000. That's after a very strong November. You average the two out over 2 months, and we still have right down the fairway employment growth. On that wage number, it looks a little soft, but there's a calendar quirk. The 12th of the month when the survey is done happened in a different week than the 15th of the month when most paychecks come through. In those instances, you tend to get wage numbers that are a little bit soft, but I wouldn't get too alarmed by that. This number, this report is right down the middle of the fairway. The economy is on strong footing going into 2020.
Markets are actually up from before the number, Dagan. You said exactly that a few minutes ago on the 15th of the month.
Right, that the
This video is a response to Numismatic King, who posted a video earlier today about the silver community and the attacks many of its members are getting from Silver Gold Man. If you do not know who Silver Gold Man is, he is the YouTuber formerly known as Connecting Dots 1. The YouTube user known as Silver Gold Man continues to claim his calls on silver are accurate. Yet, his public comments are clear. His calls on silver may be the worst ever. To believe Silver Gold Man, you have to ignore the most obvious and surreal facts about his terrible advice. And, before you see the rest of this video, please understand that there is no way to prepare you for just how wrong Silver Gold Man was. Now, Silver Gold Man is smearing the names of YouTubers like Numismatic King, Salivate Metal, Still Keeping One, Stella Concepts and JSnip4. Also, he can now sell a service for $350 a year. It is not fair and it is not right. The sad part is that there seem to be people who don't know the truth about Silver Gold Man.
This is the news unit with a special report. Remember, the information presented here is not necessarily that of myself or anyone else. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only. And I can neither confirm nor deny the accuracy of any of this.
Guys, I don't want to get this into a troll pit, but I put that information out there because firearms were in use. And
ladies and gentlemen, I'm breaking in here right now because I'm on a channel called Mike B on YouTube, and I just want to give an all call to the FBI, CIA, NSA, Homeland Security, law enforcement officials across the United States and Canada, to a situation here that commands immediate attention. And I don't know all the background information, but Mike B here on YouTube appears to be very concerned about Silver Gold Man. And some of us know, there's the usual playground on here on YouTube that gets a little controversial at times. But this could be a little bit beyond controversial. This could be a definite, some sort of dangerous threat, according to what Mike B is talking about here anyway. And let me get over to the news unit because I put a post up here about this, and I'm not completely sure how to address it. But I want to bring up a couple of concerns of my own. And it's important today because our officials have told us if we see something, say something. And that's what I'm doing here right now on YouTube. This is something that I want law enforcement officials, the FBI, whoever the official authorities are that can look into this matter. Today is Tuesday, November 7, 2017. Current time, 9 hours, 1 minute, 43 seconds UTC. I'm watching this Mike B channel live. He's talking about Silver Goldman and some of his concerns. And I made a few notes here. I'll take this post as a memorandum of record. Mike B on YouTube exposes Silver Goldman as a threat and more. I'm going to call this a dangerous situation alert. I want to give an all call out to the FBI, CIA, NSA, DHS, police, and other regulatory investigatory agencies. And the question I have here is Silver Goldman about to go on a killing spree? Now, we know that somebody just killed 26 people in Texas. There's been a lot of shootings. And folks, all right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the newsunit.com. This is a information bulletin, and a lengthy one. And don't ask me why I decided to do this, but I just did. And you're going to see what this is all about here in just a moment. I hope people tune into this broadcast after it uploads because this is reasonably important for a number of reasons. This is extremely important. This is important for a number of reasons, and I will explain them to the best of my ability here, impromptu as I go along. We're live. We're broadcasting live. Remember, as I always state, the information presented here, not necessarily that of myself or anyone else that participates. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only, and I can neither confirm nor deny the accuracy of any of this. Now, it appears that we've got somebody listening to me here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give Richard a link. I think it might be Richard, just in case. There's the link, Richard. And then I'm going to go on the usual channel and put a general link out there for you guys that might see it. So come on in if you're hanging around. This is important. This is extremely important, this information bulletin. And if you come on in here, I need your participation. Because I'm about to reveal some things to you that are telling to what goes on here on YouTube. I am extremely privy to something here, and I'm going to show you what this is. You're going to be amazed. Some of you may not, but I think most of you will. And this falls under the category of how people are losing their minds. I'm just going to say that much, and that does not mean And let me make this very clear that I'm pointing fingers at Jason at 4 here. But as we go along in this report, you're going to see what I'm talking about. By the way, in regards to Jason at 4, I want to make a very important comment. I am right now, right here, to show you an extremely false and misleading report that is so blatant, so blatantly dishonest, and ridiculous to the point where it's a personal attack, and I take it personally. I take it personally because somebody is attacking JSNIP 4 and they have no business doing it in any way, shape, or form in regards to this report. This is the most stupid thing on YouTube I have ever seen in my entire watching YouTube. But considering the source where it comes from, I do understand that this idiot in Canada is the most brainless and spineless person I've ever seen on YouTube. And a troublemaker besides. And I'm going to tell you right now, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about, Silver Gold Man. You haven't even done your research. Just like anything else that you do, most of the time you come up with some big, flaming bullshit story that you got everything figured out and who's scamming this one and that one. And you try to present your story like you did with the trader boss on Jason and you have no idea what the hell you're talking about, and your research sucks. Not only that, more than likely, you're scamming people when it comes to mining these coins, and you never bought any equipment to begin with. You're just taking their money and lying to people. You're lucky you're not in the U.S., or we'd have you investigated. And believe me, we would. You're lucky you're over the border. You're real lucky. Because we'd bring holy hell down on you, something fierce. And you would be in some serious shit. Now, I'm getting real sick and tired of you because of your scamming that you do on YouTube, number one. And in regards to your reports on Jason at 4, your complete inaccuracies and all your bullshit that you pull, you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Your recent report on Jason at 4 that I'm looking at here, and we're going to bring this up on the screen. There's two videos. First of all, Silver Goldman allegedly had one of his channels shut down. I don't know how many damn channels he's got either. Everybody's getting shut down on YouTube here and there. Who gives a shit? But here's one of his videos here. Let's get to the other one here. He's got one here.
So you see this email.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the news unit. We have some breaking news. Remember, the information that's always presented here is not necessarily that of myself or anyone else that participates. This is for educational and entertainment purposes only. We can neither confirm nor deny the accuracy of any of it. And ladies and gentlemen, today is, what is it today? Saturday, November 4th, 2017, current time, 22 hours, 2 minutes UTC. We have to be careful now because the news unit's been under a lot of censorship, so we can't do shots much. We can't play any music anymore and all that. We can only, have tacos play the guitar and things like that. But they shut the videos down, so we can't get this information out that we want to get out. And it's very critical and to time critical to disseminate a lot of this breaking news and information to find the truth in the news, because of the dangerous times that we live in. These are very perilous times. Very dangerous, threatening conditions exist, not only in the cryptosphere, but in the atmosphere that we live in, the air that we breathe, the chemtrails that we are ingesting all the time, and the GMO food, and all that list of conspiracies. But we also have the cryptospheric instability and all the cryptospheric conspiracies to go with it, with the bitcosphere, the litcosphere, the ionosphere, and the shitcosphere. Then we have economic conditions that are teeter-tottering all the time, and we're on the verge of financial collapse, and we have many analysts that are charting and talking about various chart patterns and parabolic support and resistance lines and all these different things. And one such person that we came across recently, the Maestro Way, he is one of these figures that came out on the news unit, visited the news unit channel here recently. And he's from Florida down there. He's starting quite an operation there on YouTube. And he's, we thought, well, how does this guy get all these views, And Silver Goldman was allegedly calling him out for being a shill and a troll and one of these truthers and patriots that's kind of part of the circle jerk of corruption, I guess is what he calls it. And we're still looking into this. We're still trying to do some information gathering and some, YouTube journalistic endeavors here a little bit to try to find out the truth in the news. We may have to talk to him later too. But it looks to me like the Maestro Way, we're going to have to expose him here as a reptilian shapeshifter. Now, we're going to do a screen capture here and take a chance on it here. Let's do that, Rich, here. Let me bring up the news unit. Hold on one second here. See if I can get this done right. And there's all this interference now from lack of free speech and press going on. I can't imagine what's next, But anyway, here, look. We've got the news unit up on the screen here. We're going to present this to you, thenewsunit.com. Remember to visit thenewsunit.com, by the way. And if you need crypto hardware wallet supplies, you can click the banner here and go to Superstore online, get a discount through the affiliate link here. You'll help the news unit. You also get a good discount on your purchase, along with a free t-shirt offer. Check out Laser, earning 12% a daily. We'll be talking about that later on another live broadcast. But look at this, guys. The Maestro Way exposed. Silver Goldman was right about this guy. Now, of course, we can neither confirm nor deny the accuracy of all this. It could be possibly, a prima donna type thing and shticklach. But anyway, let's look at it anyway. The question is the Maestro Way a shapeshifter? Is he a reptilian? What is this guy? Some woman here on this channel, Cabin Talk, interviewed this guy, and I couldn't help but notice the facial features. And then I got some screen captures here of this guy. Look at this. Look at this, Rich. What do we got going on here? I mean, we know there's already shapeshifting going on with a lot of these guys that are, shills and trolls on YouTube, and they got some kind of agenda going on here. And just look at this guy. Can you tell me this is suspicious? What do you think? What do you know about these shapeshifters anyway? What's really going on with these people? These reptilians, these Yannis, these Greys. I don't know all the details behind it. I've heard of it. I've never really entered into this, trying to find the truth in this segment of the news. But with Hollywood and all the things combined, look how they can do this trick and play different roles on YouTube. This is all role playing like Dungeons and Dragons. What's going on here, Rich?
Yeah, this is live action role playing LARPing what you're witnessing right now, ladies and gentlemen. And the maestro is contacting, I believe, demons in order to shapeshift into different models and type figures, like you see right here, old Demagarg, Damegarg, and he's looking at a reptilian right there, man. Transgender, man.
And they were talking about all this stuff that he talks about, like false flags, Vegas, all these different things. All these people are intertwined, and she introduces them from Spain How do you like that from Spain? Because we got Tacos 2.0 Trader Glenn over in Spain, right? So there's all these little links going on here. I'm starting to notice all these little connections, and I don't really know how it all is linked together, but it just looks suspicious to me. And you know, today, Rich, when they always tell us if you see something, say something, right? I mean, you have to do that. That is required now, right, for our safety and our protection. So that's what I'm doing. If I see something like this, the Maestro posing as some old Damagard guy from Spain on a YouTube channel, I'm definitely going to say something. Don't you think that's a good idea, Rich? So what is it? Yeah, what is it with these shapeshifters? I mean, what do they actually do? How does this, do you know much about the phenomena or what? Can you give me a little background on it? Have you studied any of that? What's the deal? Is this the government doing this, or how do they work this out? Is this the fallen angels, the Nephilim that have, mixed
I believe
this
it
thing?
is the Nephilim actually, because they intermix with the giants. You got the giants, and you got the angels, and you got the humans. And I believe that
Yeah.
the fallen angels are interlinked with the Maestro way in order to shapeshift into this being that you see right here. It looks extremely similar. All I did is he just dyed his hair,
Well, he
and
sticks a
that's it.
hat on too. They got these little tricks. They put a hat on and stuff, and they make him move around at different angles because they know it's going to make his nose look a little bigger on one shot compared to the other one. But you can see it's pretty obvious, the facial features. I caught other people pulling this stuff too a while back. And we've seen it on YouTube before. A lot of these other channels that are professionals at this stuff. I've never been a pro at catching this stuff, but it was pretty obvious here. So we decided, hey, if you see something, you got to say something about it. So there it is, folks. The Meister way exposed. Silver Goldman was right about this guy. We'll have to watch this shape shifting going on. Why do you think this is happening, Rich? What are they trying to do to us? Are they gang stalking us with this kind of stuff or what?
Yeah, I believe that this is really just an antichrist spirit that has risen straight from the pits of hell. And now we got the Maestro way, which is, using this gang stalking techniques along with this reptilian technology and his alien technology too, in order to have perfect synchronicity
Right.
and be able to shoot us with ADS, or also what is called by the United States military and Navy is active denial system.
Wow.
Yeah, man. Crazy
It's
shit,
gonna.
huh?
These are very, very perilous times, Rich, and we just wanted to break into the listening audience to let them know what's going on here. Because, like we said, if you see something, say something, and remember, your comments and suggestions are always welcome here at thenewsunit.com. So stay tuned for further developments. Any closing comments about this kind of stuff, Rich, that comes to mind?
Now that pretty much covers it right there, Dave.
Okay, well, folks, be on the lookout for threatening conditions. Listen for later statements and warnings right here on the News Unit. And we'll be monitoring things from the News Unit Command Center. Behind the scenes, we'll break in if conditions warrant. This has been an urgent information bulletin broadcast from the newsunit.com. We now return the airways back over to regularly scheduled misinformation broadcasting right here on the YouTube Video Network.
Find love. Alright, niggas, bitches, and hoes. We are playing blind date here in this motherfucker. Basically, this is a game about Dave getting a DSM-5 psychoanalysis Sigmund Freuded existential nihilistically fucked by Andrea. So that sounds really fun, doesn't it now? So let's start. Nigga. Let's do it. Indie games. Indie games. Look, it's Beyonce and Jennifer Lawrence. There goes that faggot Dave right there, waiting for his... Oh shit. Alright. You check your phone, she's 10 minutes late. You're not sure what to do, and discomfort starts to settle in your stomach. Fuck that. Just a caller. There goes Andrea. Or Janet. Maybe that's Janet. Alright, this is perfect. I used to work in mobile apps, but now I've started trading crypto instead. That's Dave right there. I'll say the first option. It's been a very lonely year. You see, this is true because Dave didn't have anything like that, so... Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to it. And we're here on live with Mr. David Casper. Oh, look at that shit. Look at that shit to the left. Right next to Jennifer Lawrence. The Aryan goddess. News unit. We started here. We're gonna trying to figure things out here. Hold on a second. You mean like existentially? Sort of, but not really. Look at that, Jennifer Lawrence is dying. Oh shit. Look at that. How about this? We'll just reverse the question. Or we'll say I'm honestly at a loss for words. Fuck it. What's your miserable existence? Oh man. completely fucking
So that's
got.
Patel
I didn't
Black
think
right
this would
there,
be
my
in
nigga.
Game Maker Studio 2, ladies and gentlemen.
How you doing, my nigga?
Shut up! I need to get the fuck out of here, right? The pills you're messing, cabinet? Oh yeah, you've been crushing up Xanax and shit. You need to get the fuck out of here. Yeah, you're a little fucking piece of shit, Dave. I'll say, you're fucking insane.
Fuck it.
Oh. I don't know why I came here tonight. Or we'll say I need to be accepted, you know. It's fucked up by you anyway. Now, we'll say, but you can.
Join your favorite stars in movies, music, and television. Tony Danza hosts the People's Choice Awards live, CBS next.
I'll ask her what should I do now. We'll see if your solution's gonna help.
People's Choice Awards. Yes, this is the event where you, the public, select your favorites in television, music,
That's
and
just
film.
what I.
I'm Army Archie, and tonight, right
Oh
inside the
shit.
Pasadena
No,
Civic
just say that.
Auditorium is your host for this evening's festivities, the star of Taxi, Who's the Boss, and a People's Choice Award winner, Mr. Tony Danza. And
Wait,
his
will I
guest
ever find love?
rap artist,
Oh, she says no. What a fucking bitch. God damn, I think Nietzsche's talking to me right now. I think it's Arthur Schopenhauer.
Season as the most popular housekeeper in America. From Who's the Boss, here is Tony Danza.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Go ahead. I know you're married, right? I'm married. Can you really clean house? Yeah. Yeah, I think I did. You know, when I was a kid, my mother worked and my father worked, so, you know, you had to clean the house before you got out, that's all. So you must be like the perfect husband. Oh, no, I don't do no more, man. Oh. Hey, easy. But I am the perfect husband. Well, maybe. Okay, I'm not a bad husband, but I think guys have got to be guys, you know? Okay, let's deal with that. Let's deal with that. What makes a good husband? Somebody respects their wife, I guess. Mm-hmm. That's it. I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, you know, I guess you could say a guy that's a good provider or whatever, but I think bottom line, you got to respect you. And sometimes, I'm good. Yeah. Sometimes you're not. Well, you know, but for the most part, yeah, I think I try. That's what's important. So why you? What's with this marriage thing? Let me ask you a question. You know, I noticed Paul is on the show, and that was I don't know. I want to know. I'm on the case. See, I'm like Inspector Clouseau. I want to know who said it first. Was it you who said you got married, or was it her? Who started this rumor? Well, I mean, what's your story, Arsenio? Come clean, man. Come on. Seriously, I mean, it was like a joke that a radio station started, I think, and they. You telling me the truth, man? Yes, a radio station. Somebody mentioned that we had gotten married, and we're very good friends, but I don't think anyone would marry me. Well, you know, you're a young guy. You're only 30. Yeah. So you got some time, man. Yeah, you got a nice wife. I got a great wife, man. I got a great kid. I got 2 great kids. You know, I got a son in college. I got a son. Yeah, I'm not kidding you, man. He's down in San Diego State. So you look too young to have a kid in college. Yeah, huh? Well, you know, I'm hanging in there, but no, I got one. Are you afraid? Are you worried about him going to college? Well, I mean, you know, people say San Diego's not that far, but that's far enough. And not only that, but, you know, San Diego State has a reputation. And I hate to, you know, to further it, but, you know, when adults come up to you and say, oh, wow, party school, man, you know, and your son is going there, that doesn't make you feel great. I took him down to his dormitory down there, you know. He's at this dormitory down there, this real famous place, El Conquistador. He's got hot and cold running women. Yeah, it's you know, I mean, but college is the greatest time of your life. I mean, it was the greatest. I mean, you know, you went to. I went to the University of Dubuque. It was the greatest 4.5 years in the summer school of my life. I'm sorry, I don't mean to stop you, but just the sound of University of Dubuque. Yeah, I went to Dubuque. I went to the Midwest. And I'll tell you something. It's the greatest 4.5 years in the summer school of my life because, you know, up to that time I thought New York was the norm. And then I landed in a cornfield and realized I was wrong, you see? Yeah. So, I mean, it was a terrific experience. I mean, in college is just, even if you don't learn anything, you have, you know, you learn something. You party. But it's a social experience. You know what I mean, Arsenio? It's a social experience. You grow. You get out from underneath your parents' wing. They send you money to have a good time. It's great. Yeah. So that's what I'm doing now. Yeah. What was your major? I was history major.
No, just thinking, you know, because they have that Viagra thing out. Yeah. And the other day, you know, Bob Dole came right out and said he was one of the first. Yeah. And you know, you don't want to hear about Bob Dole's cock, you know. I mean, President Clinton's cock, Bob Dole's cock. What the hell? But mostly, an old man like that, you don't want him to have a super hard cock. You know what I mean? Why? Why? Because an old man, you want him to be got a pipe going, a newspaper, the dog at his feet there. Well, that in some corners is considered pipe. Oh. But now they're going to have to create some goddamn pill that makes women aroused at the sight of a fucking 70-year-old dude with a super hard cock. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. This Viagra. It's insane. And you know what it's for? Impotent people. All right, it's for impotent guys. So get this. I read this. The pill can make your cock hard for 4 hours. Right. So now, who has the 4-hour hard cock? The impotent guy. The rest of us are fucked. Me and you got our regular cocks. Meanwhile, fucking Spade is, you know... Refer to Spade. Oh, man. I didn't see it. I didn't see it coming. Dude, I know you didn't. He brought it all around and then a vicious rib kick into his best friend's gut.
Once there's too much cock talk, I try to just zone out for a minute till it goes back the other way.
Hey, thanks for the donation, dude. I'm not getting manic. I'm okay. I'm talking to my psychiatrist.
You'll never have the sacred stone.
Oh, this you crazy mother.
Where's the fucking basketball shit? Yes. Alright, where's the fucking basketball shit? Yes.
What's happened? Ah, you touched my ass.
DJ pants and
Too much for way too little, I'll tell you that. $500 an hour, 18-hour shifts. Do the math.
Jesus, yeah, we might die.
I'm the only one in the world that can do this properly. That's why I charge them so much.
Okay.
That's my secret. Here, you want to hear a fun story?
Sure.
There's a story about this happened. It's like a military thing. I'm not in the military, but I have family in it. So there's a sub in Russia. It didn't work, okay? The best people in Russia couldn't get it to work. It was brand new. They couldn't get it to work. So this one American comes. He goes, I'll fix it for fucking $20 million cash. They go, if you fix it, you can fucking have it. They don't believe he can fix it. He walks down into the fucking sub. He like walks down to like a certain floor. Goes into the back, goes into the computers and hits one button and walks out, and he won't tell them which button he pressed. He go, how'd you do it? I go, it's not which button I pressed. It cost $20 million to find out what button I pressed to turn it on, and they paid him. I know what button to press. And I don't tell anyone. But I'm working my ass off. Holy shit. I've never fucking, look, I'm from fucking Beverly Hills, dude. I've never fucking been out in a rainstorm. I think I'm gonna die in a hurricane tonight. Well, welcome to Hollywood. My friend, who's the star of it, is from Hollywood, Florida. And I work in Hollywood, California, but I'm from Beverly Hills. Hollywood, California is a little different than Hollywood out here. Holy shit. I've had a long week, dude. I don't want to go into it. I'm done.
This is our story of dissent.
My vote has power. We have to come together. We can't prioritize one issue over the other.
I am.
Chasing
We
EBZ
are
around with monkey sounds.
powerful.
Now, the chasing EBZ around with monkey sounds. 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 Now, the chasing EBZ around with monkey sounds.
I'm his dude. Pussy boy. And now I'm going your channel and he's bitching, he's bringing over his little pussy boy fuck niggers over here. Fuck both of them, Gamble's cat and Schmiggy. They're both fucking snitches.
Smitty, I knew it. I knew something was wrong with Smitty when I saw him come in. I knew he was the snitch. His name just sounds like snitch, smiggity, snitchity. He sounds like a mouse's name.
Schmiggy's a big donator. I would be fucking careful to be snitchity, bitchity, goddamn dead snitch, bitch boy. Yeah, they're fucking, dude. They're all in the same group, dude. Goddamn.
I'm his dude.
Pussy boy. And now I'm going your channel and he's bitching, he's bringing over his little pussy boy fuck niggers over here. Fuck both of them, Gamble's cat and Schmiggy. They're both fucking snitches.
Smitty, I knew it. I knew something was wrong with Smitty when I saw him come in. I knew he was the snitch. His name just sounds like snitch, smiggity, snitchity. He sounds like a mouse's name.
Schmiggy's a big donator. I would be fucking careful to be snitchity, bitchity, goddamn dead snitch, bitch boy. Yeah, they're fucking, dude. They're all in the same group, dude. Dude, they're like Beavis and Butthead rolling over there talking about. I told Gamble a long time ago, and you know what? The more fucking attention that we give to Gamble, right?
Wait, did you hear what he said?
I understand we're giving him a little bit of clout.
Yeah, but did you hear what he just said? What he just said? We're giving him more than he deserves.
I didn't hear him. What is that?
He just defended Schmiggity. He's on Smiggity's team. He just defended him. Tell us what you know about him, Garnival Cat. What do you know about Schmiggity?
I'll tell you right now.
Is he?
I'll tell you right now.
Did he do a chat arms race?
Let me talk. The man probably donated $100 to you in the past 2 weeks. The man's a big donator and just wants to have fun. And guys like Dan Lanner who want to sit here and play games in the chat against Schmiggy chase people away, and that's why you don't get the donos you deserve.
It's called a chat arms race. Hold on, guys. Hold on. It's a chat arms race. It's a chat war. It's a media war, whatever. It's a war over clout.
He can't use headphones. That's the kind of guy you want in your army, VP? A guy who can't use fucking headphones? Is that what we're dealing with?
Think about it.
Oh, I can't use headphones, but I'm royal. Fuck you, bitch.
You can't even use headphones. You're 100 years old. We need an army. We need to rise up. What are you gonna rise up?
So if I can use headphones and I can suck dick like a good little faggot, I should be like you. You couldn't even stick up for him when BP got cornered. He got cornered by that other motherfucker and you just fucking laying there like a little pussy boy. God damn it, boy. Shut the fuck up, run your goddamn goggles. Oh, fuck your goddamn grandmother and goddamn calling my sperm burrito. Fuck you. You left him motherfucking cornered, bitch.
Right.
Dude, nobody had his fucking back. That's why I fucking
Yeah.
got on Discord.
How's it feel to be cornered?
He had his back. Nobody else had his back. I got in there. I said, fuck that shit. Nobody's gonna fucking beat the shit out of my homie and fucking act like nothing's happening, bitch boy. What did you say? What did you say when that nigga got there and started throwing this goddamn cock holster? You sat there silently. Hey, fight or flight, pussy boy.
Yeah, don't talk about fight or flight, because that's real PTSD, something you don't know nothing about, old man. So don't even talk, old man.
Yeah, shut up, bitch.
You don't know shit about it, old man.
Yeah, fuck you, dude. I've been in the goddamn fuck you.
A little too much like Deliverance. Is that your boyfriend? Oh, let's get back to Discord. You guys still here? Did we get to... Wait, guys. Fidgetron. This guy's our new perspective Discord general, Fidgetron. We need you to... I just need a... Sorry, this is just a formality. It's just a formality, Fidgetron. I just need to know that... Hear you say that you swear to God. Raise your... You swear to God that you will white knight for me. And white knight for me, and... Just say it out loud. Say the oath. Oh, he really can't speak loud, because... Okay.
Oh, fuck you, pussy. Dude, I'm telling you, dude, he's a liar. Shut up. Fucking liar.
No, this is a new guy. Wait, do you know this guy? Do you know Fidgetron? Do you know Jaltana already? That escalated.
Really? That's kind of weird. What did I do to you? Fuck, homie.
You're making a bad impression, Fidgetron. You're making a bad impression, dude.
I don't know who the fuck Fight Room is. Who the fuck is Fight Room?
That's what I'm talking about. That's the guy that said that weird comment about... He made a comment about... Or that he made that perverted comment. Are you fat? Fidgetron, are you fat?
Which one was that?
You saying he's fat? Is he fat, Jaltana? Are you fat?
I don't know about his physical appearance. I'm just saying, dude.
I thought you said he was fat.
Sit there and run his fucking cock hole through motherfucker. I'll put a dick in that motherfucker.
Yeah.
You wanna run it, bitch boy? Fucking run it, motherfucker. You fucking with the wrong one, pussy boy.
It's again like Deliverance. A little too much like Deliverance.
You watch sleep at what time do the whales sleep at night? At least I fucking understand what time whales sleep at night.
Oh. Oh my God! You're gonna take that was savage.
You tell me what
that was savage, Jaltana. He called Fidgetrum's wife a whale. He said, "What a."
Something fucking. I might fucking even call her Dolphin. That bitch gets up off her goddamn couch and fucking watch a little Barry Springer eat a couple bonbons. Fuck that, cunt whore.
Shut up, bonbons.
That
You're like 30 years old.
That was bad.
What happened? Then I hurt your goddamn butthole, boy. I didn't spit in it before I shoved my big long titties dick in that ass. What the fuck happened there? Now you're pissed off? What you gonna do about it, bitch? Other than you motherfucking goggles, the pussy boy. What you gonna do, bitch?
Hey, Al Bundy, the 80s is over, Al Bundy. Peg Bundy's out on the couch and bonbons are done.
That goggles, you're just like a good bitch. You know what? I'm gonna give you a motherfucking Chinese name. One gone, pussy boy. One gone, walk a motherfucking hole in that soul, goddamn big rocks, nigga. Fuck you, with a hard R. You know the goddamn fucking... the goddamn pirate's favorite letter, it's not the C, bitch. It's the R, because I'm a fucking hard-ass nigga R. Fuck you, pussy boy. You goddamn wanna run your fucking tacos for the things you're talking to the wrong one.
You're an old man. You would have a heart attack in a fight. Talk to this other guy. Fight room, so how you doing, man? Talk to
I don't know, man. I'm an old man with a big fucking foot to shove straight up your young ass, pussy boy.
Alright. Shut up, pussy boy. You're done. Like, nobody wants to talk to you. So, fight room, you want to talk to VP? Like, talk to VP. Why should you be mod? Since I'm not a mod, apparently.
He can talk to Jaltana. Yeah, that's basically it, though. Make him swear to God. Swear to the Lord.
Hey, VP, I don't want to fucking sit. I don't want to have these. No, fuck him. Fuck him. I don't want to have this back and forth.
If he swears to God, then we can trust him, right?
I don't have the patience. I want to have a con. What? Oh, yeah, bullshit. Yeah, that's always fucking worked in the past.
Well, I guess that's true. Yeah, it doesn't. The hold your fire. He's one of us. He just yeah.
Okay.
So she steps out and sees some guy lying and his helmet and the bike, and she wants to take the helmet to put it on the side so it will not get kicked by other cars. She takes the helmet. Can you shut up and listen one second? So, wait.
Check your phone.
And she
I'm in the thread.
takes the helmet to put it at the bike, but the head was in the helmet because the guy slid under the security rails.
But your friend picked off some guy's head?
No, what the fuck this motherfucker said?
I think he's saying his friend's a necrophiliac.
She wanted to just put the helmet.
His friend's a
in the bike,
necrophiliac.
but the head of the biker was in the helmet.
That's disgusting.
I don't know how the fuck my goddamn microphone's going through my shit.
He slid under the security rail of the highway. You know, the grabbing rails. I don't know the English.
Your friend's crazy. The guardrail, guard fence, barrier fence thing. Sorry, I have push to talk, guys.
Barriers.
So you saw a dead body, or you and your friend saw a dead body. That's what happened.
Yeah, my friend, she picked up the helmet and there was a head inside. What the
I'm sorry.
Your friend's a crazy.
Died around here.
It's motorcycles, guys. Motorcycles are dangerous.
No child should be subjected to that shit, dude. No child should be subjected.
Okay, Atlanta, you can continue your rant.
No. Jay Atlanta, please.
Excuse me?
Go on a motorcycle, Jay Atlanta, please, and drive really fast and hopefully.
Why the fuck are you talking to me, homie?
God, please, go on a motorcycle, Jay Atlanta, drive really fast, please, Jay Atlanta.
I think it's that furry.
Motorcycle and drive really fast. Okay.
You sounds low. You sound low to me too.
Drive really fast. We want to see what happens, Jay Atlanta. Please, get the jitterbug out, get on a motorcycle and go. Go.
Come on, too soon after the motorcycle death. Gardenville Cat, too soon.
Yeah.
I don't know, right?
It's serious, guys. We need to protect ourselves when we're driving and traveling. No, I want you to do the opposite. I want you to drive a car and wear a seatbelt and practice safe, responsible driving. Don't listen to him. He's telling you he's being satire. You know, like a wise guy, basically. Sarcastic. What's this picture you're trying to send me, Jotan? I can't. If you can DM it on Discord, attach it in the. But if it's, make sure it's in the DM thread.
Otherwise, what I can do now is I can actually do Google Hangouts with you, and we can have a conversation one-on-one. But we can't have it right now because, dude, it's fucking everybody's fucked up and fucking chatting and all that bullshit. So, for us to have a real conversation, we're gonna have to do it over fucking Google Hangouts. So I'll just send you a Google Hangout through the phone number, and we'll have to go from there. But until then, we might as well fucking have fun with it, make some money. Fuck it.
Okay, right. All that stuff, right. We need to increase revenue. We need to increase revenue.
Can you explain how you're gonna make him money, by the way? We never heard the business.
Yeah, what's the plan? Yeah. It involves taking down Garnival.
Oh.
It's not, hey, dude, it's not for you. Your fucking virgin ears is not for you, dude. It's just like fucking goddamn Eisenstein got shot. You know, he fucking gave a fucking major $600. Dude, you thought that shit was real, bitch? You thought that shit wasn't planned? You thought that shit was fucking, fuck off. You'll be the next motherfuckers.
You'd be surprised at the stuff that's not scripted that people think everything is scripted in life. It's weird.
No, I believe someone that's not, dude. Hey, no, I agree with you wholeheartedly.
It's not hard for the chat to get you in life-threatening trouble, I found.
Oh.
100% behind you and all your stuff, Jatana. We'll do whatever you want. You saved us from Stu. You Jaltana defeated Stu. Jaltana helped us win. You helped us beat an incel. So you're good. You got valor, man.
Yikes.
The effort you put into, he put in a massive effort one night to psychologically, that's psychologically the last bullet in Stu.
You haven't done anything wrong. You know what? I'll respect the fuck out of you. Because you know what? This is your passion. This is your dream. And I believe in you. And you know, somebody who believes in you and I can fund you. And I can I've got the backing. I've got everything it takes to make something of your career. I have the funding, I have the backing, I have everything that it needs to grow. I'm telling you right now, you better trust in 3,000. Gamble fucked up, that's why he's 3,000.
Trust in 3,000.
He's a 3,000 litter bug.
New chat general 3,000.
Shit on the ground. I'm telling you right now, motherfucking Gamble fucked up because I was gonna help him out. But all of a sudden he fucked me over. And I was like, you know what? Fuck you. I'm
that's
trying to
why,
make money and I'm trying to invest.
There you go again.
Yeah, Willab was compromised. Willab was.
And I want you to donate to VP and stop running your mouth being drunk and old.
Yes, but have you understood the fact that sometimes your chat, especially 3,000, can get you into some promising positions.
The eighth.
Main board, you're bragging about what has been done. We want to do the same thing we did last year, this year. That's our proposal. If it's good then, it's good now, and it won't shut down the government.
Chuck, we can build a
But
much
that's it.
bigger section
Let's
with
debate.
more money.
Let's debate in private. Okay?
Border security, of which the wall is just a piece.
When the president brags that he won North Dakota and Indiana, he's in real trouble.
I did. Let me say this.
We did win North Dakota.
This is most unfortunate.
North Dakota and Indiana.
Market's in a mood. Our members are always...
Experts say you can do border security without a wall, which is wasteful and doesn't solve the problem.
It totally solves the problem. And it's very important.
This is spiraled downward when we came at a place to say, how do we meet the needs of American people who have needs? The economy has, people are losing their jobs, the market's in a mood. Our members are already...
Well, we have the lowest unemployment that we've had in 50 years.
50 people of the Republican Party are losing their offices now because of the transition.
I'm calling on Father's Day, and the book that I thought of because of that was The World According to Garp. My dad read it when he was around the same age as me. I was 13 or 14, and he told me, I think you'd like this book. I start reading it, and I'm like, holy crap, this is absolutely hilarious at that age because it had all this stuff about castration and falling in love for the first time, basically all the essential elements of life, right? And it was something really funny to talk about with my dad.
A Son of the Circus by John Irving. Copyright 1994 by Garp Enterprises Limited. And performance copyright 1994 by Brilliance Corporation. All rights reserved.
Author's notes. This novel isn't about India. I don't know India. I was there only once for less than a month. When I was there, I was struck by the country's foreignness. It remains obdurately foreign to me. But long before I went to India, I began to imagine a man who has been born there and has moved away. I imagined a character who keeps coming back again and again. He's compelled to keep returning, yet with each return trip, his sense of India's foreignness only deepens. India remains unyieldingly foreign, even to him. My Indian friend said, make him an Indian, definitely an Indian, but not an Indian. They told me that everywhere he goes, including where he lives, outside India, should also strike him as foreign. The point is, he's always the foreigner. You just have to get the details right, they said. I went to India at the request of Martin Bell and his wife, Mary Ellen Mark. Martin and Mary Ellen asked me to write a screenplay for them about the child performers in an Indian circus. I've been working on that screenplay and this novel simultaneously for more than 4 years. As of this writing, I'm revising the screenplay, which is also titled A Son of the Circus, although it isn't the same story as the novel. Probably I'll continue to rewrite the screenplay until the film is produced, if the film is produced. Martin and Mary Ellen took me to India. In a sense, they began A Son of the Circus. I also owe a great deal to those Indian friends who were with me in Bombay in January of 1990. I'm thinking of Ananda Jai Singh particularly, and to those members of the Great Royal Circus who gave me so much of their time when I was living with a circus in Junagadh. Most of all, I'm indebted to 4 Indian friends who've read and reread the manuscript. Their efforts to overcome my ignorance and a multitude of errors made my writing possible. I want to acknowledge them by name. Their importance to A Son of the Circus is immeasurable. My thanks to Dayanita Singh in New Delhi, to Farooq Chothia in Bombay, to Dr. Abraham Verghese in El Paso, Texas, and to Rita Matur in Toronto. I would also like to thank my friend Michael Ondaatje, who introduced me to Rohinton Mystery. It was Rohinton who introduced me to Rita. And my friend James Salter has been extremely tolerant and good-humored in allowing me to make mischievous use of several passages from his elegant novel, A Sport and a Pastime. Thanks, Jim. As always, I have other writers to thank. My friend Peter Matheson, who read the earliest draft and wisely suggested surgery. My friends David Colicchio, Craig Nova, Gail Godwin, and Ron Hansen, not to mention his twin brother Rob, also suffered through earlier drafts. And I'm indebted to Ved Mehta for his advice through correspondence. As usual, I have more than one doctor to thank, too. For his careful reading of the penultimate draft, my thanks to Dr. Martin Schwartz in Toronto. In addition, I'm grateful to Dr. Sherwin Nulland in Hamden, Connecticut, and to Dr. Burton Burson in New York. They provided me with the clinical studies of achondroplasia. The generosity of June Callwood and of John Flannery, the director of nursing at Casey House in Toronto, is also much appreciated. And over the 4 years I've been writing A Son of the Circus, the work of 3 assistants has been outstanding: Heather Cochran, Allison Rivers, and Alan Reeder. But there's only one reader who's read or heard aloud every draft of this story, my wife Janet. For literally the thousands of pages she's endured, not to mention her tolerance of enforced travel, I thank her with all my love. Lastly, I want to express my affection for my editor, Harvey Ginsberg, who officially retired before I handed him the 1,100-page manuscript. Retired or not, Harvey edited me. I repeat, I don't know India, and A Son of the Circus isn't about India. It is, however, a novel set in India, a story about an Indian but not an Indian, for whom India will always remain an unknown and unknowable country. If I've managed to get the details right, my Indian friends deserve the credit. Those of you familiar with the Willingdon Club in Bombay will recognize the fictional Duckworth Club in this novel, and especially those of you familiar with Lady Willingdon, Lord Willingdon's wife. Lord Willingdon was the founder of the club and the governor of Maharashtra. You will recall that Lady Willingdon suffered from an embarrassing affliction. She was a kleptomaniac. Worse, she stole from the Willingdon Club anything she could get her hands on. Cutlery, tennis trophies, snooker balls, you name it, she stole it. And it fell to Lord Willingdon to return to the club those items he could find from his wife's vast treasury of thievery. When I was in Bombay, I was touched by this story, and I wished for Lady Willingdon that she might have suffered a less embarrassing, more dignified vice than kleptomania. With that in mind, I changed her name to Lady Duckworth and made her an exhibitionist. Exhibitionism, at least when you compare it to kleptomania, is relatively charming.
For Salman, a son of the circus. 1. The crow on the ceiling fan. Blood from dwarfs. Usually the dwarfs kept bringing him back to the circus and back to India. The doctor was familiar with the feeling of leaving Bombay for the last time. Almost every time he left India, he vowed that he'd never come back. Then the years would pass, as a rule, not more than 4 or 5, and once again he'd be taking the long flight from Toronto. That he was born in Bombay was not the reason. At least, this was what the doctor claimed. Both his mother and father were dead. His sister lived in London, his brother in Zurich. The doctor's wife was Austrian, and their children and grandchildren lived in England and in Canada. None of them wanted to live in India. They rarely visited the country, nor had a single one of them been born there. But the doctor was fated to go back to Bombay. He would keep returning again and again, if not forever, at least for as long as there were dwarfs in the circus. Achondroplastic dwarfs comprise the majority of circus clowns in India. They are the so-called circus midgets, but they're not midgets, they're dwarfs. Achondroplasia is the most common type of short-limbed dwarfism. An achondroplastic dwarf can be born of normal parents, but the dwarf's children have a 50% chance of being dwarfs. This type of dwarfism is most often the result of a rare genetic event, a spontaneous mutation, which then becomes a dominant characteristic in the dwarf's children. No one has...
Animal Farm by George Orwell. Read by Timothy West. Mr. Jones of the Manor Farm had locked the hen houses for the night, but was too drunk to remember to shut the pop holes. With the ring of light from his lantern dancing from side to side, he lurched across the yard, kicked off his boots at the back door, drew himself a last glass of beer from the barrel in the scullery, and made his way up to bed, where Mrs. Jones was already snoring. As soon as the light in the bedroom went out, there was a stirring and a fluttering all through the farm buildings. Word had gone round during the day that old Major, the prize middle white boar, had had a strange dream on the previous night and wished to communicate it to the other animals. It had been agreed that they should all meet in the big barn as soon as Mr. Jones was safely out of the way. Old Major, so he was always called, though the name under which he had been exhibited was Willingdon Beauty, was so highly regarded on the farm that everyone was quite ready to lose an hour's sleep in order to hear what he had to say. At one end of the big barn, on a sort of raised platform, Major was already ensconced on his bed of straw, under a lantern which hung from a beam. He was 12 years old and had lately grown rather stout, but he was still a majestic-looking pig, with a wise and benevolent appearance, in spite of the fact that his tushes had never been cut. Before long, the other animals began to arrive and make themselves comfortable after their different fashions. First came the 3 dogs, Bluebell, Jessie, and Pincher, and then the pigs, who settled down in the straw immediately in front of the platform. The hens perched themselves on the windowsills, the pigeons fluttered up to the rafters, the sheep and cows lay down behind the pigs and began to chew the cud. The 2 cart horses, Boxer and Clover, came in together, walking very slowly and setting down their vast hairy hoofs with great care, lest there should be some small animal concealed in the straw. Clover was a stout, motherly mare approaching middle life, who had never quite got her figure back after her fourth foal. Boxer was an enormous beast, nearly 18 hands high, and as strong as any two ordinary horses put together. A white stripe down his nose gave him a somewhat stupid appearance, and in fact he was not of first-rate intelligence, but he was universally respected for his steadiness of character and tremendous powers of work. After the horses came Muriel, the white goat, and Benjamin, the donkey. Benjamin was the oldest animal on the farm and the worst-tempered. He seldom talked, and when he did, it was usually to make some cynical remark. For instance, he would say that God had given him a tail to keep the flies off, but that he would sooner have had no tail and no flies. Alone among the animals on the farm, he never laughed. If asked why, he would say that he saw nothing to laugh at. Nevertheless, without openly admitting it, he was devoted to Boxer. The two of them usually spent their Sundays together in the small paddock beyond the orchard, grazing side by side and never speaking. The two horses had just lain down when a brood of ducklings, which had lost their mother, filed into the barn, cheeping feebly and wandering from side to side to find some place where they would not be trodden on. Clover made a sort of wall round her foreleg, and the ducklings nestled down inside it and promptly fell asleep. At the last moment, Molly, the foolish, pretty white mare who drew Mr. Jones's trap, came mincing daintily in, chewing at a lump of sugar. She took a place near the front and began flirting her white mane, hoping to draw attention to the red ribbons it was plaited with. Last of all came the cat, who looked round, as usual, for the warmest place, and finally squeezed herself in between Boxer and Clover. There she purred contentedly throughout Major's speech, without listening to a word of what he was saying. All the animals were now present, except Moses, the tame raven, who slept on a perch behind the back door. When Major saw that they'd all made themselves comfortable and were waiting attentively, he cleared his throat and began, "Comrades, you have already heard about the strange dream that I had last night. But I will come to the dream later. I have something else to say first. I do not think, comrades, that I shall be with you for many months longer, and before I die, I feel it my duty to pass on to you such wisdom as I have acquired. I have had a long life. I have had much time for thought as I lay alone in my stall, and I think I may say that I understand the nature of life on this earth as well as any animal now living. It is about this that I wish to speak to you. Now, comrades, what is the nature of this life of ours? Let us face it, our lives are miserable, laborious, and short. We are born, we are given just so much food as will keep the breath in our bodies, and those of us who are capable of it are forced to work to the last atom of our strength. And the very instant that our usefulness has come to an end, we are slaughtered with hideous cruelty. No animal in England knows the meaning of happiness or leisure after he is a year old. No animal in England is free. The life of an animal is misery and slavery. That is the plain truth. But is this simply part of the order of nature? Is it because this land of ours is so poor that it cannot afford a decent life to those who dwell upon it? No, comrades. 1,000 times no. The soil of England is fertile. Its climate is good. It is capable of affording food in abundance to an enormously greater number of animals than now inhabit it. This single farm of ours would support 12 horses, 20 cows, hundreds of sheep, and all of them living in a comfort and a dignity that are now almost beyond our imagining. Why, then, do we continue in this miserable condition? Because nearly the whole of the produce of our labor is stolen from us by human beings. There, comrades, is the answer to all our problems. It is summed up in a single word: man. Man is the only real enemy we have. remove man from the scene, and the root cause of hunger and overwork is abolished forever. Man is the only creature that consumes without producing. He does not give milk, he does not lay eggs, he is too weak to pull the plow, he cannot run fast enough to catch rabbits, yet he is lord of all the animals. He sets them to work, he gives back to them the bare minimum that will prevent them from starving, and the rest he keeps for himself. Our labor tills the soil, our dung fertilizes it, and yet there is not one of us that owns more than his bare skin. You cows that I see before me, how many thousands of gallons of milk have you given during this last year? And what has happened to that milk which should have been breeding up sturdy calves? Every drop of it has gone down the throats of our enemies. And you hens, how many eggs have you laid in this last year, and how many of those eggs ever hatched into chickens? The rest have all gone to market to bring in money for Jones and his men. And you, Clover, where are those 4 foals you bore, who should have been the support and pleasure of your old age? Each was sold at a year old. You will never see one of them again. In return for your 4 confinements and all your labor in the fields, what have you ever had except your bare rations and a stall? And even the miserable lives we lead are not allowed to reach their natural span. For myself, I do not grumble, for I am one of the lucky ones. I am 12 years old and have had over 400 children. Such is the natural life of a pig. But no animal escapes the cruel knife. You young porkers who are sitting in front of me, every one of you will scream your lives out at the block within a year. To that horror we all must come. Cows, pigs, hens, sheep, everyone. Even the horses and the dogs have no better fate. You, boxer, the very day that those great muscles of yours lose their power, Jones will sell you to the knacker, who will cut your throat and boil you down for the foxhounds. As for the dogs, when they grow old and toothless, Jones ties a brick round their necks and drowns them in the nearest pond. Is it not crystal clear, comrades, that all the evils of this life of ours spring from the tyranny of human beings? Only get rid of man, and the produce of our labor would be our own. Almost overnight, we could become rich and free. What, then, must we do? Why, work night and day, body and soul, for the overthrow of the human race. That is my message to you, comrades. Rebellion. I do not know when that rebellion will come. It might be in a week or in 100 years. But I know, as surely as I see this straw beneath my feet, that sooner or later justice will be done. Fix your eyes on that, comrades, throughout the short remainder of your lives. And above all, pass on this message of mine to those who come after you, so that future generations shall carry on the struggle until it is victorious. And remember, comrades, your resolution must never falter. No argument must lead you astray. Never listen when they tell you that man and the animals have a common interest, that the prosperity of the one is the prosperity of the others. It is all lies. Man serves the interests of no creature except himself. And among us animals, let there be perfect unity, perfect comradeship in the struggle. All men are enemies. All animals are comrades. At this moment, there was a tremendous uproar. While Major was speaking, 4 large rats had crept out of their holes and were sitting on their hindquarters, listening to him. The dogs had suddenly caught sight of them, and it was only by a swift dash for their holes that the rats saved their lives. Major raised his trotter for silence. "Comrades," he said, "here is a point that must be settled. The wild creatures, such as rats and rabbits, are they our friends or our enemies? let us put it to the vote. I propose this question to the meeting. Are rats comrades? The vote was taken at once, and it was agreed by an overwhelming majority that rats were comrades. There were only 4 dissentients, the 3 dogs and the cat, who was afterwards discovered to have voted on both sides. Major continued, I have little more to say. I merely repeat, remember always your duty of enmity towards man and all his ways. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon 4 legs, or has wings, is a friend. And remember also that in fighting against man, we must not come to resemble him. Even when you have conquered him, do not adopt his vices. No animal must ever live in a house, or sleep in a bed, or wear clothes, or drink alcohol, or smoke tobacco, or touch money, or engage in trade. All the habits of man are evil. And above all, no animal must ever tyrannize over his own kind. Weak or strong, clever or simple, we are all brothers. No animal must ever kill any other animal. All animals are equal. And now, comrades, I will tell you about my dream of last night. I cannot describe that dream to you. It was a dream of the earth as it will be when man has vanished. But it reminded me of something that I had long forgotten. Many years ago, when I was a little pig, my mother and the other sows used to sing an old song of which they knew only the tune and the first 3 words. I had known that tune in my infancy, but it had long since passed out of my mind. Last night, however, it came back to me in my dream. And what is more, the words of the song also came back. Words, I am certain, which were sung by the animals of long ago, and have been lost to memory for generations. I will sing you that song now, comrades. I am old.
Many years ago, me mother sang a song to me in tones so sweet and low. Just a simple little ditty in her good old Irish way, and I'd give the world if she could sing that song to me this day. That's an Irish lullaby. Often dreams I wander to that cot again. I feel her softly hugging me as when she held me then. And I hear her voice a-humming to me as in days of yore, when she used to rock me fast asleep outside the cabin door. Tooralooraloora, tooralooralai, tooralooraloora. Hush now, don't you cry. Tooralooraloora, That's an Irish lullaby. Tooraloora, tooraloora, tooraloora. Hush now, don't you cry.
If it were easy to make money in the stock market,
that's an Irish
Pretty sure I'm maniacal, but what do I know? I don't know. All I know is what I see through my monocle. That and the telescope keep one lens on the money float, the others golden compliments. So trusty, well. I'm rolling down hills in a suit through the mud. Burn my dress shoes in the fire with the wood. Sit back and relax with the fumes of everything I hate in the world. Play Mozart, smoke my cigar on. Play a steak, keep the cars parked on the front lawn. Neighbors tape, place duct tape underneath the.
My voice is hoarse, but when I have taught you the tune, you can sing it.
Left brain and right brain divided. Set frames and watch plays inside it. And I'm out to snatch where you find it. I smell a breeze in the morning. I feel your presence this morning. I paid attention to warnings, but we were too caught up at transforming. Ghetto in here, flash it. Ooh, them boys stay nasty. Floating like Aladdin. Them good ones you talking to. Ghetto in here.
It better for yourselves. It is called Beasts of England. The Major cleared his throat and began to sing. As he had said, his voice was hoarse, but he sang well enough. And it was a stirring tune, something between Clementine and La Cucaracha. The words ran, Beasts of England, beasts of Ireland, beasts of every land and clime, hearken to my joyful tidings of the golden future time. Soon or late the day is coming, tyrant man shall be o'erthrown, and the fruitful fields of England shall be trod by beasts alone. Rings shall vanish from our noses, and the harness from our back. Bit and spur shall rust. Here is a point that must be settled. The wild creatures, such as rats, rabbits, are they our friends or our enemies? Let us put it to the vote. I propose this question to the meeting. Are rats comrades? The vote was taken at once, and it was agreed by an overwhelming majority that rats were comrades. There were only 4 dissentients, the 3 dogs and the cat. Major continued, I have little more to say. I merely repeat, remember always your duty of enmity towards man and woman. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. Whatever goes upon 4 legs or has wings is a friend. And remember also, in fighting against man, we must not come to resemble. Even when you have conquered him, do not adopt his vices. No animal must ever live in a house, sleep in a bed, or wear clothes, or drink alcohol, or smoke tobacco, or touch money, or engage in trade. All the habits of man are evil. And above all, no animal must ever tyrannize over his own kind. Weak or strong, clever or simple, we are all brothers. No animal must ever kill any other animal. All animals are equal. And now, comrades, I will tell you about my dream of last night. I cannot describe that dream to you. It was a dream of the earth as it will be when man has vanished. But it reminded me of something that I had long forgotten. Many years ago, when I was a little pig, my mother and the other sows used to sing an old song of which they knew only the tune and the first 3 words. I had known that tune in my infancy, but it had long since passed out of my mind. Last night, however, it came back to me in my dream. And what is more, the words of the song also came back. Words, I am certain, which were sung by the animals of long ago and had been lost to memory for generations. I will sing you that song now, comrades. I am old and my voice is hoarse, but when I have taught you the tune, you can sing it better for yourselves. It is called Beasts of England. Old Major cleared his throat and began to sing. As he had said, his voice was hoarse, but he sang well enough. And it was a stirring tune, something between Clementine and La Cucaracha. The words ran, Beasts of England, beasts of Ireland, beasts of every land and clime, hearken to my joyful tidings of the golden future time. Soon or late the day is coming, tyrant man shall be o'erthrown, and the fruitful fields of England shall be trod by beasts alone. Rings shall vanish from our noses, and the harness from our back. Bit and spur shall rust forever, cruel whips no more shall crack. Riches more than mind can picture, wheat and barley, oats and hay, clover beans and mangel wurzels shall be ours upon that day. Bright will shine the fields of England, purer shall its waters be, sweeter yet shall blow its breezes on the day that sets us free. For that day we all must labor, though we die before it break. Cows and horses, geese and turkeys, all must toil for freedom's sake. Beasts of England, beasts of Ireland, beasts of every land and clime, hearken well and spread my tidings of the golden future time. The singing of this song through the animals is a song, this message of mine to those who come after you. so that future generations shall carry on the struggle until it is victorious. Remember, your resolution must never fall. No argument must lead you astray. Never listen when they tell you that man and the animals have a common interest, that the prosperity of the one is the prosperity of the others. It is all lies. Man serves the interests of no creature except himself. And among us animals, let there be perfect unity, perfect comradeship in the struggle. All men are enemies. All animals are comrades. At this moment, there was a tremendous uproar. While Major was speaking, 4 large rats crept out of their holes and were sitting on their hindquarters, listening. The dogs had suddenly caught sight of them, and it was only by a swift dash for their holes that the rats saved their lives. Major raised his trotting sights. "Comrades," he said, "here is a point that must be settled. The wild creatures, such as rats and rabbits, are they our friends or our enemies? Let us put it to the vote. I propose this question to the meeting. Are rats comrades?" The vote was taken at once, and it was agreed by an overwhelming majority that rats were comrades. There were only 4 dissentients, the 3 dogs and the cat, who was afterwards discovered to have voted on both. Major continued, "I have little more to say. I merely repeat, remember always your duty of enmity towards man."
So who are you?
Whatever.
I am job board, and I like aliens, birds, and the postal service.
This is the egg, the dog, the Schmiggy. I like tacos.
We must not come to resemble. Even when we have conquered them, do not adopt. No animal must ever live in a house.
You ever notice nobody can help me?
Wear clothes, drink alcohol, smoke tobacco, or touch mud.
So here you.
or engage in trade. All the habits of man are evil. And above all, no animal must ever tyrannize over his own kind. Weak or strong, clever or simple, we are all brothers. No animal must ever kill any other. All animals are equal. And now, comrades, I will tell you about my dream of last night. I cannot describe that dream to you. It was a dream of the earth as it will be when man has vanished. But it reminded me of something that I had long forgotten. Many years ago, when I was a little kid, my mother and the other cows used to sing an old song of which they knew only the tune and the first three words. I had known that tune in my infancy, but it had long since passed out of my mind. Last night, however, it came back in a dream. And what is more, the words also came back. Words, I am certain, which were sung by the animals of long ago, and have been lost to memory for generations. I will sing you that song now, comrades. I am old, and my voice is hoarse, but when I have taught you the tune, you can sing it better for yourselves. It is called Beasts of England. Old Major cleared his throat and began to sing. As he had said, his voice was hoarse, but he sang well enough. And it was a stirring tune, something between Clementine and La Cucaracha. The words ran, beasts of England, beasts of Ireland, beasts of every land and clime, hearken to my joyful tidings of the golden future time. Soon or late the day is coming, tyrant man shall be o'erthrown, and the fruitful fields of England shall be trod by beasts alone. Rings shall vanish from our noses, and the harness from our back. Bit and spur shall rust forever, cruel whips no more shall crack. Riches more than mind can picture, wheat and barley, oats and hay, clover, beans, and mangel wurzels shall be ours upon that day. Bright will shine the fields of England, purer shall its waters be, sweeter yet shall blow its breezes on the day that sets us free. For that day we all must labor, though we die before it break. Cows and horses, geese and turkeys, all must toil for freedom's sake. Beasts of England, beasts of Ireland, beasts of every land and clime, hearken well and spread my tidings of the golden future time. The singing of this song threw the animals into the wildest excitement. Almost before Major had reached the end, they had begun singing it for themselves. Even the stupidest of them had already picked up the tune and a few of the words. And as for the clever ones, such as the pigs and dogs, they had the entire song by heart within a few minutes. And then, after a few preliminary tries, the whole farm burst out into Beasts of England in tremendous unison. The cows lowed it, the dogs whined it, the sheep bleated it, the horses whinnied it, the ducks quacked it. They were so delighted with the song that they sang it right through 5 times in succession, and might have continued singing it all night if they had not been interrupted. Unfortunately, the uproar awoke Mr. Jones, who sprang out of bed, making sure that there was a fox in the yard.
Shakespeare.
He seized the gun, which had always stood in the corner of his bedroom, and let fly a charge of number 6 shot into the darkness. Pellets buried themselves in the wall of the barn, and the meeting broke up. Everyone fled into sleep. Birds jumped onto their perches, the animals settled down in the straw, and the whole farm was asleep. 3 nights later, old Major died peacefully in his sleep. His body was buried at the foot of the orchard. This was early in March. During the next 3 months, there was much secret activity. Major's speech had given to the more intelligent animals on the farm a completely new outlook on life. They did not know when the rebellion predicted by Major would take place. They had no reason for thinking that it would be within their own lifetime, but they saw clearly that it was their duty to prepare for it. The work of teaching and organizing the others fell naturally upon the pigs, who were generally recognized as being the cleverest of the animals. Preeminent among the pigs were 2 young boars named Snowball and Napoleon, whom Mr. Jones was breeding up for sale. Napoleon was a large, rather fierce-looking Berkshire boar, the only Berkshire on the farm. Not much of a talker, but with a reputation for getting his own way. Snowball was a more vivacious pig than Napoleon, quicker in speech and more inventive, but was not considered to have the same depth of character. All the other male pigs on the farm were porkers. The best known among them was a small fat pig named Squealer, with very round cheeks, twinkling eyes, nimble movements, and a shrill voice. He was a brilliant talker, and when he was arguing some difficult point, he had a way of skipping from side to side and whisking his tail, which was somehow very persuasive. The others said of Squealer that he could turn black into white. These 3 had elaborated old Major's teachings into a complete system of thought, to which they gave the name of animalism. Several nights a week, after Mr. Jones was asleep, they held secret meetings in the barn and expounded the principles of animalism to the others. At the beginning, they met with much stupidity and apathy. Some of the animals talked of the duty of loyalty to Mr. Jones, whom they referred to as Master, or made elementary remarks such as, "Mr. Jones feeds us. If he were gone, we should starve to death." Others asked such questions as, "Why should we care what happens after we are dead?" Or, "If this rebellion is to happen anyway, what difference does it make whether we work for it or not?" And the pigs had great difficulty in making them see that this was contrary to the spirit of animalism. The stupidest questions of all were asked by Molly, the white mare. The very first question she asked Snowball was, "Will there still be sugar after the rebellion?" "No," said Snowball firmly. "We have no means of making sugar on this farm. Besides, you do not need sugar. You will have all the oats and hay you want." "And shall I still be allowed to wear ribbons in my mane?" asked Molly. "Comrade," said Snowball, "those ribbons that you are so devoted to are the badge of slavery. Can you not understand that liberty is worth more than ribbons?" Molly agreed, but she did not sound very convinced. The pigs had an even harder struggle to counteract the lies put about by Moses, the tame raven. Moses, who was Mr. Jones's especial pet, was a spy and a talebearer, but he was He claimed to know of the existence of a mysterious country called Sugar Candy Mountain, to which all animals went when they died. It was situated somewhere up in the sky, a little distance beyond the clouds, Moses said. In Sugar Candy Mountain, it was Sunday 7 days a week. Clover was in season all the year round, and lump sugar and linseed cake grew on the hedges. The animals hated Moses because he told tales and did no work, but some of them believed in Sugar Candy Mountain, and the pigs had to argue very hard to persuade them that there was no such place. Their most faithful disciples were the two cart horses, Boxer and Clover. These two had great difficulty in thinking anything out for themselves, but having once accepted the pigs as their teachers, they absorbed everything that they were told and passed it on to the other animals by simple arguments. They were unfailing in their attendance at the secret meetings in the barn, and led the singing of Beasts of England, with which the meetings always ended. Now, as it turned out, the rebellion was achieved much earlier and more easily than anyone had expected. In past years, Mr. Jones, although a hard master, had been a capable farmer, but of late he had fallen on evil days. He had become much disheartened after losing money in a lawsuit, and had taken to drinking more than was good for him. For whole days at a time, he would lounge in his Windsor chair in the kitchen, reading the newspapers, drinking, and occasionally feeding Moses on crusts of bread soaked in beer. His men were idle and dishonest. The fields were full of weeds, buildings wanted roofing, the hedges were neglected, and the animals were underfed. June came, and the hay was almost ready for cutting. On Midsummer's Eve, which was a Saturday, Mr. Jones went into Willingdon and got so drunk at the Red Lion that he did not come back till midday on Sunday. The men had milked the cows in the early morning, and then had gone out rabbiting, without bothering to feed the animals. When Mr. Jones got back, he immediately went to sleep on the drawing-room sofa with the news of the world over his face, so that when evening came, the animals were still unfed. At last they could stand it no longer. One of the cows broke in the door of the store shed with her horn, and all the animals began to help themselves from the bins. It was just then that Mr. Jones woke up. The next moment, he and his 4 men were in the store shed with whips in their hands, lashing out in all directions. This was more than the hungry animals could bear. With one accord, though nothing of the kind had been planned beforehand, they flung themselves upon their tormentors. Jones and his men suddenly found themselves being butted and kicked from all sides. The situation was quite out of their control. They had never seen animals behave like this before, and this sudden uprising of creatures whom they were used to thrashing and maltreating just as they chose frightened them almost out of their wits. After only a moment or two, they gave up trying to defend themselves and took to their heels.
Also, he works with a stopwatch. The reason he does this is because these sound water walk, because it contains water, and because I walk during its performance. That figures, doesn't it? Now, also, 2 things I want you to notice. Over here, Mr. Cage has a tape recording machine, which will provide much of the... Will you touch the machine so we can know where it is? Which will provide much of the background. Also, he works with a stopwatch. The reason he does this is because these sounds are in no sense accidental in their sequence. They each must fall mathematically at a precise point. So he watches his watch as he works. He takes it seriously. I think it's interesting. If you are amused, you may laugh. If you like it, you may buy the recordings. John Cage and Water Walk.
track that led to the main road, with the animals pursuing them in triumph. Mrs. Jones looked out of the bedroom window, saw what was happening, hurriedly flung a few possessions into a carpet bag, and slipped out of the farm by another way. Moses sprang off his perch and flapped after her, croaking loudly. Meanwhile, the animals had chased Jones and his men out onto the road and slammed the 5-barred gate behind them. And so, almost before they knew what was happening, the rebellion had been successfully carried through. Jones was expelled, and the manor farm was theirs. For the first few minutes, the animals could hardly believe in their good fortune. Their first act was to gallop in a body right round the boundaries of the farm, as though to make quite sure that no human being was hiding anything upon it. Then they raced back to the farm buildings to wipe out the last traces of Jones's hated reign. The harness room at the end of the stables was broken open. The bits, the nose rings, the dog chains, the cruel knives with which Mr. Jones had been used to castrate the pigs and lambs were all flung down the well. The reins, the halters, the blinkers, the degrading nose bags were thrown onto the rubbish fire which was burning in the yard. So were the whips. All the animals capered with joy when they saw the whips going up in flames. Snowball also threw onto the fire the ribbons with which the horses' manes and tails had usually been decorated on market days. Ribbons, he said, should be considered as clothes, which are the mark of a human being. All animals should go naked. When Boxer heard this, he fetched the small straw hat which he wore in summer to keep the flies out of his ears, and flung it onto the fire with the rest. In a very little while, the animals had destroyed everything that reminded them of Mr. Jones. Napoleon then led them back to the store shed and served out a double ration of corn to everybody, with 2 biscuits for each dog. Then they sang Beasts of England from end to end 7 times running, and after that they settled down for the night and slept as they had never slept before. But they woke at dawn as usual, and suddenly remembering the glorious thing that had happened, they all raced out into the pasture together. A little way down the pasture, there was a knoll that commanded a view of most of the farm. The animals rushed to the top of it and gazed round them in the clear morning light. Yes, it was there. Everything that they could see was there. In the ecstasy of that thought, they gamboled round and round. They hurled themselves into the air in great leaps of excitement. They rolled in the dew. They cropped mouthfuls of the sweet summer grass. They kicked up clods of the black earth and snuffed its rich scent. Then they made a tour of inspection of the whole farm and surveyed with speechless admiration the cowland, the hay,
If a bunch of babies made
the orchard,
the pool, the spinning. It was as though they had never seen these
Google
things
Fi,
before.
a phone plan by Google.
And
If these sports fans made a phone plan, they could stream all the games they want and celebrate anywhere they want.
They filed back to the
Get
farm
unlimited data
buildings
for as low as $45 per line.
and
With a
hold
little help
in
from Google Fi.
silence outside the door of the farmhouse. That was theirs too, but they were frightened to go inside. After a moment, however, Snowball and Napoleon butted the door open with their shoulders, and the animals entered in single file, walking with the utmost care, fear of disturbing anything. They tiptoed from room to room, afraid to speak above a whisper, and gazing with a kind of awe at the unbelievable luxury, at the beds with their feather mattresses, the looking glasses, the horsehair sofa, the Brussels carpet, the lithograph of Queen Victoria over the drawing room mantelpiece. They were just coming down the stairs when Molly was discovered to be missing. Going back, the others found that she had remained behind in the best bedroom. She had taken a piece of blue ribbon from Mrs. Jones's dressing table and was holding it against her shoulder and admiring herself in the glass in a very foolish manner. The others reproached her sharply, and they went outside. Some hams hanging in the kitchen were taken out for burial, and the barrel of beer in the scullery was stove in with a kick from Boxer's hoof. Otherwise, nothing in the house was touched. A unanimous resolution was passed on the spot that the farmhouse should be preserved as a museum. All were agreed that no animal must ever live there. The animals had their breakfast, and then Snowball and Napoleon called them together again. "Comrades," said Snowball, "it is 6:30, and we have a long day before us. Today we begin the hay harvest. But there is another matter that must be attended to first." The pigs now revealed that during the past 3 months they had taught themselves to read and write from an old spelling book which had belonged to Mr. Jones's children and which had been thrown on the rubbish heap. Napoleon sent for pots of black and white paint and led the way down to the 5-barred gate that gave onto the main road. Then Snowball, for it was Snowball who was best at writing, took a brush between the 2 knuckles of his trotter, painted out Manor Farm from the top bar of the gate, and in its place painted Animal Farm. This was to be the name of the farm from now onwards. After this, they went back to the farm buildings, where Snowball and Napoleon sent for a ladder which they caused to be set against the end wall of the big barn. They explained that, by their studies of the past 3 months, the pigs had succeeded in reducing the principles of animalism to 7 commandments. These 7 commandments would now be inscribed on the wall. They would form an unalterable law by which all the animals on Animal Farm must live forever after. With some difficulty, for it is not easy for a pig to balance himself on a ladder, Snowball climbed up and set to work, with Squealer a few rungs below him, holding the paint pot. The commandments were written on the tarred wall in great white letters that could be read 30 yards away. They ran thus. The 7 commandments. 1. Whatever goes upon 2 legs is an enemy. 2. Whatever goes upon 4 legs or has wings is a friend. 3. No animal shall wear clothes. 4. No animal shall sleep in a bed. 5. No animal shall drink alcohol. 6. No animal shall kill any other animal. 7. All animals are equal. It was very neatly written, and except that friend was written F-R-E-I-N-D, and one of the S's was the wrong way round, the spelling was correct all the way through.
Introducing the Metal X.
Snowball read it aloud for the benefit of the others. All the animals nodded in complete agreement, and the cleverer ones at once began to learn the commandments by heart. "Now, comrades," cried Snowball, throwing down the paintbrush, "to the hayfield. Let us make it a point of honor to get in the harvest more quickly than Jones and his men could do." But at this moment, the 3 cows, who had seemed uneasy for some time past, set up a loud lowing. They had not been milked for 24 hours, and their udders were almost bursting. After a little thought, the pigs sent for buckets and milked the cows fairly successfully, their trotters being well adapted to this task. Soon there were 5 buckets of frothy, creamy milk, at which many of the animals looked with considerable interest. "What is going to happen to all that milk?" said someone.
"Jones used sometimes to mix some of it in our mash,"
said one of the hens. "Never mind the milk, comrades," cried Napoleon, placing himself in front of the buckets. "That will be attended to. The harvest is more important. Comrade Snowball will lead the way. I shall follow in a few minutes. Forward, comrades. The hay is waiting." So the animals trooped down to the hayfield to begin the harvest. And when they came back in the evening, it was noticed that the milk had disappeared. How they toiled and sweated to get their hay in. But their efforts were rewarded, for the harvest was an even bigger success than they'd hoped. Sometimes the work was hard. The implements had been designed for human beings and not for animals, and it was a great drawback that no animal was able to use any tool that involved standing on his hind legs. But the pigs were so clever that they could think of a way round every difficulty. As for the horses, they knew every inch of the field, and in fact understood the business of mowing and raking far better than Jones and his men had ever done. The pigs did not actually work, but directed and supervised the others. With their superior knowledge, it was natural that they should assume the leadership. Boxer and Clover would harness themselves to the cutter or the horse rake. No bits or reins were needed in these days, of course, and tramp steadily round and round the field, with a pig walking behind and calling out, "Gee up, comrade," or "Woe back, comrade," as the case might be. And every animal, down to the humblest, worked at turning the hay and gathering it. Even the ducks and hens toiled to and fro all day in the sun, carrying tiny wisps of hay in their beaks. In the end, they finished the harvest in 2 days less time than it had usually taken Jones and his men. Moreover, it was the biggest harvest that the farm had ever seen. There was no wastage whatever. The hens and ducks, with their sharp eyes, had gathered up the very last stalk. And not an animal on the farm had stolen so much as a mouse. All through that summer, the work of the farm went like clockwork. The animals were happy as they had never conceived it possible to be. Every mouthful of food was an acute positive pleasure, now that it was truly their own food, produced by themselves and for themselves, not doled out to them by a grudging master. With the worthless parasitical human beings gone, there was more for everyone to eat. There was more leisure, too, inexperienced though the animals were. They met with many difficulties. For instance, later in the year, when they harvested the corn, they had to tread it out in the ancient style and blow away the chaff with their breath, since the farm possessed no threshing machine. But the pigs, with
Full Sail University is a place where creative dreamers go to learn their craft. Filling the world with music, entertainment, games, art, and technology.
He'd been a hard worker even in Jones's time, but now he seemed more like 3 horses than 1.
Welcome
there
to
were
the
days
future
when the
of
entire
real estate
work of the
investing.
farm seemed to rest upon his mighty shoulders. From
With
morning to
Fundrise,
night, he
you can
was pushing and pulling, always at the spot where the work was hardest. He had made an arrangement with one of the cockerels to call him in the mornings half an hour earlier than anyone else, and would put in some volunteer labor at whatever seemed to be most needed before the regular day's work began. His answer to every problem, every setback was, "I will work harder," which he had adopted as his personal motto. But everyone worked according to his capacity. The hens and ducks, for instance, saved 5 bushels of corn at the harvest by gathering up the stray grains. Nobody stole, nobody grumbled over his rations. Quarreling and biting and jealousy, which had been normal features of life in the old days, had almost disappeared. Nobody shirked, or almost nobody. Molly, it was true, was not good at getting up in the mornings, and had a way of leaving work early on the ground that there was a stone in her hoof.
can't it just be easy? Why does everybody need me to stay? Oh, I hate the feeling when you're high but you're underneath the ceiling. Got the cards in my hand, I hate dealing. Yeah. Get everything I need and I'm gone. But it ain't stealing. Can I get a break? I wish that I could just get out my goddamn way. What is there to say? There ain't a better time than today. Or maybe I'll lay down for a little, instead of always trying to figure everything out. And all I do is say sorry. Half the time I don't even know what I'm saying it about. Good news, good news, good news, that's all they wanna hear. No, they don't like you when I'm done. But when I'm flying, no, it make 'em so uncomfortable, so different. What's the difference when it ain't that bad? It could always be worse. I'm running out of gas, hardly anything left. Hope I make it home from work. But so tired of being so tired. Well, I gotta build something beautiful just to go set it on fire. I'm no lie, but sometimes the truth don't sound like the truth. Maybe 'cause it ain't. I just love the way it sound when I say it. Yeah, it's what I do. If you know me, it ain't anything new. Wake up to the moon. Haven't seen the sun in a while, but I heard that the sky's still blue. Yeah, I heard they don't talk about me too much no more. That's the problem with a closed door. Good news, good news, good news, that's all they wanna hear. No, they don't like you when I'm done. But when I'm flying, no, it make 'em so uncomfortable, so different. What's the difference? There's a whole lot more for me waiting on the other side. I'm always wondering if it feel like summer. I know maybe I'm too late. I could make it there some other time. I'll finally discover that there's a whole lot more for me waiting. That there's a whole lot more for me waiting. I know maybe I'm too late. I could make it there some other time. Then I finally discover that it ain't that bad.
And the behavior of the cat was somewhat peculiar. It was soon noticed that when there was work to be done, the cat could never be found. She would vanish for hours on end, and then reappear at meal times, or in the evening after work was over, as though nothing had happened. But she always made such excellent excuses and purred so affectionately that it was impossible not to believe in her good intentions. Old Benjamin the donkey seemed quite unchanged since the rebellion. He did his work in the same slow, obstinate way as he had done it in Jones's time, never shirking and never volunteering for extra work either. About the rebellion and its results, he would express no opinion. When asked whether he was not happier now that Jones was gone, he would say only, "Donkeys live a long time. None of you has ever seen a dead donkey." And the others had to be content with this cryptic answer. On Sundays, there was no work. Breakfast was an hour later than usual, and after breakfast there was a ceremony which was observed every week without fail. First came the hoisting of the flag. Snowball had found in the harness room an old green tablecloth of Mrs. Jones's, and had painted on it a hoof and a horn in white. This was run up the flagstaff in the farmhouse garden every Sunday morning. The flag was green, Snowball explained, to represent the green fields of England, while the hoof and horn signified the future republic of the animals which would arise when the human race had been finally overthrown. After the hoisting of the flag, all the animals trooped into the big barn for a general assembly, which was known as the meeting. Here, the work of the coming week was planned out, and resolutions were put forward and debated. It was always the pigs who put forward the resolutions. The other animals understood how to vote, but could never think of any resolutions of their own. Snowball and Napoleon were by far the most active in the debates. But it was noticed that these two were never in agreement. Whatever suggestion either of them made, the other could be counted on to oppose it. Even when it was resolved, a thing no one could object to in itself, to set aside the small paddock behind the orchard as a home of rest for animals who were past work, there was a stormy debate over the correct retiring age for each class of animal. The meeting always ended with the singing of Beasts of England, and the afternoon was given up to recreation. The pigs had set aside the harness room as a headquarters for themselves. Here, in the evenings, they studied blacksmithing, carpentering, and other necessary arts from books which they had brought out of the farmhouse. Snowball also busied himself with organizing the other animals into what he called animal committees. He was indefatigable at this. He formed the Egg Production Committee for the hens, the Clean Tails League for the cows, the Wild Comrades Re-Education Committee. The object of this was to tame the rats and rabbits, the Whiter Wool Movement for the sheep, and various others, besides instituting classes in reading and writing. On the whole, these projects were a failure. The attempt to tame the wild creatures, for instance, broke down almost immediately. They continued to behave very much as before, and when treated with generosity, simply took advantage of it. The cat joined the Re-Education Committee and was very active in it on Sundays. She was seen one day sitting on a roof and talking to some sparrows who were just out of reach. She was telling them that all animals were now comrades, and that any sparrow who chose could come and perch on her paw. but the sparrows.
RJ82 in the mix.
The reading and writing classes, however, were a great success. By the autumn, almost every animal on the farm was literate in some degree. As for the pigs, they could already read and write perfectly. The dogs learned to read fairly well, but were not interested in reading anything except the 7 Commandments. Muriel the goat could read somewhat better than the dogs. Sometimes used to read to the others in the evenings from scraps of newspaper which she found on a rubbish heap. Benjamin could read as well as any pig, but never exercised his faculty. So far as he knew, he said, there was nothing worth reading. Clover learned the whole alphabet, but could not put words together. Boxer could not get beyond the letter D. He would trace out A, B, C, D in the dust with his great hoof, and then would stand staring at the letters with his ears back, sometimes shaking his forelock, trying with all his might to remember what came next, and never succeeding. On several occasions, indeed, he did learn E, F, G, H, but by the time he knew them, it was always discovered that he had forgotten A, B, C, and D. Finally, he decided to be content with the first 4 letters, and used to write them out once or twice every day to refresh his memory. Molly refused to learn any but the 5 letters which spelled her own name. She would form these very neatly out of pieces of twig, and would then decorate them with a flower or 2, and walk round them, admiring them. None of the other animals on the farm could get further than the letter A. It was also found that the stupider animals, such as the sheep, hens, and ducks, were unable to learn the 7 Commandments by heart. After much thought, Snowball declared that the 7 Commandments could in effect be reduced to a single maxim, namely, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad. This, he said, contained the essential principle of animalism. Whoever had thoroughly grasped it would be safe from human influence. The birds at first objected, since it seemed to them that they also had 2 legs, but Snowball proved to them that this was not so. A bird's wing, comrades, he said, is an organ of propulsion and not of manipulation. It should therefore be regarded as a leg. The distinguishing mark of man is the hand, the instrument with which he does all his mischief. The birds did not understand Snowball's long words, but they accepted his explanation, and all the humbler animals set to work to learn the new maxim by heart. 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, was inscribed on the end wall of the barn, above the 7 Commandments, and in bigger letters. When they had once got it by heart, the sheep developed a great liking for this maxim, and often as they lay in the field, they would all start bleating, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, and keep it up for hours on end, never growing tired of it. Napoleon took no interest in Snowball's commitments. He said that the education of the young was more important than anything that could be done for those who were already grown up. It happened that Jessie and Bluebell had both whelped soon after the hay harvest, giving birth between them to 9 sturdy puppies. As soon as they were weaned, Napoleon took them away from their mothers, saying that he would make himself responsible for their education. He took them up into a loft, which could only be reached by a ladder from the harness room, and there kept them in such seclusion that the rest of the farm soon forgot their existence. The mystery of where the milk went to was soon cleared up. It was mixed every day into the pig's mash. Early apples were now ripening, and the grass of the orchard was littered with windfalls. The animals assumed as a matter of course that these would be shared out equally. One day, however, the order went forth that all the windfalls were to be collected and brought to the harness room for the use of the pigs. At this, some of the other animals murmured, but it was no use. All the pigs were in full agreement on this point, even Snowball and Napoleon. Squealer was sent to make the necessary explanations to the others.
Comrades, he cried, you do not imagine, I hope, that we pigs are doing this in a spirit of selfishness and privilege. Many of us actually dislike milk and apples. I dislike them myself. Our sole object in taking these things is to preserve our health. Milk and apples, this has been proved by science, comrades, contain substances absolutely necessary to the well-being of a pig. We pigs are brain workers. The whole management and organization of this farm depend on us. Day and night we are watching over your welfare. It is for your sake that we drink that milk and eat those apples. Do you know what would happen if we pigs failed in our duty? Jones would come back. Yes, Jones would come back. Surely, comrades, cried Squealer, almost pleadingly, skipping from side to side and whisking his tail. Surely there is no one among you who wants to see Jones come back. Now, if there was one thing that the animals were completely certain of, it was that they did not want Jones back. When it was put in this light, they had no more to say. The importance of keeping the pigs in good health was all too obvious. So it was agreed without further argument that the milk and the windfall apples, and also the main crop of apples when they ripened, should be reserved for the pigs alone. By the late summer, the news of what had happened on Animal Farm had spread across half the county. Every day, Snowball and Napoleon sent out flights of pigeons, whose instructions were to mingle with the animals on neighboring farms, tell them the story of the rebellion, and teach them the tune of Beasts of England. Most of this time, Mr. Jones had spent sitting in the tap room of the Red Lion at Willington, complaining to anyone who would listen of the monstrous injustice he had suffered in being turned out of his property by a pack of good-for-nothing animals. The other farmers sympathized in principle, but they did not at first give him much help. At heart, each of them was secretly wondering whether he could not somehow turn Jones's misfortune to his own advantage. It was lucky that the owners of the two farms which had joined Animal Farm were on permanently bad terms. One of them, which was named Foxwood, was a large, neglected, old-fashioned farm, much overgrown by woodland, with all its pastures worn out and its hedges in a disgraceful condition. Its owner, Mr. Pilkington, was an easy-going gentleman farmer who spent most of his time in fishing or hunting, according to the season. The other farm, which was called Pinchfield,
was smaller and better kept. Its owner was a Mr. Frederick, a tough, shrewd man, perpetually involved in lawsuits and with a name for driving hard bargains. These two disliked each other so much that it was difficult for them to come to any agreement, even in defense of their own interests. Nevertheless, they were both thoroughly frightened by the rebellion on Animal Farm, and very anxious to prevent their own animals from learning too much about it. At first they pretended to laugh to scorn the idea of animals managing a farm for themselves. The whole thing would be over in a fortnight, they said. They put it about that the animals on the manor farm, they insisted on calling it the manor farm, they would not tolerate the name Animal Farm, were perpetually fighting among themselves, and were also rapidly starving to death. When time passed and the animals had evidently not starved to death, Frederick and Pilkington changed their tune and began to talk of the terrible wickedness that now flourished on Animal Farm. It was given out that the animals there practiced cannibalism, tortured one another with red-hot horseshoes, and had their females in common. This was what came of rebelling against the laws of nature, Frederick and Pilkington said. However, these stories were never fully believed. Rumors of a wonderful farm where the human beings had been turned out and the animals managed their own affairs continued to circulate in vague and distorted forms. And throughout that year, a wave of rebelliousness ran through the countryside. Bulls, which had always been tractable, suddenly turned savage. Sheep broke down hedges and devoured the clover. Cows kicked the pail over. Hunters refused their fences and shot their riders onto the other side. Above all, the tune and even the words of Beasts of England were known everywhere. It had spread with astonishing speed. The human beings could not contain their rage when they heard this song, though they pretended to think it merely ridiculous. They could not understand, they said, how even animals could bring themselves to sing such contemptible rubbish. Any animal caught singing it was given a flogging on the spot. And yet the song was irrepressible. Blackbirds whistled it in the hedges, the pigeons cooed it in the elms, it got into the din of the smithies and the tune of the church bell. When the human beings listened to it, they secretly trembled, hearing in it a prophecy of their future doom. Early in October, when the corn was cut and stacked and some of it was already threshed, a flight of pigeons came whirling through the air and alighted in the yard of Animal Farm in the wildest excitement. Jones and all his men, with half a dozen others from Foxwood and Pinchfield, had entered the 5-barred gate and were coming up the cart track that led to the farm. They were all carrying sticks, except Jones, who was marching ahead with a gun in his hands. Obviously, they were going to attempt the recapture of the farm. This had long been expected, and all preparations had been made. Snowball, who had studied an old book of Julius Caesar's campaigns, which he had found in the farmhouse, was in charge of the defensive operations. He gave his orders quickly, and in a couple of minutes, every animal was at his post. As the human beings approached the farm buildings, Snowball launched his first attack. All the pigeons, the number of 35, flew to and fro over the men's heads and dropped their dung on them from mid-air. And while the men were Dealing with this, the geese, who had been hiding behind the hedge, rushed out and pecked viciously at the calves of their legs. However, this was only a light skirmishing maneuver, intended to create a little disorder, and the men easily drove the geese off with their sticks. Snowball now launched his second line of attack. Muriel, Benjamin, and all the sheep, with Snowball at the head of them, rushed forward and prodded and butted the men from every side, while Benjamin turned round and lashed at them with his small hoofs. But once again the men, with their sticks and their hobnailed boots, were too strong for them, and suddenly, at a squeal from Snowball, which was the signal for retreat, all the animals turned and fled through the gateway into the yard. The men gave a shout of triumph. They saw, as they imagined, their enemies in flight, and they rushed after them in disorder. This was just what Snowball had intended. As soon as they were well inside the yard, the 3 horses, the 3 cows, and the rest of the pigs, who had been lying in ambush in the cowshed, suddenly emerged in their rear, cutting them off. Snowball now gave the signal for the charge. He himself dashed straight for Jones. Jones saw him coming, raised his gun, and fired. The pellets scored bloody streaks along Snowball's back, and a sheep dropped dead. Without halting for an instant, Snowball flung his 15 stone against Jones's legs. Jones was hurled into a pile of dung, and his gun flew out of his hands. But the most terrifying spectacle of all was Boxer, rearing up on his hind legs and striking out with his great iron-shod hoofs like a stallion. His very first blow took a stable lad from Foxwood on the skull and stretched him lifeless in the mud. At the sight, several men dropped their sticks and started to run. Panic overtook them, and the next moment all the animals together were chasing them round and round the yard. They were gored, kicked, bitten, trampled on. There was not an animal on the farm that did not take vengeance on them after his own fashion. Even the cat suddenly leapt off a roof onto a cowman's shoulders and sank her claws in his neck, at which he yelled horribly. At a moment when the opening was clear, the men were glad enough to rush out of the yard and make a bolt for the main road. And so, within 5 minutes of their invasion, they were in ignominious retreat by the same way as they had come, with a flock of geese hissing after them and pecking at their calves all the way. All the men were gone, except one. Back in the yard, Boxer was pawing with his hoof at the stable lad, who lay face down in the mud, trying to turn him over. The boy did not stir. "He is dead," said Boxer sorrowfully. "I had no intention of doing that. I forgot that I was wearing iron shoes. Who will believe that I did not do this on purpose?" "No sentimentality, comrade," cried Snowball, from whose wounds the blood was still dripping. "War is war. The only good human being is a dead one." "I have no wish to take life, not even human life," repeated Boxer, and his eyes were full of tears. "Where is Molly?" exclaimed somebody. Molly, in fact, was missing. For a moment there was great alarm. It was feared that the men might have harmed her in some way or even carried her off with them. In the end, however, she was found hiding in her stall with her head buried among the hay in the manger. She had taken to flight as soon as the gun went off, and when the others came back from looking for her, it was to find that the stable lad, who in fact was only stunned, had already recovered and made off. The animals had now reassembled in the wildest excitement, each recounting his own exploits in the battle at the top of his voice. An impromptu celebration of the victory was held immediately. The flag was run up, and Beasts of England was sung a number of times. Then the sheep who had been killed was given a solemn funeral, a hawthorn bush being planted on her grave. At the graveside, Snowball made a little speech, emphasizing the need for all animals to be ready to die for Animal Farm if need be. The animals decided unanimously to create a military decoration, Animal Hero First Class, which was conferred there and then on Snowball and Boxer. It consisted of a brass medal. They were really some old horse brasses, which had been found in the harness room, to be worn on Sundays and holidays. There was also Animal Hero Second Class, which was conferred posthumously on the dead sheep. There was much discussion as to what the battle should be called. In the end, it was named the Battle of the Cowshed, since that was where the ambush had been sprung. Mr. Jones's gun had been found lying in the mud, and it was known that there was a supply of cartridges in the farmhouse. It was decided to set the gun up at the foot of the flagstaff like a piece of artillery, and to fire it twice a year, once on October the 12th, the anniversary of the Battle of the Cowshed, and once on Midsummer Day, the anniversary of the rebellion. As winter drew on, Molly became more and more troublesome. She was late for work every morning and excused herself by saying that she had overslept, and she complained of mysterious pains, although her appetite was excellent. On every kind of pretext, she would run away from work and go to the drinking pool, where she would stand foolishly gazing at her own reflection in the water. But there were also rumors of something more serious. One day, as Molly strolled blithely into the yard, flirting her long tail and chewing at a stalk of hay, Clover took her aside. "Molly," she said, "I have something very serious to say to you. This morning I saw you looking over the hedge that divides Animal Farm from Foxwood. One of Mr. Pilkington's men was standing on the other side of the hedge, and I was a long way away, but I'm almost certain I saw this. He was talking to you, and you were allowing him to stroke your nose. What does that mean, Molly?" "It didn't. I wasn't. It isn't true," cried Molly, beginning to prance about and paw the ground. "Molly, look me in the face. Do you give me your word of honor that that man was not stroking your nose?" "It isn't true," repeated Molly, but she could not look Clover in the face, and the next moment she took to her heels and galloped away into the field. A thought struck Clover. Without saying anything to the others, she went to Molly's stall and turned over the straw with her hoof. Hidden under the straw was a little pile of lump sugar and several bunches of ribbon of different colors. 3 days later, Molly disappeared. For some weeks, nothing was known of her whereabouts. Then the pigeons reported that they had seen her on the other side of Willingdon. She was between the shafts of a smart dog cart painted red and black, which was standing outside a public house. A fat, red-faced man in check breeches and gaiters, who looked like a publican, was stroking her nose and feeding her with sugar. Her coat was newly clipped, and she wore a scarlet ribbon round her forelock. She appeared to be enjoying herself, so the pigeons said. None of the animals ever mentioned Molly again. In January, there came bitterly hard weather. The earth was like iron, and nothing could be done in the fields. Many meetings were held in the big barn, and the pigs occupied themselves with planning out the work of the coming season. It had come to be accepted that the pigs, who were manifestly cleverer than the other animals, should decide all questions of farm policy, though their decisions had to be ratified by a majority vote. This arrangement would have worked well enough if it had not been for the disputes between Snowball and Napoleon. These two disagreed at every point where disagreement was possible. If one of them suggested sowing a bigger acreage with barley, the other was certain to demand a bigger acreage of oats. And if one of them said that such and such a field was just right for cabbages, the other would declare that it was useless for anything except roots. Each had his own following, and there were some violent debates. At the meetings, Snowball often won over the majority by his brilliant speeches, but Napoleon was better at canvassing support for himself in between times. He was especially successful with the sheep. Of late, the sheep had taken to bleating, 4 legs good, 2 legs bad, both in and out of season, and they often interrupted the meeting with this. It was noticed that they were especially liable to break into 4 legs good, 2 legs bad at crucial moments in Snowball's speeches. Snowball had made a close study of some back numbers of the farmer and stock breeder which he had found in the farmhouse, and was full of plans for innovations and improvements. He talked learnedly about field drains, silage, and basic slag, and had worked out a complicated scheme for all the animals to drop their dung directly in the fields at a different spot every day, to save the labor of cartage. Napoleon produced no schemes of his own, but said quietly that Snowball's would come to nothing, and seemed to be biding his time. But of all their controversies, none was so bitter as the one that took place over the windmill. In the long pasture, not far from the farm buildings, there was a small knoll, which was the highest point on the farm. After surveying the ground, Snowball declared that this was just the place for a windmill, which could be made to operate a dynamo and supply the farm with electrical power. This would light the stalls and warm them in winter, and would also run a circular saw, a chaff cutter, a mangle slicer, and an electric milking machine. The animals had never heard of anything of this kind before, for the farm was an old-fashioned one and had only the most primitive machinery, and they listened in astonishment while Snowball conjured up pictures of fantastic machines which would do their work for them, while they grazed at their ease in the fields or improved their minds with reading and conversation. Side 2. Within a few weeks, Snowball's plans for the windmill were fully worked out. The mechanical details came mostly from 3 books which had belonged to Mr. Jones: 1,000 Useful Things to Do About the House, Every Man His Own Bricklayer, and Electricity for Beginners. Snowball used as his study a shed which had once been used for incubators and had a smooth wooden floor suitable for drawing on. He was closeted there for hours at a time. With his books held open by a stone, and with a piece of chalk gripped between the knuckles of his trotter, he would move rapidly to and fro, drawing in line after line and uttering little whimpers of excitement. Gradually the plans grew into a complicated mass of cranks and cog-wheels, covering more than half the floor, which the other animals found completely unintelligible but very impressive. All of them came to look at Snowball's drawings at least once a day. Even the hens and ducks came, and were at pains not to tread on the chalk marks. Only Napoleon held aloof. He had declared himself against the windmill from the start. One day, however, he arrived unexpectedly to examine the plans. He walked heavily around the shed, looked closely at every detail of the plans, and snuffed at them once or twice, then stood for a little while contemplating them out of the corner of his eye. Then suddenly he lifted his leg, urinated over the plans, and walked out without uttering a word. The whole farm was deeply divided on the subject of the windmill. Snowball did not deny that to build it would be a difficult business. Stone would have to be quarried and built up into walls. Then the sails would have to be made, and after that there would be need for dynamos and cables. How these were to be procured, Snowball did not say. But he maintained that it could all be done in a year. And thereafter, he declared, so much labor would be saved that the animals would only need to work 3 days a week. Napoleon, on the other hand, argued that the great need of the moment was to increase food production, and that if they wasted time on the windmill, they would all starve to death. The animals formed themselves into two factions under the slogans, "Vote for Snowball and the 3-day week," and "Vote for Napoleon and the full maintenance." Benjamin was the unbearable who did not side with either faction. He refused to believe either that food would become more plentiful.
Cell, I clicked my heels 3 times. Pink Just Tools, my khaki suit, mastermind, water wit. Toss the coke in the Ackline, platinum and gold. Rhyme English hat to the side, immaculate rhyme, it's so obvious. Watching the world from up top, snakeskin binoculars, red companions. Cause X is on the suede mansion. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. The flyers stay slipping. We living God by the kitchen, chopping no dishes. Grab the pot for ambition. We hopped over fences, banana yellow fiskers. Duffel got 10 in that. The Kobe Jordan pack, we was kicking it. Anti-social, social club with the snub, yo. Boom, boom, boom. Gave the tech the little love boat. Grand Wizard protect, band lizard, hand kiss it. Miami Beach, Geiger's on Biscayne. My shooter seen his P.O. in Biscayne. Thank God for my wrist game. Counting money in a bubble bath. Whip half, forgot another half. Whip, rockin' venomant. Backhand you with the 40 ass Lord, you had to spin a Cold War letterman. You would never be better than Shantek win. Pulled up, Reggie, yeah, looking all devilish. Word to the goggles on my Hebrew Brantley. Red Supreme Louis gloves eating scampi. Supreme Louis box logo with the fofo. The way we sellin' squares, you swear them shits is BOGO. Shits is BOGO. You swear them shits is fuck BOGO.
Jump into a conclusion could stunt your evolution. Like the trees dumped into some dust blunt fusion. A whole cocktail of mine, chemicals to real time. It's all good as long as you ain't inhaling swine. Dare to climb. Scared money makes none. Take one. Be sure to flush before the jakes come. Oh, sharp. Specialty is flow art, smart, but go in circles like a go-kart. Yeah, don't start, make them have to finish. just bounce like gold diggers. Once the dough diminish, phony, it gets lonely at the finish. Yup. You see, some deal dope, others steal hope. What's revealed is of a certain field, growth, yellow moist mushy, banana peel coke. At-words cannot be confused with real soap. Nope.
Hey yo. Hey yo, I was in my cell, I clicked my heels 3 times. Pink just tools, my khaki suit, mastermind, water whip. Toss the coke in the alkaline, platinum and gold. Rhyme English hat to the side, immaculate rhyme, immaculate rhyme. It's so obvious, watching the world from up top. Snakeskin binoculars, red companions. Cause X's on the suede mansion. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. The flyers that slipping. We living down by the kitchen. Chopping on dishes. Grab the buffet ambition. We hopped over fences. Banana yellow fiscus. Push and crack like we invented it. Jeff Kuhn, Louis Rubin, Duffel got 10 in that. They call me Jordan, Pack, we was kicking.
Comrades,
Hey,
I
yo.
trust that every animal here appreciates.
Hey yo, I was in my cell, I clicked my heels 3 times. Pink just tools, my khaki suit, mastermind, water whip. Toss the coke in the alkaline, platinum and gold. Rhyme English hat to the side, immaculate rhyme, immaculate rhyme. It's so obvious, watching the world from up top. Snakeskin binoculars, red companions. Cause X's on the suede mansion. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. My bedroom had a bedroom. My wrist be dancing. The flyers that slipping. We living down by the kitchen. Chopping on dishes. Grab the buffet ambition. We hopped over fences. Banana yellow fiscus. Push and crack like we invented it. Jeff Kuhn, Louis Rubin, Duffel got 10 in that. They call me Jordan, Pack, we was kicking it. Anti-social, social club with the snub, yo. Gay detective, Lil Love, Grand Wizard, protect Ben, lizard, hand kissing. Miami Beach guy, cause on Biscayne. My shooter seen his P.O. in Biscayne. venomous. Backhand you with the 40 ass Lord, your head is spit. A cold war letterman. You would never be better than Shanteca with pulled up, Reggie, yeah, looking all devilish. Word to the goggles on my Hebrew Brantley. Red Supreme Louis gloves, eating Scampy. Supreme Louis box logo with the fofo. Boom, wavy summer squares, you swear them shits is BOGO. BOGO. Shit's BOGO. You swear them shits is fucking BOGO. BOGO.
Jump into a conclusion, cause stunt your evolution. Like the trees dumped into some dust blunt fusion. A whole cocktail of mine, chemicals to real time. It's all good, long as he ain't inhaling swine. Dare to climb, scared money makes none. Take one, be sure to flush before the jakes come. Oh sharp. Specialty is flow art, smart, but go in circles like a go-kart. Yeah, don't start, make them have to finish. Just bounce like gold diggers, once it don't diminish. Phony, it gets lonely at the finish. Yeah. You see, some deal dope, others steal hope. What's revealed is of a certain field. Grow, yellow moist mushy, banana peel coke. At worst, could not be confused with real soap. No, you see, disaster is intended in the face of truth. Don't ever be offended. Overstand the past to get a grasp of the present. I make it faster than you spend it. End it.
Suitcase up in the central. Go to room 112. Tell them Longo sent you. Feel the strangers. If no money exchanges, I got these kids and rangers. Believe them niggas brainless. All the total stainless. You just remain as calm as possible. Make the deal go through. If not, here's 12 shots. We know how you do. Please make your killings clean. Slugs up in between. Their eyes like true lies. Kill them and flee the scene. Just bring back the coke or the cream. Or else your life is on the shelf. We mean this, Frank. The cats we fucking with put bombs in your mom's gas tank. Let's get this money, baby. They shady. We get shady. Dress up like lady. Strangers. If no money. City. Today's agenda got suitcase up in the Central. Go to room 112. Tell them Blanco sent you. Feel the strangers if no money exchanges. I got these kids and rangers to leave them niggas brainless. All they told is stainless. You just remain as calm as possible. Make the deal go through. If not, here's 12 shots. We know how you do. Please make your killings clean. Slugs up in between. Their eyes like true lies, killing the free to see. Let's bring back the coke or the cream, or else your life is on the shelf. We mean this, Frank. The cats we fucking with put bombs in your mom's gas tank. Let's get this money, baby. They shady, we get shady. Dress up like ladies and burn them with dirty 380s. Then they come to kill our babies. That's all out. I got gats that blow the wall out. Clear them all out. Fuck the fallout. Word to stretch, I bet they pussy. The 7 digits push me, fucking real. Here's the deal. I got 100 bricks, 14.5 a piece. Enough to cop 6, buy the house on the beach. Supply the peeps with jeeps, brick a piece. Capiche? Everybody getting cream, no one considered the leech. Think about it now, that's damn near 1.5. I kill them all, I'll be set for life. Frank, pay attention, these motherfuckers is henchmen. Renegades, if you die, they still get paid. Extra property, fuck a robbery. I'm the boss, promise you won't rob them, I promise. But of course, you know I have my fingers crossed.
Niggas got to die. If I go, they got to go. Niggas got to die. Let 100 shots float. Niggas got to die. Cause it's all up in the scrolls. Catch a body on the bridge. 3 bricks. Little kid, nigga. If I go, they got to go. Niggas got to die. Let 100 shots float. Niggas got to die. Cause it's all up in the scrolls. Catch a body on the bridge. 3 bricks. Live, kid.
We up in the lab, 2 Spanish, 1 Arab lady, laying on the bed, looking like a drag, had the pillow cuff, looking at me and Frank, her grill was rough. Who would ever think she robbed do what's up, but that's the business. Back to the Central, these Puerto Rican kids with pistols, doing sign languages, twitching noses, asking where the money at. Yo, where the coke at, Poppy? We
match, comrades. The leadership is a pleasure. On the contrary, it isn't.
It's important to understand who you're watching. Hilo and two brothers, 6, 16 and 13, in his home and his hands. Gifts and money, and even sent them love letters which are too sick to read out to you.
Now shame on my pews and punch me in the face. That I'm live with my balls and tell me push out. Spit on your hand and smoke my cock. Get off my ass. Strap on a dildo and make me give you head. Talk about your own boyfriend's dick and how big it was.
First future of it all. Oh yeah, baby, I like BDSM. Let's go. Sadomasochism.
Here, there, and everywhere, the stamping foot of the boogie piano player sets the tempo for nimble feet that dance the jitterbug. Winner of more than 100 rug-cutting contests is Arthur Walsh, Top Flight Epcat. The dance these kids are doing is strictly modern, yet many swing steps come from dances of long ago. For instance, the quick stop. That movement started way back in the days when men were men, even if they didn't know photography lens.
Properly push pens and show quality, Jim. The harvest be grim, but yo, maybe tomorrow we win. If we follow the trends and keep counting the dollars we spend. I want a mahogany fence, I want lottery ends, I want property friends, plus my hobby is skins. If I can sloppy and sin, then my prophecy ends. But the garden begin, watching my artists spin in a place where war be based on a true story. Territory was made for me to pursue blood class alone. Speaking of which, some review might come out. I'm internationally known, yo, so all hail the honorable. Microphone phenomenal, persona is unvarnable. Trust me, son, I continue like a saga do, bringing you the drama to allow you that the chronicle was just begun.
Yes, Even the ballet adds its bit, and I'll battle any ballerina who denies it. The pirouette. And do they pirouette in jive joints? Sure, like this. Hello.
Yo, my never-ending epic got the world spinning hectic. I quickly spread it till the whole city's infected. Suspense that I supply intensify. They commence as my daily events go by. You get involved in this paragraph.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that was Blind Day. And yeah, I mean, for fuck's sake, I mean, that was shit. I'm not gonna try to get all the endings, we're gonna keep this
So
short.
when you research, check it, here go the evidence. They represent with lyrical negligence the presidents. My signs existed without conviction.
Fucking Arthur Schopenhauer, fucking Martin Heidegger, fucking Albert Camus, fucking goddamn DSM-5, mental mindfuck, Matrix, experience.
The chick got off a rusty dusty, and the boogie was born. Now separating, they worked out many variations of approaching each other, including this one. It's called the hesitation shorty George.
Okay, let me know what's up before I lose it in this bitch and everybody tryna talk. I ain't tryna talk, I'm tryna send somebody. Somebody let me know what's up.
And now, folks, so that you too may learn to hit that jive, let me give you a simple explanation of jitterbug fundamentals. We dressed the kids so that you may easily see the basic movements of the dance. The boy's right hand is sometimes placed here, which of course is why we place the mark here. But the girl's foot should never be placed here.
Like I won't give up, all I got to see you happy, nigga. We shot the world, everybody know what's happening, nigga. I'm still a John, my song it just went platinum, nigga. We on our own time, let's go move out to Cali, nigga. Put the kids in homeschool, let's go get us some mansion, nigga. Let's raise our kids right, let's watch the shit we teach them, nigga. Let's start a business for you so they can't say that you bleaching, nigga. I know I'm the chosen one, sometimes when I be speaking, nigga. Like on this song, I ain't rapping, I'm preaching. If I love you, then I need you. I fuck with you like Martin, fuck with Gina. We family like we Venus and Serena. Let's go get married like we thank God in Kanisha. I don't give a fuck about the words about my people. I don't care what the fuck they told you we ain't equal. Niggas ain't cut from the same pot, they niggas see through. And I be too busy doing it to see what he do, nigga. Yeah, verse 2, that nigga from the other side. And I do it myself whenever I ride, you know that my brothers ride. And I still got a lot of shit on my mind that I can't undecide. Am ready to slide, feeling like Doughboy when his brothers in the hood. I step, you know how I rap, you know about baby, nigga. You know how I'm coming back for that cross if you ever play me, nigga. You know how I got it about the mud and turned it to gravy, nigga. It hit the rap game like crack cocaine in the 80s, nigga. Fuck you niggas.
The Fiverr website.
Baby on baby, that's baby. God is great, Korean. Baby on.
What's that? I wonder. Anyway, when done right, the dance is rather delectable, even though quite inexplainable. Get a load of these cats. They're solid.
Don't give a fuck about the words about my people.
Used to have friends, now I got enemies. Used to keep them close, now they dead to me. Used to have friends, now I got enemies. Enemies, yeah, so sad. They said I would never get this far. think that we don't see who you are. Laughing to the bank like They sit down just talking too much blah blah blah. So where did y'all know? When I was shit broke, couldn't even buy smokes. Now your mama needs tickets to my stadium show. She love it when she hear me on the radio.
I guess somewhere along I lost my head. Then I jumped on the table, this is what I said. People all around, you got to. Everyone together, sing it loud. Jump all around, come on. What? Say it again. People all around, you got to. From the left to the right, make noise. Here we go now, come on. What?
We ask that you bless the leadership, brothers and sisters who are all requested to teach your word. Those who are sick,
Things going great, then to my surprise. Some people walked in I didn't recognize. I said, Philip, yo, you gotta get out of here.
nor resist. We ask that you bless our food in this captivity.
I didn't put the flyers.
Congregation, repeat after me. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
I'll be fine alone.
Men of Israel, sons of God. Patient saints, sons of God. And salute. Salute. Yeah.
The popular one with the rising stock. So that's when I had this bright idea. be fine alone. Have a good time. The doorbell rings 'cause the party's here. I'm cranking up the stereo like it's New Year. Walking around the house like who's the man? Anybody do it like Eric can? First on the floor, you know that's me. Busting at the moves like it's MTV. I guess somewhere longer lost my head. Then I jumped on the table. This is what I said. People all around, you got to. Everyone together, sing it loud. Jump all around, come on. What? Say it again. People all around, you got to. From the left to the right, make noise. Here we go now, come on. What? 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 Come on, here we go. Ha ha. Come with it. Woo. Here we go. Things are going great, then to my surprise.
The Fiverr website's really easy to use. It's like shopping on any one of your favorite e-commerce sites. You're able to compare.
Getting LASIK was the best thing I've ever done for myself, ever.
Now, for a limited time only, LASIK Plus can help fix your vision starting at $250 per eye. Our best price ever.
The best decision I've ever made.
Since 1995, the surgeons at
Simple explanation of universe fundamentals. We've dressed the kid so that you may easily see the innocent movements of the day. Which, of course, is why we play the law here. But the driving foot should never play. Having learned the basic steps, you now forget them completely. To be a head you've got to practice plenty.
Can you, my darling, can you picture the dream of courtyard? Ocean violets in bloom. And most strike curious poses. They feel the heat between me and Never without you.
God, not them.
This way, we'd hurt each other with the things we want to
Neither
say.
seek
We
after
could have
wisdom.
been so good together.
What's a
We
wizard?
could have lived this dance forever.
Answer, brother, right there. Look up that, brother, wizard, etymology.
Please stay, and I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm, though it's easy to pretend. I know you're not a fool. I should have known better than to cheat a friend and waste the chance that I'd been given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you.
What's alchemy? What's alchemy? The transmutation of elements. So alchemy was a type of witchcraft where they would try to turn metal into gold. So that's trying to manipulate elements.
So wizard, this representing a car was I wanted. So when that car, hell yeah, that dude jumped through the window every time, and that car was flying.
A lot of times we hear those
did not
terms
represent
Dragon Ball Z.
That's
animation, cartoons, yeah. He slide on it. Yeah, man. You wanted to put rims on. This is damn. But you're right. I forgot about that show. But that's heavy right there. But this represents when black people in judo. We see that. We know what time it is. We know exactly what time it is. Damn. Where was that again? God. Esau. Oh, the question was Paul robbing the churches. I don't know how we get on that. Damn. All right, let's go back to that scripture with Paul. Yeah, we wanted to tape.
Book of 2 Corinthians, chapter 11, verse 8. I robbed other churches, taking wages of them.
That's talking about the donations of the alms. Church of Corinthians, they gave us the most profit. Women ruling over. So, boy, we really, he wrote 2 books in them. 2. Lengthy. So,
Without a college degree, I was just fighting an uphill battle. I found Google's IT support program. I finished the program in 5 months. Soon after that, I got an email for a job opening. I love my new job.
Some brothers were poor, some brothers are rich. We're going to find that in
This is more than just TV. You're watching history happen live, and it's all happening here on YouTube TV. Don't miss a moment of the TV.
and Haiti and all of that, and where else? Ghana and all them places. Some of them need clothes. Some of y'all have been giving us, Uganda. Some of us have clothes with holes in it. That's wrong. That's wrong. Y'all know who y'all are. Y'all know who you are. You cheap son of a, you Dukes of Hazzard. Listen, the point is, they are people too. They're people too. These people in these third world countries, they are brothers. So when they see that we donating them clothes with holes in it, they're like, yo, why they treating us like garbage? That's hatred. You know what that spirit is like? The broken lamb sacrifice. Offering God a broken lamb. That's exactly what that's like. That's exactly what that's like. If you want to give a good, clean sacrifice, like how we did the best lamb, personally, shirt that's clean, never been worn, or if it's been worn, it's been worn maybe one time, with fringes on it. So they don't got to go through all of that with the fringe, because it's different over there. But some of us is giving clothes with stains on it, bleach stains on it, other type of stains on it. Y'all can't do that. You understand? So we have to have charity and help these brothers out. Haiti, whatever, Haiti, all them different places, them third world countries. You know?
That's exactly what Paul meant when he said, I rob from other churches. That's what basically what we do. Or we are setting up a congregation in Uganda or Sierra Leone. We got to ask you for extra money. We got to ask for extra donation.
Because to get the stuff over there, you got to pay, what is it?
It's a nice price.
Taxes and everything, just to get it over there. Yep. It's not cheap either. It ain't $5. I tell you that. Because this brother personally, he deals with that. So it's a different level. Some of us buy video games, that's $100, $50, $80. Not saying you can't buy stuff. Some of us buy Nikes. Right. One brother I know, he buy Nikes all the time. He got Jordan money. Jordans. He got the 7s, the 8s. You know what I'm wearing? I'm wearing Skechers. the one that be on the mall on the display. What's another sneaker? Avex. What's it called with an A? Avix. What's it called? It was an A. It's a sneaker that started with an A6. Yeah, I'm wearing A6, man. What's another one? Airwalks. Nah, I don't know that. That's poverty right there. I'm talking about Payless. Oh, Payless. Now, Payless went out of business. Payless is gone. I would have been over there a long time ago. I was a kid. I used to wear Shacks, brothers. We used to wear Shacks, Starberries, Skechers. What's another one? K-Swiss. K-Swiss was fly. Get the toothbrush, clean it up. Yeah. Hey, I have a story. One time I bought fake Jordans. I got exposed in class. That was terrible. Damn. I had the Jordan. It was red. It was like, I forgot what color it was. But somebody bought the same sneaker from Foot Locker. I bought it from some dude off the street. My mother bought it from some dude off the street. And it didn't match up. It didn't match up. They was like, oh, you're trying to, Judah make it a scene. Judah make your sneakers a scene. Some of us had sneakers that's talking and all of that. Just your big toe showing. Some of us grew up poor. My mother couldn't afford to buy me every Jordan sneaker. I hated seeing bad kids that failed school always had all the best sneakers. Hated that. I'm like, I'm trying to get a 65. You got a 40, and you got sneakers. You got all these different sneakers. But my point is, in them other countries, they don't got none of them sneakers. Some of them don't got shoes on. You understand what I'm saying? So while we buying our Jordans, we're buying Yeezys. Type in how much Yeezys cost. I saw a brother with some Yeezys on in the school. Type in Yeezys. Hey, Kanye West sneaker.
Whenever we donate it, we got to remember, if we not wearing it, don't donate it. If we not willing to put it on as is, it don't make sense you donate it. It doesn't.
Yeezy sneakers. How much? $1,499?
That's rent.
And them sneakers look trash, too. They don't look good. If you put that shoe on, it should cure athlete's foot. I'm telling you, this don't make no sense. Yes, give me that scripture. Thank you. Give me that scripture. Go up. I've seen them sneakers in them things. That's Kanye West sneaker, right? He ain't getting no money from me. He off. He got spirits on him. He off. That brother got spirits on him.
Careful, he washed in the blood of Jesus now.
No, he ain't. He washed in the blood of Kardashian. That's he got Bruce Jenner as his dad and all that. Caitlyn, whatever her name, his whatever name it is, off. It's just an off family. And you look on their Instagram, they got hundreds of millions of followers. People are gone. Yeah, those are the. Yeah, I saw that with kids on $350 sneakers, but they can't even count to 350. Look at this, it's crazy. But my point is, if we can buy this, we can definitely give our brothers abroad a better donation, right? That means we're just being cheap. I can't afford that. I'm being honest. I'll be comfortable with my sketches. Get them all black. Nobody know what it is. It's all black. Because those type of sneakers got funny colors. Like even the coloring lets you know it's poor sneakers. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Go to where we at? Where we at? Sirach? Give me that.
Ecclesiasticus, chapter 29, verse 20. Help thy neighbor according to thy power.
You hear that? Help your neighbor according to your power. Now, don't be stupid. One brother, he got $275. How much the Metro card cost? $275. A brother need a Metro card. He gives him $275. Now he can't go to the school. You simple as hell. One brother have done that. He said, I felt bad. You know, the brother needed to go, but he can't go. So you broke the law. Don't do that. Help according to thy power. $75. How much the Metro card cost? $275. A brother need a Metro card. He gives him $275. Now he can't go to the school. You simple as hell. One brother have done that. He said, I felt bad. You know, the brother needed to go, but he can't go. So you broke the law. Don't do that. Help according to thy power. So if you have it, donate. If you don't have it, don't try to kill yourself. You understand? You understand that, brothers? Be careful of that, because I've seen a couple of brothers do that. Brother talking about he had money and he gave it to somebody because the brother didn't have a Metro card, but he ends up giving up his Metro card. Now he can't get to the school. Don't be simple. Help according to that power. All right? Read the verse again.
Help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou thyself fall not into the same. The chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and an house to cover shame.
Read that verse again.
The chief thing for life is water, and bread.
So some of y'all don't even drink water. Some of y'all don't even drink water. We got to start drinking water. Brothers drink juice. Nothing wrong with drinking juice, but you got to drink some water. Remember, I think Bernard Hopkins, on one of them boxes, he said soda is like the equivalent of liquid crack. That's what he said. I got cut because I was drinking my Sprite while he said it. No, the point. Look at Ezekiel. See, he don't eat all that nasty stuff. But the point is, water. We gotta have water, meaning water to bathe in, water to clean yourself, water to drink. Read on.
And bread.
Food in your house.
And clothing.
Right, because I've seen brothers with no food in the house but a whole bunch of sneakers. I've seen kids like that. Read on.
And clothing.
And clothing. Read on.
And an house to cover shame.
Meaning your nakedness. You need some place to live. Read on.
Better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage.
Man, I'd rather live in a mean cottage, meaning a shack. You remember them shacks they showed you back in the days of slavery? Those are shacks. And some of them places that we see in them other countries where it ain't, because some of y'all got your own room. As a kid, I didn't have my own room until I got older. I had to share a room. You understand that? Some of us had to share rooms. Now some of us have our own room as kids, and we closed the door. We was not allowed to close the door until we got older. Even then, we kind of generation softened up because my mother said, what she say? You got to pay rent to close the door, or something like that. Something she said. But the point is, we take a lot of things for granted here in this country of America. Here, we become very spoiled and very spoiled. Relate the elements like the brother was saying. So wizard. Read that.
It says wizard, early 15C. Philosopher, sage.
A sage. You ever heard that term? A lot of times we hear those terms in Dragon Ball Z, animation, like those cartoons. They'll use the words like wizard, sage, things of that. They'll use those terms.
Mr. President, thanks so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Laura.
Today, Mike Pompeo gave a very forceful press conference on the fallout from the Iranian jetliner going down. His concern is that people aren't understanding the imminent nature of the threat of Soleimani. And he was pressed on that today. He said there were large-scale attacks planned on U.S. facilities, but he didn't go more specific. Don't the American people have a right to know what specifically was targeted without revealing methods and sources?
Well, I don't think so, but we will tell you that probably it was going to be the embassy in Baghdad. You saw that happening. You saw it with all of the men, very few women, circling it very strongly and very viciously, knocking out windows and trying to get in, and they were close to getting in. And I called out the military. They said, we'll have it there tomorrow. I said, nope, you'll have it there today. We're not going to have another Benghazi on our hands. And we did a really amazing job. I get no credit for it, but we never get credit for anything, and that's okay. In the meantime, we have the greatest economy we've ever had, a lot of other things. But I think you would have had another Benghazi had we not acted quickly. That could have been stopped, and this was stopped. And we had our Apaches going there, the great helicopters, and they were dropping flares all over the place, and a lot of things were happening. They had action real fast, and everybody disappeared.
Did they have large-scale attacks planned for other embassies? And if those were planned, why can't we reveal that to the American people? Wouldn't that help your case?
I can reveal that I believe it would have been 4 embassies, and I think that probably Baghdad already started. They were really amazed that we came in.
We now bring you a man who can quit show business and retire whenever he wants to. He has the biggest country seat I've ever seen. Jack Kirkwood! Thank you, Jimmy Wallace. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Jimmy, thanks for that exaggerated introduction. Having you on this program with me is making me to suffer with gladness. But one more introduction like that, and I'm going to get mad. I'm going to get furious. You know what's going to happen? No. What? I'm going to get my head bashed in like I always do.
Oh, don't get mad, Jackson. All I meant was you've been in show business a long time, haven't you?
That's too true, James. Yes, I was on the stage, but I was 3 years.
Started taking it religiously at
Columbia Broadcasting affiliated stations present Orson Welles and the Mercury Theater on the Air in The War of the Worlds by H.G. Wells.
Having to do with Iran. I've been very guarded because I don't want to do that. But we may have to do something. We have to be in a position where we can do it even from the negotiating standpoint. But hopefully it won't be necessary. We have tremendous sanctions. They're doing very poorly. They have riots all over
Ladies
there.
and gentlemen, the director of the Mercury Theater and star of these broadcasts, Orson Welles.
We know now that in the early years of the 20th century, this world was being watched closely by intelligences greater than man's, yet as mortal as his own. We know now that as human beings busied themselves about their various concerns, they were scrutinized and studied.
Of Israel.
Perhaps almost as narrowly as a man with a microscope might scrutinize the transient creatures form and multiply in a drop of water. With infinite complacency, people went to and fro over the earth about their little affairs, serene in the assurance of their dominion over this small, spinning fragment of solar driftwood, which by chance or design, man has inherited out of the dark
Bernie Sanders is out. You're not surprised to hear this discussing
Yet
Iran,
across an
what
immense
happened.
ethereal gulf,
And he basically said
minds
this.
that are to our minds, ours are the beasts of the jungle. Intellect, vast, cool, and unsympathetic, regarded this earth with envious eyes, slowly and surely drew their plans against us. For 39 years, the 20th century came the Great Disillusionment.
Frontin' like they master ceremonies. None of you suckers are even remotely close to me. To be nice, I sacrifice things like no sleep. I keep a library of lyrics on microfiche, creating concepts so deep. Niggas quote me, they rewind and interpret my rhymes to they homies. I've advanced beyond your flows eons ago. It's inevitable in 98, I'ma blow. Ever since 84, I've been in it to win it. But see, back then we used to battle by spinning on the cement. You can't even absorb the rhymes I record or resolve the deep laws of the physics involved. I travel to the end of the universe and beyond. Parsecs out of range from a cellular star tech. From the galaxy of Andromeda, I puzzle niggas like crop circles. Another unexplained phenomenon. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage.
All men were back at work. Sales picking up.
You spineless, spineless, niggas is heartless.
Crosby service estimated.
Hey yo, I came to see that hip hop is never tarnished. So
Its right atmospheric surface of undetermined origin is supported over the window, causing a low pressure.
hey yo, all I really want is you niggas to stop biking. All I really want is you niggas to start writing. All I really want is you niggas to be original. Come on, start spitting some lyrical shit that I can listen to. You haven't written the perfect rhyme yet. You don't even know what you're committed to doing more in the Middle East. But what specifically is NATO going to contribute that's going to take some of the unidentified flying objects. When I bomb shit, I get retarded. Riding more than your bargain. I'm talking about rip a mic off your arm shit. Hype shit, blow up a mic shit. You might get beat the fuck up in broad daylight with a nightstick. To the British, I'm Gandhi. To the Japanese, I'm an American pilot flying over Nagasaki. To the AIDS patient, I'm your last antibody. Sitting and waiting for a cure for modern biology. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. Spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless.
Ladies and gentlemen, we interrupt our program with
hey yo, I came to see that hip hop is never tarnished. So yo, I be looking directly into the human eye to see if you pussy and completely ruin your ability to lie to me. I pull a 9 on the bully, cock back the cannon, goddamn it. I don't think you fully understand it. Ask 9 out of 10 niggas on the planet who the best is. The question to go unanswered till I step up to the front line with rhymes, revving my engines like they were powered by the minds. Murdering niggas with lyrics manufactured within my DNA's double helix. I leave you in troubled spirits. I'm absolutely the purest breeder MC from the United States of America. The Europe, I deserve it. However you want to word it, I'm perfect. Touch my microphone on accident and get murdered on purpose, motherfucker. Hey yo, 9 out of 10 of these rap artists is garbage. You spineless, rhymeless, niggas is heartless. Hey yo, I came to see the hip hop is never tarnished. So
man, I caught you on that cut with Wycliffe, man. You were booming, but I caught these foul, slouch ass niggas. You know me talking foul about you the other night on the corner of the boulevard, man. I wasn't with that, but I ain't know you well enough to defend you though, right? But you seem like you got true game, but peep game, man. They've been playing me all my life, man. You know I won the title a couple of times, did right. You know what I mean? But they can't hurt us, man. We gonna do it. Get up in this ring, man. Put on these gloves. Let me show you how to handle yourself, man. You don't got nobody out there with you. I got to show you, man. Get up in there. Move that head, man. Come on to me, man. But when you come, man, you gotta come for blood, man. Come up to me, man. Come on, bust that nigga hole, man. Niggas talking that shit about you. Hey, Mike Tyson here speaking with the cannabis man over here. Yo, cannabis, your main objective out here is to do nothing but eat MCs for lunch, breakfast. Hey, man, they've been playing me all my life, man. You know, I won a title a couple of times, did right, but they can't hurt us, man. We gonna do it. Get up in this ring, man, put on these gloves. Let me show you how to handle
you. I'ma let the
man.
world know the truth. You don't want me to shine. You study my rhyme, then you laid your vocals at the mine. That's a bitch move, something that a homo rapper would do. So when you say that you platinum, you only dropping clues. I studied your background, read the book that you wrote, researched your footnotes about how you used to sniff coke, frontin' like a drug-free role model. You disgust me. I know bitches that see you smoke weed recently. You walk around showing off your body cause it sells. Plus to avoid the fact that you ain't got scales. Mad at me cause I kick that shit real niggas fail. 199% of your fans wear high heels. From Ice-T to Kumo D to Jay-Z. Now you wanna fuck with me? You must be crazy. You drippin' with whack juice and you can't get it off. You better be prepared to finish what you start, nigga.
You just hold it right there. We got a illegal roll the fighters, the trucks. If I see one more of those, you're out of here, fella. You understand? You'll be disqualified. Stop being a bitch. We came to see a fight.
Yo, cannabis, man, you gotta hit harder than that, man. You don't want no bitch ass niggas hanging out with me, man. We're warriors, man. When we go into battle, we come out, don't come out at all.
Yo, you better give me the respect that I deserve, or I'ma take it by force. Blast you with a 45 core, make you somersault, shock you with a couple 100,000 for thunderbolts. Before you wanted the war, now you wanna talk. It's about who strikes the hardest, not who strikes first. That's why I laugh when I hear that whack ass verse. That shit was the worst rhyme I ever heard in my life. Cause the greatest rapper of all time died on March 9th. God bless his soul, rest in peace, kid. It's because of him now, at least I know what beef is. It's not what I would call this. See, this is something different. A faggot nigga trying to make a living off of dissing somebody that he gotta know is better than him. But he feeling himself cause he got more cheddar than him. Well, let me tell you something. You might got more cash than me, but you ain't got the skills to eat a nigga's ass like me. And if you really wanna show off, we can get it on live in front of the cameras on your own sitcom. I let you kick her first. Fuck it, I let you kick them all. I'd even wait for the studio audience to applaud. Now watch me rip the tap from your arm, kick you in the groin, stick you for your Vanguard award in front of your mom. Your first, second, and third born, make your wife. Your first, second, and third born, make your wife get on the horn. Call Minister Farrakhan so he can persuade me to squash it. I say no, he started it. He forgot what a hardcore artist is. A hardcore artist is a dangerous man, such as myself, trained to run 20 miles in soft sand, on or off land, programmed to kick hundreds of bars off land from a lost and forgotten land. You done did it, man. You done spitted some wax in it and probably thought that because it's been a minute I forget it. Fuck that, cause like I'm in a cube, I see the bitch in you, and I'ma make the world see it too, motherfucker.
Champion by second round knockout, 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Can I run?
Yo, Cannabis, man, you moving like Tiger Kenya, man. You're in and out and you're agile with your flow, man. But dig, right? You got me, man. That's your name, Cannabis. Your whole agenda's to eat these niggas, man. They have no business to be on the same stage with you, holding a mic with you.
Uncovered a modern crime, but it was soon established that it was very old. And subsequently, on the basis of both documentary evidence and forensic evidence, they identified it as being probably the remains of a woman named Ursula Kemp, who had been executed at St. Osyth and buried in the highway rather than in consecrated ground in the year 1582. And Ursula Kemp's crime was the alleged causing of death by witchcraft. Now, today, obviously, I'm going to talk about witchcraft and perhaps explain how it was that people like Ursula Kemp came to such an end. First of all, we need to start with a little context by discussing the larger place of not simply witchcraft, a specific crime, but magic within the popular culture of early modern England. We could perhaps define that world of magic as being essentially a body of belief.
Approximately 50 years ago, under the direction of President Harry Truman and in the interest of national security, a group of 12 top military scientific personnel were established. This group's primary objective was to desensitize us to the truth and to suppress the material evidence that our planet is being visited by a group of extraterrestrial biological entities called the Greys.
Channel 0. Channel 0. Channel 0. Channel 0. Channel 0. Sometimes the road
Thank you, David.
so elusive is confusing and reality
Thank you.
becomes illusion. If I show the masses where we was at and where we was going, I'd shatter the social balance of the world as we know it. I'm talking about the grand deception of 1947, when our souls were sold to the heavens for technologically advanced weapons, crystal enhanced brain implants, and mind control methods. MJ-12 is not majestic, and the focal point of our problems on this planet are not domestic. You can accept it or be stupid and be a skeptic. I fail to recognize the secret society's death wish. 97% of our presidents were Masons, responsible for laundering trillions of dollars from the nation for the construction of underground military installations, abductions and cattle mutilations, experiments on human patients that take place in several subterranean bases, 150 stories below a basement with knowledge of genetic information. You need to fear science, not Satan, cause through the manipulation of certain biological agents, they create strange creations. Top secret special operations, low frequency sounds and lasers. People like Carl Sagan that didn't believe in the Drake equation were trying to keep Western civilization on a need to know basis. Well, you need to know that this is the game, and we're being betrayed and played in the worst way. Channel zero. Tune in to 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 channel zero. Yo, the holy script from Genesis 1:26 says, let us make man in our image under our likeness. First of all, who's they? You see, if God was truly a single entity, that's not what he would say. We as the Elohim, gods and goddesses, possess a marvelously monstrous subconscious life forms to speak in very high-pitched sounds and squeaks, short staccato clicks and beeps, a highly advanced form of speech. Even though to us it seems like they only chatter in their teeth, they used to swim deep in the oceans beneath, till they fins transformed into limbs and they started to creep. Then they evolved into mammals with feet and walked right from the shorelines onto the beach. They use gravity, cause it's actually the only force around that could slow time and the speed of light down. The energy grid network opened the gateway from Earth to any point in the universe. Living organisms in various geomagnetic gravitational anomaly areas. Space expedition teams in the lunar regions reported seeing distant pyramids and tetrahedrons. Liquid-filled shoes is what they use to walk across the moon without leaving a clue of where they've been for the past 23 billion years before life on the surface even appeared. I hope you become aware what I'm spitting in your ear was intended to stimulate your left brain's hemisphere. I know it sounds weird, all these motherfucking answers and questions to the grand deception. Tune in to channel zero. 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 Tune in to channel zero.
A moth goes into a podiatrist's office.
A moth goes into a podiatrist's office. Right?
You are correct. A moth goes into a podiatrist's office, and the podiatrist's office says, "What's the problem?" And the moth says, "What's the problem? Where do I begin, man?" He goes, "I go to work for Gregory Olinovich, and all day long I work. Honestly, Doc, I don't even know what I'm doing anymore. I don't even know if Gregory Olinovich knows. He only knows that he has power over me, and that seems to bring him happiness. But I don't know. I wake up in a malaise, and I walk here and there. The podiatrist says, "Oh, yeah?" The moth goes, "Yes." He goes, at night, I sometimes wake up and I turn to some old lady in my bed that's on my arm. A lady that I once loved. I don't know where to turn to. My youngest, Alexandria. She fell in the cold last year. The cold took her down as it did many of us.
Show enough when I'm too cold to hold it too hot.
And my other boy. And this is the hardest pill to swallow,
When we too cold to hold it, too hot to touch. That's all of us. Yo, my dick is like planet Earth. Everybody's on it. Used to kick rhymes for free on street corners. Group Home is the name of my organization. We gets busy like phones without call waiting. Cold killing them, cold-blooded reptilians. The rock non-stop for the millennium. Listen, everyone in my crew be spitting. 8 niggas deep in a Ford Expedition. I rock ice, bigger the boulders. My shine be bright enough to give a nigga glaucoma. Never sober, breaking it down the hardest. The live artist to be a dead carcass. The CIA wants to murder me, cause verbally I'm a threat to national security. With the freestyle instinct, we think quick and set it off like Jada Pinkett. Well, I'm too cold to hold, too hot to touch.
Hey, yo, cheese.
Can I bust?
Show enough. Well, I'm too cold to hold, too hot to touch.
B.I.
Can I bust?
Show enough. When I'm too cold to hold it, too hot to touch. Can I bust?
Show enough.
We too cold to hold it, too hot to touch.
It's group home and all of us.
Record breaking it and money making it. I'm from Jamaica, Queens, wicked, I'm not Jamaican. I lay my law and let the whole world feel this. I'm from the slum, my only comes with the realness. It's 1997, a brand new beginning. We keep it tight when the game in the ninth inning. Now who be sinning? Me and my boys, cause we come through, make noise and destroys all competition. Word to mommy, they be on a mission. That's why we came to knock them out position, man, listen. The cannabis and group boom, that's my team, niggas. Acting like you don't, you know what I mean, nigga. See, me and my team, we'll bring the dry mills to that ass. Quick, fast, before getting this cash, man. I used to rap from a trash can. Hustling, trying to make ends meet. Word up, I owe it all to the street. So now.
Well, I'm too cold to hold, too hot to touch.
B.I.
Can I bust?
No, but I'm too cold to hold, too hot to touch.
Yo, cheese.
Now can I bust?
Show
no. Now I'm too cold to hold and too hot to touch.
Can I bust?
Can I bust?
Show no.
We too cold to hold and too hot to touch.
Let's go Here comes the hip hop kid with the solo sound. Be breaking it.
I'd switch pillows with you, but I'm allergic to sponge. I got a bad allergy to it. I'd be sneezing all night with that thing. That's why I carry my own pillow. It's hyperallergenic. I had no idea those beer cans were going to blow like that. You left him on a vibrating bed. What did you think was going to happen? It's been a long day. It just didn't occur to me. Didn't occur to you, so I have to sleep in a puddle of beer.
You want to switch?
No, I just want to sleep.
Me too. I am bushed.
Good night.
Good night.
What if it was one of your friends, huh? What if the shoe was on the other foot? I go barefoot!
Oh.
Traffic is resuming at O'Hare Field, and flights will be moving out of there very shortly.
Sorry.
Why? What? If I don't clear my sinuses, I'll snore all night. Gee, if your kid spills his milk, what do? Slap him in the head?
What is that supposed to mean?
You're not a very tolerant person.
Look, you've been under my skin since New York, starting with ripping off my cab.
God, you're a tight ass.
How'd you like a mouthful of teeth?
Oh, and hostile, too. Nice personality combination. Hostile and intolerant. That's borderline criminal.
Screw you. You spilled beer all over the bed. You smoke. You mess up the bathroom.
Well, who let you stay in the room? I even let you pay for it so you wouldn't feel like an intruder, which you most certainly are.
Oh, I'm an intruder.
Yes, you're an intruder. I was having a perfectly nice trip until you walked into my life.
I walked into your life. Who was that who talked my ear off on the plane? Who was that? I'm curious.
Well, who told you to book a room? I did, out of the goodness of my dumb old heart. Boy, you're an ungrateful jackass. Well, go ahead, sleep in the lobby, see if I care. I hope you wake up so stiff you can't even move.
You're no saint. You got a free cab, you got a free room, and someone who'll listen to your boring stories. I mean, didn't you notice on the plane when you started talking, eventually I started reading the vomit bag? Didn't that give you some sort of clue, like, hey, maybe this guy's not enjoying it? You know, everything is not an anecdote. You have to discriminate. You choose things that are funny or mildly amusing or interesting. You're a miracle. Your stories have none of that. They're not even amusing accidentally. Honey, I'd like you to meet Del Griffith. He's got some amusing anecdotes for you. Oh, and here's a gun so you can blow your brains out. You'll thank me for it. I could tolerate any insurance seminar. For days, I could sit there and listen to them go on and on with a big smile on my face. They'd say, how can you stand it? And I'd say, because I've been with Del Griffith. I can take anything. You know what they'd say? They'd say, I know what you mean. The shower curtain ring guy. Whoa. It's like going on a date with a chatty Cathy doll. I expect you to have a little string on your chest, you know, that I pull out and have to snap back. Except I wouldn't pull it out and snap it back. You would. And by the way, you know, when you're telling these little stories, here's a good idea. Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target. Yeah, you're right. I talk too much. I also listen too much. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you. But I don't like to hurt people's feelings. Well, you think what you want about me. I'm not changing. I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. 'Cause I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
The main thing to succeed in this game is to either be me or fight me.
Accidentally. Honey, I'd like you to meet Del Griffith. He's got some amusing anecdotes for you. Oh, and here's a gun so you can blow your brains out. You'll thank me for it. I can't tolerate any insurance seminar. For days, I could sit here and listen to it go on and on with a big smile on my face.
Hi, can I help you?
Say, how can
Yes,
you
I'd like a
stand
ham and
it?
cheese omelet and more wham fries.
I'm sorry. We stopped serving breakfast, but we are on the lunch menu now.
But I want breakfast.
Well, you can't have it. We're not serving it.
So you said. Is that the manager?
Yeah,
Could I speak to him, please?
sure. Rick, there's a customer that would like to speak with you.
Yes, sir. Hi, I'd like some breakfast.
We stopped serving breakfast.
I know you stopped serving breakfast, Rick. Sheila told me you stopped serving breakfast. Why am I calling you by your first names? I don't...
Because I've been with Del Griffith. I can take anything. You know what they'd say? They'd say, I know what you mean. The shower curtain ring guy. Whoa. It's like going on a date with a chatty Cathy doll. I expect you to have a little string on your chest, you know, that I pull out and have to snap back. Except I wouldn't pull it out and snap it back. You would. And by the way, you know, when you're telling these little stories, here's a good idea. Have a point. It makes it so much more interesting for the listener.
You want to hurt me? Go right ahead if it makes you feel any better. I'm an easy target. Yeah, you're right. I talk too much. I also listen too much. I could be a cold-hearted cynic like you. But I don't like to hurt people's feelings. Well, you think what you want about me. I'm not changing. I like me. My wife likes me. My customers like me. 'Cause I'm the real article. What you see is what you get.
Let's suppose that you're writing a really important email to a colleague, or a post on Facebook that all
But I walk in here all of a sudden, total stranger, and I'm calling you Rick and Sheila like we're in some kind of AA meeting. I don't want to be your buddy, Rick. I just want a little breakfast.
Well, you can call me Miss Folsom if you want to.
Sheila, we stopped serving breakfast at 11:30.
Rick, have you ever heard the expression, the customer is always right?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, here I am, the customer.
That's not our policy. You have to order something from the lunch menu.
I don't want lunch. I want breakfast.
Yeah, well, hey, I'm really sorry.
Yeah. Well, hey, I'm really sorry, too.
Get a gun!
Let's get organized. Calm down. Just calm down, everybody. Just sit down. Sit down over there. Hey. Mister. Where are you going? No. You sit down there and you finish your lunch. Come on. Everybody just relax and take it easy. Come on. Why don't you eat your lunch, please? Eat your lunch. You all need your vitamins A's and B's and... No, it's an accident. It's an accident. It's an accident. The trigger, it's sensitive. It's okay. It's all right. It's a sensitive trigger. Rick, could I have my breakfast, please?
Yes, sir. Sheila?
Rick, Miss Folsom.
Yes, sir.
Yes?
You know what? You were right. I think I've changed my mind. I'm gonna have some lunch. Could I have a double whammy burger with cheese? You getting this?
Yes, sir.
And an order of whammy fries. And, let me see, a chocolate wham shake.
Yes, sir. Sheila, get his order.
Rick, could you get it for me, please? I feel more comfortable now calling you Rick after all we've been through together. How you doing? Enjoying your meal? How about you, son? Is it good? And you, ma'am? How's the food? I think we have a critic. I don't think she likes the special sauce, Rick. That's a joke. There you go. Thank you. See, this is what I'm talking about. Turn around, look at that. You see what I mean? It's plump, it's juicy, it's 3 inches thick. Now, look at this sorry, miserable, squashed thing. Can anybody tell me what's wrong with this picture? Anybody? Anybody at all?
Expect that when Jack and Thorough connect, it's a deck track. I pack a wallop when the mic gets bumped up. Ironic though, stepping forward it's a setback. We wreck rap with insurmountable skill. Your mouth and your grill. As the funk circulates an uncertain fate falls upon the crowd. It's Jekyll on the prowl with the say excuse me when you're stepping on my toe there, punk. Ooh, I like this track, come on. Here's Jekyll, impeccable Jekyll, and real Pharaoh. Bounce it from here to ear, space bound for the universal roller in your atmosphere. Get your ass up, sucker, and walk this way. Don't talk, just bounce to the rhythm display. Look around, I guarantee you find a pretty lady screaming. Don't with me in your wildest dream, 'cause I make you sing. Expect that when Jack and Thorough connect, it's a deck track. I pack a wallop when the mic gets bumped up. Ironic though, stepping forward it's a setback. We wreck rap with insurmountable skill. Your mouth and your grill. As the funk circulates an uncertain fate falls upon the crowd. It's Jekyll on the prowl with the hey, say excuse me when you're stepping on my toe there, punk. Ooh, I like this track, come on. Here's Jekyll, impeccable Jekyll, and real Pharaoh. Bounce it from here to ear, space bound for the universal roller in your atmosphere. Get your ass up, sucker, and walk this way. Don't talk, just bounce to the rhythm display. Look around, I guarantee you find a pretty lady screaming. Don't with me in your wildest dream, 'cause I make them sing and I make them scream. Don't with me in your wildest dream, 'cause I make them sing and I make them scream. Nice and nasty with conversations, green ladder and rhythmic pattern, brain shattering, bouncing and jumping and freaking the funk. 95, I ain't going for that whack ass. And you can take a chunk out and I still manage to supply high tech lines in the masses like the stars in the sky. We all can ride on the train, serving soul food and watch the shows move to a cold groove. Cold groove is moving me, code name incredible. Jekyll introducing RT, freak the art. A lot of bros out there is copycats with them sloppy raps, perpetrating something special in their best show. Got broke up like percentages from the ruckus of our psyche
cipher in the back, dusting busters, audio snipers, suckers beware, stand clear of this. Packing that funk, that breaks through something that's made. In your wildest dreams, 'cause I make them say, and I make them scream. Don't forget with me. In your wildest dreams, 'cause I make them say, and I make them scream. Take me out of here. Don't worry me. 'Cause I make them say, and I make them scream. Don't fuck with me. In your wildest dreams, 'cause I make them say, and we make them scream.
Wait the town and tell the people. Grab this, man. You just be siphoning knowledge.
In a minute, everything you have can all be straight gone. In a minute, things you thought were tight can come straight undone. About sometimes onward, some so far it's so good any day. What you think is solid earth can jump up and spread out to the north and south. That's what plates are about. Nature has no conscience, no kindness or ill will, but
The dreams they had make me sad because of the vice of them. When we'll go to the fire in hers, and then it happened to me and my family. My person I will drive in the order, be bleeding flames. I sleep with the fire, surviving zone with no home. There was fire on it. Let me have my life. I want it.
I'm gonna tell you that I said we're coming in here, we're coming in chill, we're coming in how we will. Why you tell the old world what's in here? And I said no critical border, 'cause we do what we want. Come on, monkey styles, the Malays and check our fun. Now once you get over, sounding like you know. Let me do the radio, all that shit is gone. All we coming with is a little bit of swing, and we fall like it ain't no thing. We say, oh boy, Sally did not think there was one. We know the radio speak and the shows are more bumping. You know we made the dance all since 88. And they did not think when they can wake up from this state. Still was down like that, still was down like that, still was down like that. Kicking the funk that smells so skunk. Oh boy, Sally did not think there was one. We know the radio speak and the shows are more fun. But you know we made the dance all since 88. And they did not think when they can wake up from this state. The dance hall that we come from was a full table basement. The bud was low key and the record was Jamaican, but
Such occasions occur back in the day. It begins, you're a rocket all the way. Son of a gun, but if you drifted all and down that you are gifted. After breaking dawn, behaving like a spy. Dancing in the light, the cold world awakens. Deeper is the light to open up the sky. Look into my eyes and see them dilating. Almost dying is dancing, we come with me. Embedded in our souls, a breeze out of this book. We always knew that we could. Make you, give you to, but we would.
Not want to get over, sounding like you know. Let me do the radio, all that shit is fun. All we coming with is a little bit of swing. And we fall like it ain't no thing. Hey, almost Sally did not think there was one. But you know the radio speak and the shows are more bumping. You know we made the dance all since 88. And it did not think when they hear wake up from their stage. Still we're down like that, still we're down like that, still we're down like that. Kicking up on that smells so skunk. We will arise.
Explore these worlds and find the grassroots. How to brew, to do the grinding of the ground to brew. My dude on the one. Come on like tap on, rock your shit, and you will rise on.
Mama outstanding in your field safe. Do as you will, as you wish, while your bliss safe. We travel around the country, giving it the best. We like to see the people people dancing and bouncing and the rest.
The hammer and the chisel and the rule that compass before it's a sword, the chariots of war, a battle axe.
Power in anger, but love's a bigger, bigger, complete props to my crew, 'cause this is how we do. Almost daily. Watch your back, 'cause it's after dawn. But I may say some of them a walk, they walk, but I may say some of them a talk, they talk, it's the true hoodlum fun, the neighborhood block, and some of them a walk, they walk, and I may say some of them a talk, they talk, it's the true hoodlum fun, the block.
Take a walk through the hood. Come on and get your stroll on punk, but don't you pop off the lip and get your mark ass chump. That's when you start to shiver, shake, then you stagger. Drop to your knees and glance back and see the blood from my dagger. Punk motherfuckers better scatter real quick unless you wanna shout some more stickers. But I don't think that y'all could handle the neighborhood vandal. I'm always into something better, yet the further scandal. Grabs the Gazette from the mantle of the 4-5, baby, then I slide through the ride. Spider-Man got him, it's just another homicide. I put his prints on the gun, now it's a suicide ride. You're -1, I'm -2 from your crew, and well, let me tell you what you're finna do. And if I see your punk ass chillin' after dark, I'm finna lick 2 shots, 'cause I'm the hood with no heart.
When if you walk in the neighborhood after dark, watch when if you walk the neighborhood, I must stop. When if you walk in the neighborhood after dark, watch when if you walk the neighborhood, I must stop.
Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Saigon. The neighborhood hoods is the motherfucking dog gone. Yeah, you get me started, you'll be dearly departed. No remorse, of course, I'm cold-hearted. The king of pain, mentally deranged, because where I come from, yo, the seasons don't change, it rains let instead. The sidewalks red, motherfucking dirt beds with holes in the head, filled with dread. You better off dead. You step into my neighborhood, that ass will get bled. Yeah, I drop bombs, I embalm. You better practice your song. I'm leaving my cause dead calm. No staples or stitches for you punk ass bitches. I'm bagging them rags and I'm stealing them riches. I'll mock your ass, sock your ass, I'll clock that ass so fast. Your sorry ass will get whiplash. Relentless, I'm endless. I don't stop, I don't quit off. Started you, I'm too sexy for this shit.
Some of them a walk, they walk, and I may say some of them a talk, they talk, it's the true hoodlum on the neighborhood block, and some of them a talk, they clock, and some of them a bust the book shot, it's the true hoodlum on the block. All I know, man, come and tell ya what it's true done. It's me, the little enemy, with me mugging on tongue, me get vexed. Money because botheration, murder. A sound boy not through the mic in a me hand, but the Babylon man want to mash up me plan, and them up to get me know that they get it done, me had it done. You can't step in a me hood like the Dan Callie, and because the Dan Callie and left with him head in a man. But them a go die for the neighborhood lava. Me begging a put up on no one. Die for the gun in a me hand. Pa pam 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 pam. Gonna feel walk in the neighborhood after dark.
Coco. Oh, bad Coco. Bad. Ugh, Coco. Hey, Mom, Coco pooped on the ground. Mom, Coco pooped on the ground.
Why? Why would she do that?
I scared the crap out of her.
Were you being mean to her? Clean it up.
Okay.
Oh. Oh. What is that?
It's a power bar. Oh.
Hey, what's up? We've been waiting for you for a long time. Come on in.
R9. The house.
Mr. Mustafa. Check out the style that we flow. Listen up, in case you didn't know, I got bowels on my feet and blood wills in them. My name ain't Calvin, so I did not win them. I used to live in New York, but now I live in Cali. I'm swooping all the girls, even if they're from the valley. Kinky like Belle and long like Colash. Don't mess around, cause I'll snipe that ass, cause I'm shifty like her house.
and fake you like me gay. I love Brad Pitt, but that doesn't make me gay. And don't diss my sport pump, don't even try. Cause just like Villarino, I'll punch you in the eye.
Nod your head to this, that's a lot of pretend. Some of this we're standing on the shoulders at times. Sometimes something happens. Choose the ball for spell. The rest get based on everything opinions I'm saying. To a brand new level, I revel in completion. I like to see the deletion of a parasite. To make the load light. Fools no rule, but the rest keep bouncing back with a lack of further ado. See, there's one thing to do, we kick out the jam, slam the shit out hard and long. Cause we got more songs, dig, check it.
Something in my life now. All star down, yeah, your soul sound cool as the blue water all around. Full of force field flashing, somebody is sending like evolutions of the you are hearing. The dark supernatural is the rule we call our own. All lining in the mind's admin song. The wild they say never trust us, we're shady. The new of the crew you're into, we are baby. Cause music will be calling out the words we speak. We erect, great beat, shadow wax till on the platter. Our shit is better, we come, but then we scatter. Cause we deep and we solid, yeah, we hear you holler.
I crave it, I love it, I gave it. I shove it in a battery and save it for later. A waiter in the Dorothy Pavilion in '89. I met some weirdos and had myself a real good time. Downtown LA is a soul graveyard where you gotta be hard or get jacked. Like a certain sense, something basic. The problem is least the brokey, you know I had to face it. I guess I played, but it was no mistake because 311's got the boom, y'all.
My mind check is giving me electric company. I can't see the high wide sky or stars above me. Are you a flower or more like a high-rise tower? Your soul is sweet, delight on you a shower. There's a place for us, they say it's somewhere. Not a dream, but a place, and you will be there. You're sleeping, but content because your spirit and hills are alive with the sound of music.
People never see the whole trip of life. Grab knowledge, man, and all you do is sigh.
We got a heavyweight show for y'all tonight, folks. We got a funky ass group from the backyard called The Neighborhood. Okay? The
Well, if the sick is LS, don't wet my finger. Wetting up your hood like the wetting up your sprinkler. Yeah, I be the kid wetting up at a party. Cause I get drunk on them coke and Bacardi. Hit you with the right and the left, watch the stagger. Flip your ass over, snatch your money like swagger. Cloak and a dagger, choke and a ragger. You better watch your girl cause she knows that I'm a dragger. And everyone knows I got game for them hoes. And if you're speaking upon those, I've been doing them the gun tote, weed smoking my ass and boodle. Back with the phone track laid in the backyard. Strictly for the hood, this the good like the big fat sack of your favorite boom. I like to drop my vocals in a smoke-filled room. Then roll one up and let me light it. Hey yo, the pipe keep then don't fight it, ignite it, and pass it around. Cause when we get high, we can all get down. And I'll control ya like the Ayatollah Khomeini, the maniac with the yak. I make the dope tracks, plus I write the raps. I'm rolling the dice and I'm never hitting craps. The shoddy, I pump it, the cootie, I dump it, the trumpet, I bump it, the raps, I hump it. My mind's kinda sick, but I write up lists that sticks into your brain like a migraine. Pro change the name, and I run up game like Columbo or Kojak. My words is abstract, thanks to the sack and the bull that I pack. It's how we do it. Now this is how we do it. It's how we do it.
Hold on, let me set the camera. I hit him with the snowball. Okay, go ahead.
funky, but y'all didn't believe me. Now, hey, but this is how we do.
I walk in slick and then I flex my pick and like the end of another zigzag stick. Then I proceed to drop my vocal tone on your microphone. And I check 1, 2, and it's on. Back then you're in trouble. I bust that bubble in your head. Finger to the trigger to the leg. The funkiness I twist, you get pissed and you wish that you could make something dope. I get drunk, I get stupid, take a record and yeah, I shoot away the devil like Cupid. I got a Jones for the musical tones. I got an FPC and I be working at home. Ooh, bang, bang, shoot 'em up with my 6-shooter. One force move to get smoked like Buddha. So treat us like the punks on the bunk if you wanna. We're just the neighborhood dropping styles on marijuana. Now this is how we do it. How we do it. Now this is how we do it. How we do it. How we do it. Now this is how we do it. How we do it. How we do it. Now this is how we do it. How we do it. How we do it. Now this is how we do it. How we do it.
Everybody was kung fu fighting. Those kids were fast as lightning. In fact, it was a little bit frightening. But they fought with expert timing. They were funky Chinamen from funky Chinatown. They were chopping them up. They were chopping them down. It's an ancient Chinese art, and everybody knew their part. From a fading to a slip, from a kid with a hip. Everybody was kung
Oh, no more. I'm tired.
You scared yet?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he?
I'm just fine. Yeah. Wow.
I owe you because that's what I have. I need to get changed.
See, children's skin can make you money. I got a whopping $5 from Lincoln. Does everybody want to see my girlfriend?
Yeah.
The inside consider me the Semite, and when I speak up, it's kind of hectic like a riot. Red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, violet is the color of the sun. I gotta run, Las Vegas bound to
so many yards. Yo, you know I got a big crew and they got a stage strapped in the battle Armageddon. Now and I look out for stuff cause I can kick it with myself, but I prefer to build much higher with the crew. They calling on and on and on. It's infinite and you don't stop and you don't quit. The woman X and a plan of known a truck and land. The blood is gonna flow is what we said, so here we go, man. The future profits like a package we deliver. The reds for the blood that flows like a river. That was nice. Let me tell you something, life to me is just foul. Kinda irritating like a foot in the house. So what's your lifestyle? I'm not your mild manner reporter. You better take a triple check before you let me escort you. Lolly, lolly, give an ass whooping here. Run that link, oh, when I get too full. 40 ounce of Hebrew hitting your heart. Discard the malt, ticking with the brain of salt. You're lost by default, cause the fault line was designed to rip my whole world apart. So let me start again. Fending off for the silly buffoons. Just another conscious on the 12 o'clock news. Guns are blaring, tempers are flaring. Don't worry, I'm a temper fairy man, so understand that I'll soothe your nerves with a mental masseuse. It's just a domino for an old let loose. Wind, fruit from a twig from a limb, sounds sweet like a fig, not down with the phlegm. Just when it comes to trim, I fill it to the rim with my circumcised. Realize it takes two flies, so I strive to keep hope alive. Pull a body miles right at the archive, stick to your brain like the faces in a beehive. Yup, they feel the need to stick the energy is much too much to handle. Burning and enlightening like a candle in the night. I bring some light, I shed some light, I bring some hope up on the room, up on the hallway, from the place I keep my coat. The boat said, tell the people left behind are feeling dumb. I don't talk to them, I got nothing to do with them. Back in the days I said my mother was a midwife, but as the world turns, I gotta have my own life. Hey, come on out, you motherfucker.
Dude, chill out.
I'll call the cops now, okay?
You're gonna hit him with a pogo stick?
Don't go, move now, move, okay?
Oh, cuckoo, cuckoo, baby, you, that's what you are. You are a Hollywood star. You're the high priestess by far. And you know this tune's for you. We call it cuckoo, cuckoo. And it's a very brief description of the things we could do to you.
Your body is incredible.
So you were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, cuckoo, now what you gonna do? You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, cuckoo, now what you gonna do? Well, we have quickness, daisy for moving up your tailpipe. Levels of the knocking and a knocking till the break of light. Raise the days, a million one ways. Like a more conquer only one time. High and glaze. Real thing, baby. I'm okay, not fun. I'm gonna have to get you home and leave you up on the nocturne. Scope it, baby, looking so fit. Playing games and lame names, you know, I know you know it. You get the collar, the Jimmy's gonna feel slow. Then you get the fireplace and find you on the best road. Down my ding dong, come and sing along. Sipping grub around like different thing and be like, swing on. If I swing dance, you're gonna see my erection. Ooh, I'm thinking about my perfection. Ooh, blah, dippity doo, cause I never leave the house of mommy.
Comics rule.
You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, cuckoo, now what you gonna do? You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, cuckoo, now what you gonna do? Buttercup, did you think it really fast? Long my attention span hunches when you wake up, feel like I'll be gone. Cuckoo by the beach bar, wearing that big thong. You know I gotta do for you, it's only an inch long. Picking up your signals like a TV station. I'm looking for the channel, have a moral application. Looking so fine, I was falling behind. Repetition of time, like real needy wine. So I'm bubbling, steaming like an active volcano. I think I collect up all your pipes, get yourself some Drano. I can't avoid, cause I can't avoid. Maybe Stanley let you find your Lloyd. Yes, my rare best guess. You think I'm feeling pressure, we go pressuring up your dress. Pretty are you? I am best. No means yes, no means yes. You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo, 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 cuckoo. You were looking at me, I was looking at you. Cuckoo,
definition of devastation. The lyrical display of Jekyll's hella fascinating. Peace to my job, who stood right by my side. 11 years there in the making, I'm surprised I ain't died. Dealing with boom, yeah, this bull's that. It ain't a shovel big enough to throw it out your way in one batch. I throw it back on your Saturday. Listening drum. It ain't bad paraphernalia, consists of a track, pen and pad. Do you follow the rhythm or does the rhythm follow you? My mom was a violinist, I rip a rhythm's crew. Jekyll's in the house. Hey yo, what up there, Hobbs? Next I go to Saturn, I want universal props. The impact of my insanity. 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 The impact. Hey, yo, take me back. Yeah.
Oh my god. That was sick.
But let me tell you about what I'm saying. Make no mistake in what I'm bringing. Rolling deep in the hood, a little misunderstood, but I could show you what it's all about. My name is AJ and I don't play. I skate hard, core, rebel lion, and don't try and buy this because I won't miss. Yes, you might not get the hard line thing, but that ain't what we bring. We never sell out, boy. Stay true.
Yeah, dude.
What do you think about Bill Clinton?
I don't know. Are you gonna vote for him this year?
I doubt it.
That sucks. See ya, dude.
Look, hey, we're on MTV.
What? Yeah, it's MTV.
Hey, check it out, man. We're on TV, man.
What do you have to say for MTV?
Hey, man, they rock.
Yeah.
Led Zeppelin, man.
Hey, what do you think? What do you think about rollerbladers?
Rollerbladers? I think they're
well,
awesome,
you know,
man. Hey, what
I
do you
really
guys
like
do? Show me some shit, man.
I really like to learn how to fucking wear them.
Want to give me $1? I'll do a front flip off the curb.
Let's see.
Okay, for $1?
Right on.
Let's see.
You give me
I got this right here, man. Whatever I got in my pocket, man, do something for
He's
me, right?
from Boston.
Right?
All right, I'll
There's
do
a buck in the road,
there.
right?
Okay, here.
All right, there you go.
That's too close
Thanks,
to the
you
White
ready?
House, you know.
Do it.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing here? Hey, Dan, did you get your $1 you from doing that other
We're
guy?
on a mission.
Right on, brother.
Yeah.
Laters, bro.
All right.
See you later, guys.
See ya.
No problem, man.